Hello, welcome to the Voice of the Call Nation show. I'm thinking reading Mary Church's caller. You have this schedule in 29 days, June 30th. I don't know what that means. Do I? Do I? I don't remember scheduling anything. Maybe I made a mistake, whatever like that. All I know is I'm doing the show tonight. That's all the thing I scheduled. You know, you see, because on my thing it will say upcoming shows, and I don't see it. Put the like, share, subscribe, Cash App, Collagen 5. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the show. Folks, we got a good show for you tonight. A lot of information, as always. We always give education on this platform. Now you may not like everything we have to say, but you can't say you don't come away from this show more enlightened than you came, than you left. You left more enlightened than you came in, or a little bit more than you came in. That's good or bad, whatever like that. But we got a really good show tonight. Look, when you got titles like "Why Black Organizations Keep Failing," we're not something that people talk about all the time. Now things are gonna get hot tonight. What's going down in Call Land. Your host, the chief host of College Genesis, is going to be bringing the fire. That College Genesis, aka Collar Rumble, is going to bring the fire. Hold up, folks. I thought I heard some clicking or something like that in my background. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, things are going to go down in Call Land. This is the right place to be. The right thing to do is to tell somebody. You also know the right thing to do is to hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Tell a friend. Tell somebody. So this is what we're saying today. The College Genesis is on. And on and popping. We had an explosive show last night, That's right. I can live with that. The president of the Afghanistan, call the president, president. All hail the chief. Dum dum da dum dum da dum da dum da dum 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 dum. I can see myself as a president. El Presidente Collagenesis, his benevolent, merciful, kind ruler of the Afghanistan, That's what probably have to go down, man. Somebody has to do this, Somebody has to step out and be a leader, Why not me, So, like, ooh, man, Mari Shy, man, she got Mari Shy. What's going on, Mari Shy? Man, we gotta see. Like I said, man, I knew the channel grow, man. We have more brothers out here checking out my sweetie, Mari Shy and whatnot. But you got Adamas out there, so I don't want to see Adamas and Kwame get into a fist fight over Mari Shy. Because you got guys fighting over her and whatnot. I tell you what, man. Our Colonation women are something else, aren't they? But thank you for Mari Shy for holding it down tonight. And so, therefore, we're proud of our moderators, everybody in the chat room joining us and our frequent listeners and everything like that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now Stoic is basically throwing and shooting his shots. We're not with a heart. Where is they stop it? I'm serious. I'm serious, boy. I said, yo, look, man, I'm loving this, man. But Chantel would have stuck around and whatnot. We could have got her hooked up, man. Somebody would have bagged her up, Chantel should have stuck around and whatnot in Colland, I could have had her converted, So, yeah, man. Mars gonna have to do is rumbling for her, man. They're gonna be all, yeah. When you see Adamas and Kwame get into it, that's what's gonna be. Yo, brothers, calm down, man. You know what that's all about, man. They're trying to show off in front of Mari, So it is what it is, folks. We love our people here in Call Land, our family. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thanks for joining us. Look, we have a log this great Sonike professor. Hell, after dumbass, after dumbass don't exist no more. Ever since I've been around, he's disappeared. You ever notice that? It's like I said, all the people that hate Black America, the Ross Moisture, the Principes, the damn Afro dumbasses and whatnot, they're all fake. Look, you guys picked the fight you could not win, There's an old saying, You do not throw stones when you live in a glass house. You shouldn't throw stones when you live in a glass house. You guys started something that you cannot win, you cannot finish, man. Didn't you understand that people like me? He's live now. Yeah, right. He does a show once a year now. You know, After dumbass. And obviously I'm doing better because you're over here, not there. So what does that tell you? You know, Ross Moisture, if he was so great or not, why don't you go over there? You know, why don't you go over there? No, but you find that this channel is more interesting than somebody sitting around talking about the blacks. The blacks. Yeah. Oh, now Ross Moisture's shooting his shot. Oh my God, man. Mari's such a sweet woman. She's a sweet young lady. If anybody hurts her, man, I'm coming after you. I swear to God. Don't ever hurt this woman. She's a sweetie. She's one of the sweetest women I've ever known. I haven't even met her in person, but I could tell she's one of the sweetest people on the planet. Real sweet lady. Proud to call her my sister. So don't let anybody ever hurt her or come for her the wrong way. She is untouchable. She's off limits, to any disrespect. I will not tolerate no disrespect to Mari, Frenchie, all of my ladies here. Kala loves his ladies, so people try to say Kala hates black women. No, I love black women. I protect black women, black women that want protection. Oh, nobody's perfect, but you're almost there. Sweet woman. That's what we need, more women like Mari. We need more women like Mari, down to earth, sweet. We need more women like her out here. The world would be such a better place. You know. But yeah, so folks, we're gonna have a good show tonight. Like I said, building on last night's show, the show was why do people hate Black America so much? That was a really powerful show, and if I offended, we're gonna talk about the UNIA and the NAACP. Oh, we're gonna get down tonight. We're gonna get down. It's gonna go down in Colorland. It's going down, man. You haven't heard nothing yet, man. This is gonna be Collar Genesis, aka Collar Rumble, the BAIO Collar Nation representative, aka the culture critic, aka the geopolitical pundit, aka the PhD of Negroology, and yours truly, your humble servant, bringing you all the good stuff, the news, the information you'll hear, because you're not gonna hear anything else. Everybody's gonna give you. There's one guy, man. I'm gonna play a video. I think he must have listened to my show. I think his name is Mr. Black, Tim Black, or Mr. Black, whatever. He's going after these black conservatives, A86 LO and colonizer, the African hater. I don't hate Africans, I hate Africoons, Africoons, and I hate Negropeans, I hate stupid, ignorant bush babies, who come to America acting like they're civilized and whatnot. Please stop it, stop it. Free Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill will be in tonight. He's coming in. I spoke to him this afternoon. He's going to try to make it in tonight. Hopefully he joins us later on in the show. He's supposed to be coming in. So all this nonsense about, Collar, you this Dollar Bill, you're going to look stupid tonight when he shows up here. You're going to look real dumb. Look, a lot of you people basically don't know what it's like to be on top. Don't know what it's like to be the main man. Don't know like that's everything you do, every facet of everything you do is accountable, and you're friggin' alone with it all. Everything you do, it's like so much pressure, and you're all alone with it all. You say this, you offend this person, and you can't please everybody, And in the end, you got to deal with that all by yourself. There's nobody I could talk to about this, So it is what it is. Who's your Cameroonian brother? Dollar Bill? Dollar Bill's not Cameroonian. He's Black American. He's African American. Stop it. Africa's full of Negropeans and imbeciles running the continent. You got to put your imbeciles running a vast continent like that. You wonder why it's so fucked up. Black organizations fail, whether they're in America, Africa, or somehow we just don't got it together, We don't have it together, We just, like Pastor Mann said, we don't know how the world works. We don't give a damn, So, so it is what it is. Oh, A6 is a Cameroonian. Oh, that dude's a clown. He's a cornball. 86 is a freaking cornball. He said that like 15 years ago, and it's so relevant today. They just don't know how the world. You could be an astrophysicist, you still don't know how the world works. That's so true. Okay, bye, Ross Moisture. Go back to the Afro Dumbass report. What is it, Afro Dumbass? Let's report on the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. What that? I come from a little shithole country called the Gambia. It's the size of my backyard and whatnot. But let me talk about the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. Oh my God, man. But go over there, go over there with your all haters and whatnot that hate Black America. Hey, look, go ahead. Remember Floyd? Who's Floyd? Who's Floyd? Hope you're not talking about George Floyd. What has he got to do with anything? Remember Floyd? He's talking about Floyd Mayweather, George Floyd. What Floyd? Yeah, man, who's Floyd, man? Who the hell's Floyd at, man? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, But like I said, we're gonna have a good time tonight, It's like this old Christmas song. We're gonna have a good time. Oh, yes, we are. George Floyd. What the hell? So what about George Floyd? What about George Floyd? What am I supposed to do? His family got $25 million. What the hell else do you want to do? Want me to erect a statue and a monument? Should we make a sacred shrine to George Floyd? What else the fuck you want us to do? You burn down Minneapolis over this idiot, and and the family got $25 million. What else do you want? Now remember George Floyd. Get the fuck out of here, That's what I say. College Genesis is not like anybody else you ever seen, I gives no fucks because I have no more fucks to give. Never forget George. Get that. I already forgot about him until you said that. I completely forgot about who George Floyd was, So George Floyd, who the fuck is that? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That guy, Never forget George Floyd. Yeah, he was such an upstanding human being, and he healed the sick and raised the dead, man. He was such a humanitarian of people and whatnot, We got to remember George Floyd, man. His life meant so much to everybody and whatnot. He touched everybody he came around and whatnot with his fat white girlfriend and shit, Okay. But yeah, it is what it is. That's what your mentality is at. Hey, look, and that's why Black organizations fail. You got everybody wasted a whole friggin' year tearing up the country, organizing around somebody. It was sad that he died and everything like that. I get that, man. But what the hell did we have to organize a whole entire community around that friggin' this guy for? This is why Black organizations fail, because they don't have their priorities straight. The whole community friggin' sat there and see everybody out there fucking marching. The worst Black organization ever created was Black Lives Matter. That was the worst thing they ever had. That was the worst, And it wasn't even an organization. It was just a damn hashtag. No one could tell you where the Black Lives Matter office was, who was the actual leader. It was just a whole bunch of people. If you want to act stupid today, put a Black Lives Matter sheet and shirt on and get out there and annoy people, So that's all Black Lives Matter. That's what passport organization nowadays, You get on that line, you talk a bunch of stupid stuff, you upload to YouTube, and now you got an organization, No brick and mortar, no organization, no paperwork, no anything. Just show up here. We're gonna protest, get on camera, and woo! Look at these Black organizations taking on. Then when nothing ever happens, like why the hell? Why are we not in a position to do anything? Because you're not organized, A mob is not organization. Mob rule is not organization, George Floyd, whatnot, Black Lives Matter and whatnot, all this stuff like this. That's what passes for a Black organization. Black Lives Matter. That was the friggin' biggest joke ever perpetrated on the black community in the world. Black Lives Matter by two fat lesbians and whatnot, who hated men. You look at their manifesto, Their manifesto said, we want to get rid of the patriarchy. We want to basically set queer, the whole thing was about the queer people and all stuff like that, What the hell has that got to do with Black Lives? Talking about the queer people and making queers acceptable and all this kind of stupid shit like that. That's what then you had another organization, the FBA, ADOS, FBA. Wow, what's the end goal? They're gonna get a reparations check, Okay. Think about it. American descendants of slavery, So you got an organization, people running around talking about, I'm an American descendant of slavery. Okay. My ancestors were enslaved by America. Okay, now what? Well, we want reparations for slavery, but we're Americans like anybody else. We're Americans. You're Americans, but you want a reparations check. That morphed into reparations because the bottom line, the whole idea was the so-called American slaves, which is basically to distinguish black people in America, like Yvette Carnell. Her distinction is she believes black people in America are a different race than other black people like Africans, Caribbeans. We're actually a different race because we have admixture with white people. So that makes us different. So you can't go around saying that because that wouldn't be acceptable. So what you do is you cover your real intentions up by saying we're the American descendants of slavery, and that's all encompassing of everybody. And not now you got a lot of black people in America who maybe look like they're full-blooded Africans and whatnot. We'll tolerate them. We got to tolerate them just as a matter of fact. But the main goal is to emphasize the admixture of the black Americans over other Africans. That's the distinction between black Americans, that we have admixture of white people. They want to showcase that. That's our different. That's our connection with white people, It was all about our connection with white people. Don't let white people forget that we are your blood. That's what it's all about. We are your blood, and we carry your genes and everything. So we're somehow interrelated into American society because we carry a white gene. It's sick. Marisha is saying it's chicken head, but I'm telling the truth, Marisha. That's the truth. Not people don't like. What do you think about the college answers? I go there. I tell it like it is. I don't hold back. I tell it like it is. That's exactly what it's all about. These people are see, you can't come out and say, well, at least that guy that be running around internet called Mulatto. What's his name? Somebody help me out. Mulatto something that be on this be on these platforms. What's his name? What's his name? Somebody help me out. What's that guy's name that be on Dynasty Show? He's his Mulatto something, Mulatto Nation. What was that guy's name? It just crossed my mind. I don't know if it's important or not, but I just want to know. I just want to know who I'm talking about. Well, who remembers that guy who I'm talking about? Somebody tell me who that guy's name is. His name's Mulatto something. And I'm saying, at least he's honest about it. Yeah, but what's his name? What's his name? So I can basically call it out. Anyway, I can't. Yeah, it's not even worth remembering. But I figured somebody Pan Mulattoism. I think that's what his name. The Pan Mulattoist. Yeah, something like some stupid shit like that. But yeah, checkmate. Pan Mulattoist. Pat. Look. At least this guy is honest. It's honest, right? He's not like Tariq or trying to create this whole Black America versus Africans or Caribbeans. At least he's honest about what he believes in. That admixture, stupid idiot stuff like that in Black America. Been floating around Black America for a long time. This is why Black organizations don't go nowhere. As long as we got that self-hate culture in Black America, we're not going anyplace. As long as you got people who fundamentally who don't love their race, who don't love Black people, who don't accept who they are and what they are, and basically deny their African roots and their heritage and whatnot, can't look in the mirror and say, I see an African person looking at me, back at me. Until you get to that point, you're nothing, I'm not looking at an FBA in the mirror. I'm looking at a Black African man. I'm connected with the millions of Africans around the world. when you accept that truth, in fact, then we can organize and get someplace. But we can't organize. You got half the black race thinking there's something other than being black. And right now it's getting really bad. You don't know if you're talking to somebody and you have a conversation with them, say, yeah, I'm African. Oh, don't call me no African. Oh, geez. I thought we were all African. I thought it was just knowledge that, yeah, we came from slavery. We all saw the movie Roots. We all read this history and everything like that. And we're all black. We're black people. Yeah. So, yeah, some of us have white DNA and genes and whatnot. I got some of damn stuff, But I always thought that the consensus we're Africans. We're Africans that came here that's why they call us African American. But you got a fucking fool. I want to find this video. I think, who sent it to me? I don't know if I could play it, right? This dude looks like fucking Flavor Flav with a freaking goddamn a big giant feather on his head, talking about, oh, you ain't no damn Africa. You never been to Africa. We're Native American. The dude looked like black as Flavor Flav, talking about we are fucking. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. So the self-hate. How are you going to build an organization or build a movement, and people don't even want to accept who they are? That's what I'm talking about. So before Africans start coming for me, look, I'm like your last hope. To all African brothers and sisters, I'm like your last hope. Don't come at me. I'm not perfect, but don't come at me. That's what the problem is. You got people who, like me, who identify with being Black African. I'm never like this, but I get attacked just as much as a so-called FBA, ADOS, WABO, whoever here, and that's what the problem is. You got people who basically, I'm watching. I wonder, is he OTK? I don't know who that is. Who's OTK? I don't know. This guy was a fucking. This guy. My guy sent it to me on fucking Facebook. Let's see if I reposted it. Sometimes I repost it just so I can have it. Let's see if I can find that. This is literally insane, so let's see if I can find this. Give me a second, folks. I don't know. Let me see who this fucking for. I think I reposted it, I think I reposted it. Sometimes I don't repost. Sometimes I just gotta catch it because I don't believe what I'm seeing. I want to go back to it later, so I might have reposted it. Oh, in other words, man, there's a picture of Richard Pryor, son of late Richard Pryor, and his husband, Curtis Mason, recently married. This is how sick this country is, culture is, right? People are celebrating two stupid, dumb-looking men who are married, husband and wife. This is insane, So I guess I don't know. I think I might have not have saved it, Yeah, whatever. It probably wasn't worth it. I should learn getting the thing where I start saving these things so I can come back to them later, so I could come back to them later, Well, whatever, Would you get the picture? The dude, think of Flavor Flav, right? Think of Flavor Flav, right? He's real dark. Yeah, I think that's the pay. I think that is OTK. Let me see if I can look him up. That has to be him. It looks like Flavor Flav, right? So let me see if I could find him. See if I can find him on Facebook. OTK. OTK. I am not finding, OTK. OTK. I don't know. Nothing's popping up. Hold up. Let me find him. Let me look at YouTube. OTK. OTK. I can't find it. I sorry, Mario. I can't find it. OT is a YouTube. I put up OTK. Nothing came up. Okay, wait a minute. The blackest member OTK. Look. No, that's not him. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, you get the picture. This guy's a freaking straight up deadly clown. Like I said, they call me the column master. Also, yeah, in the titles I said I'm the chief host, I'm the culture critic, I'm the geopolitical pundit. I'm a professor of Negroology, and I forgot one. I am a ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. Call it the ringmaster. You know, He, step right up, step right up. See the one show and one show only. See the best deadly clowns on coming to the College Genesis circus. I'm the ringmaster of the College Genesis, and we have deadly clowns. These deadly clowns. Yeah, I can't. Probably got so embarrassed he probably deleted himself, deleted his page. Well, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say delete himself, delete his page. So bottom line is this is what we're dealing with, folks. And you wonder, geez, I wonder why black organizations keep failing. Why principally, why black people can't organize? What the fuck are you going to organize around? And people, how people always tell me, Colin, you should hook up with such. No, I am not hooking up with no deadly clown. Colin, man, you should reach out to Dane Colin. Get the fuck out of here. Get the entire fuck out of here. I'm gonna freaking reach out to Dane Colin. What the fuck for? If you're one of these wobbles, these we were already here Negroes and these Olmecans and all the stuff like that, we don't have anything to discuss. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to discuss. If I'm going to build an organization, one thing I have to be clear about is you got to understand who you are. If I even hear, well, some of us were already fucking here, I'm sorry. I don't trust you. We can't get together. I don't compromise that at all. I don't want to hear nothing about black people here before Columbus and all kinds of stupid stuff like that. That's wobbleism, We were already here and whatnot, we were already here. We're the original Vikings. I heard we were original samurai, the original Shaolin monks. I heard we were original Vikings. We were the Romans. We were the ancient Greeks, man. But oh yeah, what about Benin? I ain't no African, you anywhere in the Sahara, south of Sahara, you don't claim, right? But you're gonna jump over the whole entire African continent where your ass obviously is from, to fucking claim Greece, Rome, Egypt, Kemet, Mesopotamia, and all this Samaria and all this. Like I said, they call me the ringmaster for a reason because I deal and work in a circus of deadly clowns. I am the ringmaster, College Genesis, the ringmaster. So Africans were not in Greece. They were in Greece as slaves. Africans were not no damn Greek. Now that's even affecting Africans now. They even starting to believe that we were original Greeks. Africans are not no colonized and rule no Greece. Shut up. This is what I'm talking about. It's even affecting Africans now. You got people from the damn Congo talking about my ancestors were in Greece, No, Egypt is not a part. Ancient Egypt is not part of. I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Mayat, Kwame. It is not. Egypt is not black. It's not black African, not sub-Saharan African. You're sub-Saharan African. You know what you do, Kwame? You should get in tone with Benin, Oyo. Yeah, that's something you could claim. The ancient Cameroon civilization, the Congo kingdoms, and everything like that, man. Leave fucking what you call leave Egypt alone, man. Like I said, but people want to believe what they want to believe, man. There's no logical reason. If you do the DNA, Kwame, your ancestors were not traced back. I did my DNA. Ain't nothing in my DNA say I have ancestors, and I have never seen anybody Black American. I've seen this one Black American person who did a DNA on 23andMe, and it had like one ancestor that came from like the Middle East, Persia. It was like one tiny percent Persian. That was about it. That was one person, everybody, you go 23 and me, you never see nobody that has DNA from the Nile River region and stuff like that. So you have nothing like that. My ancestors don't come from East Southern Africa, but I claim it just like, yeah, of course you claim it, of course. Now, if Egypt didn't have pyramids and whatnot, you wouldn't want it like this, So because if Egypt didn't have pyramids, you think people are trying to claim it? No, because we have nothing but black Anglo-Saxons. No matter what people say, the average pseudo is nothing but a black Anglo-Saxon, and that's why organizations fell apart, right? When you get around a bunch of crazy pseudo Negroes and whatnot, and they're talking about, yeah, man, I even heard Negroes saying Negroes live on Mars and whatnot. You got niggas up there on Mars chilling and whatnot. The white man want to keep us here on Earth, but our real place is the Mars. Man, I've heard everything. Pig give me God. So Kwame, you cracking me up, man. The pygmy gods. Oh my God, man. This is hilarious, man. Like I said, you guys never cease to give me some fucking thing, immortality. Yeah. MP says that's why you're so short, MP. You got pygmy DNA. Afro Dumbass is a pygmy, he's like an overgrown pygmy. He's like one of the overgrown pygmies and whatnot. You ever see him? He was like a giant pygmy, So it is what it is, folks. Like I said, I still love my people. They're crazy and bat crazy and shit, mixed up, confused and whatnot. Probably never organized nothing, Yeah, you can't organize nothing based on fucking lies. That's why nothing works in Black America, because everything Black America builds on is lies. Yeah, who is that? No, somebody said, yeah, I got Pharaoh. That was a goddamn. I think it was like Henry Louis Gates or somebody. They're like, that was all fucking bullshit. He said DNA with King Ramsey. Okay, so it's funny, Although on Dark CMD, go back to 100% United States Americans. Anyway, the only thing I have for Africa is a care package. Dude, Dusty brother, you're African, bro. When you drop it in line. Well, I'll drop it in line a little bit. It's only 32 minutes. I like hearing myself talk, man. You gotta stand. I love hearing myself talk, And please, man, let's not debate fucking goddamn Egypt. I don't want to talk about Egypt tonight, Just agree to disagree, man. If you agree like that, I don't want to be convinced. You're never going to convince me. I look at you Negroes and Black people in America, right? And I'll say, ain't no fucking way. I look at Africans, West Africans and whatnot. I'm like, nah, no. I'm willing to accept the bad with the good and whatnot. Like so. Kwame Maya said he's related to Ramses and whatnot, King Ramsey and whatnot, So I guess your sister's related to Nefertiti and whatnot, Yeah, so we got, like I said, we have issues in our community. One of the things is, man, we don't know who the fuck we are, You got motherfuckers talking about the Native American, talking about fucking the Nile was really the Mississippi River. We've been here for thousands of years in America, look, I've been to many museums and everything like that. Only the pseudos like that with their little coloring books or whatnot. I have never seen a credible source saying that Egypts were sub-Saharan Africans. Were they people of color? Of course, right? Some of them were, like the Nubians, right? But where this DNA of the Nubians is different than the sub-Saharan Africans or even the Nilotics, So in other words, there's nothing tying you to ancient Egyptian civilization. Now, if you say, I claim them because they were fellow people of color and someone was Black, you could say that, right? But don't say that we was, because I know for a fact, man, I have no ties to Egypt, none. I don't even feel it in my spirit, I know Egypt was a fascinating civilization, but I know that's not my civilization, Met me see and say different, And you believe everything you see. Look, you cannot show me anything unless there was some pseudo. There was a lot of Black people back in the days, bless their heart, like Leonard Jeffries. I used to study Leonard Jeffries and whatnot. Now look at him now, man. None of these were anthropologists. They just basically had theory because a lot of Afrocentrists and the inclusionists back in the 90s, they want us to feel good about ourselves, you know? They wanted us to tell us if you got people beaten down in America, right? What better way? Look, what better way of picking people up by telling them they did something like you were building pyramids and civilization while the white man was crawling in? That's what I grew up on. It got me through some tough times and whatnot. But as I got older, I said, wait a minute, why are we failing on every fucking thing? You know, I'm looking at other civilizations that are freaking growing. I look at Asia and all these other places like that. You know something? You know how you could tell who's a great civilization? When you look at Dubai, you could see ancient Persia in modern Dubai. People who were great thousands of years ago are great now. You go to any country in Asia, right? You could see the ancient civilization, even in Cambodia. That one temple in Cambodia took 40 years to build. Like 3 different kings, 40 years to build, right? And even Cambodia, once a friggin' basket case, now their civilization is rising because it's in you. People who don't have civilization or not will never rise, you know? You could see civilization in people, you know? You go to China, what you see is the ancient empires of China, you know? The Mongols, the Hans, the Tang dynasty and stuff like that in the modern thing. Oh yeah, Africans built Cambodia. See, as I said, these look at it. Africans built every civilization but fucking Africa, you know? You go to Nigeria or whatnot, there's nothing spectacular about Nigeria. No stone structure, no evidence of high civilization. But yet, you could build high civilization everywhere outside of Africa, but you can't build it in Africa. Why is that? You know? Yeah, it is what it is, man. It's just sad when, you know, Arabs aren't Persians, called Persians are Indo-Europeans, Arabs are West Semitic. I don't know who the fuck cares what. I don't give a shit what the Persians are. I don't care what the Arabs are. They're not me. I don't give a damn about them, you know, so I don't really care about them. So I don't need Arabs and Persians and all these other people to feel good about myself, you know. Not just sitting inside a British museum. Yeah, so can we name any tall buildings in Nigeria in civilization? No. Do we know any stone structures? No. You know? So trying to again. Southeastern Nigeria. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. It was you know, whatever it is. I saw them in West Africa. They're made out of mud brick. You know, there's nothing stone. There's no stone architecture. The closest thing to stone was terracotta in Nigeria, in the central Nigeria. You know, that was the closest you had to stone. And those are stone. That was building. Those are stone monuments. You know. That's the closest thing you had to stone structure in West Africa, you know, and in parts of modern in Senegal, there was stone structures there, and people believe that some parts of the ancient civilization of Atlantis extended into some parts of the Sahel, you know. And I don't believe in Atlantis, but they said Atlantis was actually part of the Sahara, and it was underwater now in the Atlantic Ocean. And the Atlantis civilization covered West Africa. And also, you study Edgar Cayce. He made the assertion that West African culture is actually predates Egypt. It's like thousands of years older than Egypt, you know? People don't realize that. So I've studied this stuff for years, you know? And I studied real scientists, real anthropologists, and stuff like that. I would not be telling you anything. Look, I don't get my stuff from pseudos, you know? And a bunch of nonsense and whatnot. Like a lot of people basically black. And also, if you really look at what the pseudos talk about, right? They switch the people's words. The real scientists, archaeologists, basically have the truth out there, right? They'll tell you who did what did who, and not. But the pseudos will basically take it, interpret it, twist things around, or they don't agree with something. They'll say that was a lie, blah blah blah. And what they give to you is something that's not like studied, researched, peer reviewed, anything like that. There's nothing peer reviewed in anything that says that Black Africans conceived and built ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome, and anything like that. It just doesn't make sense. There's nothing peer reviewed study, you know, that did that, you know. It was just a lot of times our people basically, people basically like this. Yeah, but we don't know for the most part. Did black people actually build ancient Zimbabwe? We don't know that. For sure. We could say because it was in Africa that black people did it, so we can claim it. But do we actually say that with 100%? And 100% sure? I don't know. It could be. You know. But when you see people building stone structures like that, you see a pattern. You will see it all throughout a region and stuff like that, not just one place. Bantu man proves nothing worth talking about. Now I wouldn't say that, bro. But the bottom line is this: we're basically sub-Saharan Bantu people, and that's what we have to claim. Asian is still conquered and controlled civilization, unified, and Africans have not been unified. Same thing happened to Africa. Yeah. Well, some civilizations are more advanced. That's why you see they're on top, and the people that's on the bottom right now has been like that for thousands of years. As I said, you don't freaking look. People just don't pop up out of nowhere and say we're gonna build civilization. It's like civilization takes thousands of years of tried and true study and whatnot. So it is what it is. But the reason why we can't get together is because we don't know who the fuck we are, man. We don't know who we are. Something just not adding right. Our church organizations fall apart. Our religious organizations fall apart. Everything we go do falls apart. We're not nothing because nothing is based on truth anymore. It never was. It's based on what we feel good. Whatever you got to tell people. Look, if somebody tells you something about yourself or your history and you feel good, all that is a drug. I used to do it too. I used to be so pumped up on the black man did this, man, the black man did that and whatnot, And what happened was I realized time was just slipping by. I wasn't improving my life because I was just sitting back reading this stuff every day, man, reading the Final Call, reading this and whatnot, and reading all this stuff about our so-called history and whatnot. And I wasn't making any progress in my life, And then I say, something, I got to put this stuff down. Look into myself and say, look, I don't care about thousands of years ago. I don't know what we're doing now. That's the whole thing. What are we doing now? Why are we basically still in the white man's country, after all these years? If we built civilization, why are we still here? Why are we in America? That doesn't make any logical sense. It does not add up, It does not add up. Nothing adds up. If you basically look, the ultimate organization is a nation state, a republic. Every group of people that's civilized, that got confidence, they know the history. You could take the Russians, right? They go back 1,000 years, right? But they got enough civilization that they could you could plant them any place and they'll erect civilization, duplicate this civilization all over the friggin' planet, all over the friggin' planet, You'll see high civilization all over the world. You see people like you go to Egypt, you see places like Sharm el Sheikh, a friggin' amazing. You go to Morocco, oh my God, you could tell when you're in Casablanca, right? You could tell there's a real difference in civilization and people basically whose civilization goes back a lot for like a couple thousand years. You could see it in the modern society, you could see it. But people who basically did not have civilization, you see their countries are struggling, they can't get basic things together. Can't fucking do a basic thing like electricity, Can't do a basic thing like governance, Gotta rely on foreign aid and stuff like that, So we have to basically start being honest with ourselves, We have to really start being honest with ourselves. If we didn't build civilization, now it's time to learn. Now it's time to fucking learn civilization, learn what we did wrong, and build for the future. Because what we're doing right now is not friggin' working. It's not getting us any place. Because we're all sitting in America under the white man's government, and we have no intention. Now, when I put out the idea that we need an Afghanistan, right? You would think everybody would basically I would have millions of followers saying, yes, we could do it. See, if we built civilization. And if civilization and high civilization was in our DNA, the idea of an Afghanistan would just ring true to everybody, but it's not. I got to fight people telling me, oh, yeah, suddenly, they're telling me, oh, no, we're Americans. We're Americans. Who made you a fucking American? If civilization and people civilization is a continuation of thousands of years, right? You can't just forget, if you had civilization, you can't just out of nowhere become an American and forget who you are. It doesn't work like that. If I say we want an Afghanistan, an Afghanistan, then basically you should say, yes, we're capable of doing it. Let's do it. But I get more pushback by black people, Now, when I talk about an Afghanistan and white people, Asian heritage, say, yeah. Why? Because civilization and nation building, the challenge of nation building is in them. That makes sense. Yeah, you guys should have your own civilization and whatnot. But to the black man and whatnot, no, we can't do that. What are we going to do without massa? But yet we sit online all the time talking about our great civilization and so. Come on, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, North Korea built a statue. Why the fucking North Koreans got to come all the way to fucking Africa and build a damn statue? We don't have fucking architects that can build statues. Why does somebody else got to fucking do shit for us or whatnot? Why does Chinese got to go? People say, oh yeah, we're gonna get the Chinese to build the infrastructure of Africa. If civilization and all this stuff was in us or whatnot, we would need the fucking Chinese. You understand? It would be in us to build. It'd be naturally in Africans to say, look, let's look at every corner of the earth where there's black people at, and let's bring them here and let's build. The idea of bringing black Americans to Africa would be just the first thing. That's what the friggin' how can somebody strip education from you? Check this out. How can somebody strip education from you? Education was never there. So I know I hurt a lot of people's feelings tonight, man. You got people in their feelings in the comment section, but it is the truth. You're gonna hear the truth from me. I'm not gonna tell you any lies and whatnot because I want us to do better. We need a renaissance. We need a revolution. The black race needs a revolution. We're like in the dark ages. In the dark ages in Europe, people walked around basically talking all kinds of nonsense and whatnot, believing all kinds of fables and all this kind of stuff like that, Yeah. If we would say building, we were still building. We're not building shit. We're sitting around, yeah, we built America. Okay, that's what another thing. Yeah, we built America just like we built pyramids. Okay, Okay. So as I say, as long as the black man thinks like this, man, we're never gonna get any place, because nobody wants to do anything. Africa is great, man, but let's see if the Chinese can build this a fucking simple highway, a railway system. You know how fucking easy railways should be built? That should have been mastered. The Indians freaking mastered their railway system. Japanese learned how to build railways. Every other country in Asia could build their own railway systems, But the African, a simple thing like a railway, Turkey has to build a railway for Tanzania, Why? I thought the Swahili people were such great civilizers and blah, 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 Come on, Let's be honest with ourselves. We're never gonna basically build until we get honest with ourselves, We get honest with ourselves and start basically embracing education, embracing science, embracing math, embracing learning, Put away superstition and foolishness. We have a cult, like I said, the show I did the other night, a culture of foolishness, shucking and jiving, bullshitting, And basically, I led up to this show tonight because I'm talking about the shucking and jiving, the foolishness is basically how black organizations run, Ain't nobody serious. People shuck and jive. People know how to make good speeches. People know how to get you amped up and whatnot. But when it actually comes down to doing something and accomplish something, it's not there. Wood rocks and steel rails, yeah. FBI built the Grand Canyon with UFOs. That's that funny, you know. So FBA told me the real Kenya is in America. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, we got some people that are so called FBI. I don't know if you're talking about African Americans, talking about FBA. Africa is a cracker one that gave up his foster children in America and yeah. Damn, Dusty brother, you sound bitter. Yeah, I know. Yeah, look, like I said, but the bottom line, I don't hold. Even Africa is responsible. The ultimate responsibility of slavery and everything is the white man. You know, he's the ultimate problem. You know, not the Africans. The white man's a freaking problem. You know, I believe that. You know, but you got Africans tell me ain't nothing wrong with the white man. You know, Michael Olawale. Oh, the white man get good, man. He came to Nigeria and whatnot. He was our friend and whatnot. You know, that's what people tell you. You know, after them pillaging the continent, raping and everything like that, man, you better not be talking about the white man. Some of these Africans, man, they'll bust you upside the head and whatnot. How dare you talk about the white man? You know, how dare you bring your radical Black American mindset? How dare you? When they say don't bring a Western mindset, what they talk about is don't bring that Black power, Black nationalist shit to Africa. That's what they're talking about. You know, nothing else. That's what they talk about. You know, oh, it's okay for little African children to be sitting on grown men's lap, white men's lap in the middle of the daytime, whatnot. You know, oh, it's good. Oh, see a little African girl go into a bush with a white man. You know, that's perfect. That's the African way. You know, that's how things done in Africa. Y'all got to be more African. Get the fuck out of here. You know. Yeah, you familiar with the girl passed last week? He wrote, "The college man among many words, accurate advocates." What do you keep talking about this fucking? Look, I am not learning no damn new language, bro. You know, Kiswahili. Black people do anything besides learning how to build math, science, engineering, and governance. You know, we need a new language. We need a culture. We need a new religion. Everything other than damn, we need a land and we need to learn how to build that shit from the bottom up. Even if we fail, the world will respect us because we tried, you know. But black people want to talk about everything else, but what it really counts. Are you capable of building a nation? Are you capable of living outside the white? You're never gonna get respect as long as you say like sitting here under the white man's government, you know. Europeans went to Africa looking for human slaves, found them, and they made the most money for. Yeah, yeah. Europeans benefited from the slave trade. Africans didn't, you know. So you can't blame Africans for the slave trade. You know, they were victims for the most part. You know, that's what I saw in my study and whatnot. Europeans are the ones who manipulated the slave trade and almost forced Africans into. Hey, because the whole world, I think there was really no choice. You know, you participate or else. You know, that's what it is. You know. So, like I said, I'm not gonna say him, but I'm not Dennis Sperling. You know, I want to hold Africa accountable. That fucking stupid mulatto mutt talk about I hold Africans for that's just his self hate. You know, I hold Africans responsible for the slave trade and whatnot. Man, shut up. You know. Looking at stone structures where they hold West Africa before us, that's unfair. Well, okay. Yeah, okay. But I'm only doing what you guys do. You know, you guys doing what the white man does. The white man judges civilization by stone structures, buildings, cities, you know, infrastructure. You know, the Rome and the Greeks had plumbing, they had sewer systems, you know, they had indoor plumbing and stuff like that thousands of years ago. It's not nothing new, you know. You need to drag granite from east side across the side. You should need to drag granite, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. People are gonna believe what they want to what they want to believe, you know. So I'm done trying to convince people, you know, about anything. We're never gonna build anything as long as we think we did something we didn't. We're never gonna build a nation of our own. We got people running around thinking they built America, you know. You know, so it is what it is. You know, we're never gonna build civilization, and we keep telling ourselves we built civilization 3,000 years ago, even though every last single country in Africa is a basket case. You know, okay. You know, I digress. You know, Timbuktu was a great city. It was by African standards, it was a great civilization. You know, and look, this is what I'm talking about. Do you know Timbuktu, although it didn't have stone and whatnot, was actually a higher level of civilization than Egypt was? You know, Timbuktu's university in Sankara had more. There was it was way more prestigious in the Arab in the Muslim world than the universities of Cairo at the time. You know, you know. Yeah, West African civilization was old. We had civilization, but what I'm saying is people don't judge civilization by the accomplishment and achievement. West Africa had one of the most elaborate systems of government, trade, and infrastructure the world's ever seen. But that's what you judge civilization by, you know? But when people keep calling Egypt, we're not, what the hell did Egypt do that was so great? Other than you looking at the world through the prisms of the white man. The white man looks at civilization by the Sphinx in monuments and stuff, buildings and stuff like that. That's what he thinks civilization is, you know? And so when you try to claim something that clearly, you know, that was not indigenous to us, then but you overlook. I never heard anybody talk about the greatness of Benin civilization in West Africa. Benin was a great civilization in West Africa. Nobody talks about Benin. Nobody. I have yet to hear anybody claim Benin. Never. You know, I've never heard an Afrocentric talk about Benin. I never heard an Afrocentric talk about the Mosi Kingdom. You know, that's where present day Burkina Faso is. You know, I have never heard. Look. The bottom line is this: there's no pyramids in Nigeria, bro. There's no pyramids in Nigeria, you know? Yeah, I said that. I'm only saying that, Kwame, because you keep saying, I say, that, oh, yeah, it's pyramids. Okay, but you know the fact of the matter is, you know, yeah, it don't need to be granted, you know? But the only reason why you claim Egypt is because they had stone civilization. That's what why, and you only know about Egypt because that's what the world values, you know? I'm saying if the Nigerians pyramids wasn't granted, yeah, well, let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate basically the civilization of Timbuktu, right? But you want to claim something because the Europeans claim Egypt because of the tremendous architecture and engineering that it took to build that. You know, not that the civilization was just and flourishing and stuff like that. You know, so. And which we call, when we talk about the Nook civilization, nobody in the Afrocentric started talking about the Nook civilization. Never. I tried to bring up the Nook civilization, they laughed at me. I was like, look, man, I'm from fucking Egypt, man. You got these dudes running around with the fucking Egyptian fucking pharaoh shit like that. My name is Ra Amos, whatever the fuck it is, you know. You go to 125th Street, you got Negroes and whatnot walking around with the Egyptian, like they grow their beard out with the wrap on the beard that goes down in a big pike and whatnot, you know. Talking about I'm Abu Ra, such and such son, whatever like that. You know, I said, damn, man, what about Benin? Man, well, fuck Benin. Man, fuck Timbuktu, fuck West Africa, you know, fuck oil. What the hell I'm going to hear? All they want to do is skip over, like Chief X says, skip over West Africa, right? And the only reason why they talk about Egypt is because now if Egypt was a civilization made of mud brick, they wouldn't be claiming it. You know, they wouldn't be claiming it. So they're disingenuous when people claim Egypt. You only want to claim the achievements of Egypt, you know? You know, so it is what it is, you know. It's funny how everyone focuses on ancient kingdom, but not ancient in Kush, Nubia. Well, Kush and Nubia was great civilizations, you know. But you know, but people, I don't know, black people, you know, yeah, I think all these civilizations in West Africa. That's why I create the colonization. Colonization is based on West African civilization, you know. And the bottom line is this: I like the culture of West Africa. I think was more advanced than Egypt was. You know, I really do think that. I think West African version of Islam was more civilized. You know, it's almost like they were way ahead of the rest of the Islamic world as far as like human rights and women's rights and stuff like that. You know, But when you look at people, oh man, Egypt, Mecca, it's places like this. What the hell, you know? Yeah, Kemet. They make up this mythical place called Kemet that never existed and whatnot. So it is what it is. But nobody will ever talk about Mali. No one ever talk about Songhai. No one talk about ancient Ghana. No one ever talk about all these things. No one knows who King Tenkamena is. The founder of the Ghana Empire. Powerful King Tenkamena. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows who Askia Muhammad was. Nobody knows who Sunni Ali was, one of the greatest military geniuses in African history. Nobody knows who all these people are, whatnot, but they basically know all about Egypt and Kemet and Ra's son and all this stuff. Like, come on, man. Stop it. That's what it is. Only because the white man talks about Egypt, right? And white man admires it. So just like black people, the only reason why they basically want to identify with Native Americans because white people sort of admire Native Americans, So black people are like, yo, if we come up there and steal a Native identity, white people are forced to like us too. If we steal the Egyptian identity, white people have to admire us and whatnot, Yeah, the Moors and whatnot. The Moors, let me get me started, The Moors, the Hebrews. How the hell are you going to build anything with people all over the place but with their identity, Took a slave Africans. No, they didn't. That's another lie. People got some smoke for Timbuktu. Timbuktu did not enslave Africans, People were not enslaved because of Africa. You were enslaved in Africa because you were a thief or criminal or you were conquered, People didn't want to say, oh, you're African, so you got to be a slave. That's a lie, Kwame. That's not true, So bottom line is this, man. We got a lot to learn about our culture. We got to be honest with ourselves, So we have a lot to learn. We got a lot to unfold and whatnot. Because, like I said, man, we're just a people who don't know who the hell we are. We're not, We don't know who we are. Shut up, Pierre. All you guys in the Caribbean are starting to do the same damn thing with their freaking. Like that, Mario. Look at the ancient kingdoms and where they are today. Kingdom of Israel today. Kingdom of Great Britain. Timbuktu, significant city of Trans-Sahara. No, now I don't know where you got that from, man. I studied Timbuktu, and the bottom line is, first of all, there was also what they call Mamelukes sold in Timbuktu. Those were called white slaves. They were also fucking slaves that were sold in the market in Timbuktu, and there was also black slaves coming from the forest. Right? Slavery in Timbuktu in West Africa wasn't based on color and race. So this idea that, oh yeah, Islam, because you got a thing against Islam. Islam didn't freaking enslave nobody. Islam, you're forbidden to slave a fellow Muslim. Guadalupe. What the hell I want to be from Guadalupe from? I think Kwame. I think you're getting your history mixed up. 5 million enslaved Africa. There wasn't that many people fucking enslaved. You do stop it. Architect genius round dwellings, whatever, Broody, Dusty, those are places your ancestors came from. Yeah, you don't see a lot of blacks talking about those kings. Yeah, but look, I'll take my friggin' mud hut in the Congo where my ancestors came from, and I'll be proud of that shit, Fuck it, I accept that shit, my ancestors probably never built no damn pyramids or whatever like that, I accept it, man. I'll take the L's, But I do know this. I know we're capable of building a civilization, great and whatnot, because it's something deep down. So we really want to do it, Well, I thought that, yeah, black people could just pull all people are great, You just have to basically believe in yourself and apply yourself, right? The black race doesn't have that because we know, when people go about building, when you see people at the UN, right? When you see these different countries, they're representing thousands of years of history, right? They're before each other representing their ancestors and their future, right? In perpetuity, right? So you can't just sit down at the UN and talk about this. This is the reason why the black man in America don't have a land of his own, because you have nothing to base it on. You know, you can't basically base your civilization on something that's not real. You know, you cannot do that. So whatever your civilization has to be, no matter whether it's great or not, you have to represent that shit, right? If you say my ancestors from the Congo, Angola area or whatnot, that's where I'm from, and this is what happened to me. This is my story. We'll take it in the transatlantic slave trade, but here we are today. This is what we want to do. Which what we're gonna do, right? But when you basically don't know who you are and you're telling people, yeah, okay, you're in America, you're living under the white man's rule in America, but you don't even claim your heritage, your real heritage, That's one thing I can't stand is when black people don't want to identify with their real heritage. They want to make up some fake history and whatnot to make themselves feel better. That's why we can't get any place. That's why these black organizations fail. That's why nothing failed. You can't basically, and I appreciate what my ancestors did, the Nation of Islam, but the bottom line is this, dude, we're not from some lost tribe of fucking Shabazz, We're not, the mothership didn't come down and all this kind of, look, when you basically start believing this stuff and whatnot, you're never going to get any place, I don't know why, because you got to understand something. The Indians were regarded highly by white settlers, even though they killed them. They respected them because they went to war with them, and also natives and white people married with each other. They didn't consider native people subhuman like they did African Americans. So black people, when they say they're Native American, what they attempt is to be humans like everybody else. Yeah, the lost tribe of Shabazz, man, you're lost, but I don't know about the tribe of Shabazz. You're definitely lost, So, like I said, this when you talk about the colonization, man, I know I'm going to get a lot of people pissed off, man. But the bottom line, I got to tell the truth, man. I can't sit here and lie to you. We're not from the damn lost tribe of Shabazz, All this foolishness is garbage, that pseudo garbage that's been floating around Black America is the reason why we have nothing. The reason why we're in the situation right now, in 2025, we're in a situation right now. We have fake ass history and we're not been floating around so long. We're so damaged by because. And people understand something. People always say like this, yeah, Colin, we had all these master teachers. Look, if any of those masters were any good, there wouldn't be a Dane Calloway. More people probably listen to Dane Calloway than John Harriet Clark. Dane Calloway you look at some of his videos, he got literally millions of fucking views, And when you watch videos, it's going into your soul, your psyche. You got people really believing that the slave trade never happened, So the bottom line is this. How is it that somebody like Dane Calloway is a credible thing if we had all these fucking Sheikh Anta Diop and these master teachers and shit like that, Because could it be that the master teachers were not really thorough and they weren't so much of a master teacher as we thought they were? Because if they were, they would be Dane Calloway, the FBA movement, we laughed out of fucking existence, The fact that we do got an ADOS FBA movement, the fact that we do got it like that, it angers me because it shows me what I thought all along, that we really never had a real history, That's why people can't come to me telling me anything, So like this. So it is what it is, Dane Calloway is so popular, black people don't even care. Look, who cares about the Smithsonian? I don't care about the damn Smithsonian, Black people, also, when you go to Smithsonian, you're not going to get real black history. The history of the Smithsonian also has gay, African American, homosexual, LGBTQ exhibits. Famous gay people and not. What the hell does that got to do with Black American history? The Smithsonian is what they think Black history should be. You think anything about Liberia, Suriname, Suriname and Dominican, I think the name of it. Little Liberian, Baja California, those settlements of Black Americans that settled outside of America. You think that history is taught? No. Do you think that Paul Coffey and Freetown is going to be discussed? No. Do you think the African American community in South Africa that Henry McNeil Turner built in South Africa 150 years ago, you think that's talked about in the Smithsonian? No. You're not going to get real, complete African American history. It's going to get what they think African American history is, They're not going to tell you everything that we really did and whatnot, It's their version of what Black American history is, I'm black man. I know we are our own people, ethnic group, but I do want to learn some things about my African. Yeah, we do all we want to know real African history. I study real African history. I found out my ancestors come from the Eastern Cameroon, Northern Angola, Congo. I got some ancestry from Mali. And all these places over the years, even before I knew my DNA, I studied them. Because that's where I'm from, right? I never had a desire to study Egypt, never, I never studied Native Americans, it's the only group of people I never really studied, Native Americans. I never knew why, but I never did, I don't know much about the Native Americans, whatnot, so yeah. College boring. I'm watching Afro Dumbass. Yeah, go ahead and watch Afro Dumbass, Pierre. Go ahead. Why tell everybody? Just go over there. Shit. Go, leave. Bye. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. Go over to the Afro Dumbasses show, bye. 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 Afro Dumbass, So here's what it is. So go over there, hear the blacks and hating black Americans and all stuff like that, Yeah, well, I was saying earlier, I was saying earlier, this guy, I'm gonna see if I can find this video. This guy is really going after the Hodge twins. I think he watched my show because he's saying everything I was saying, but I'm a little more harsh, on the Hodge twins, so I don't consider Egypt an African civilization, bro. I know African culture and civilization. When I look at Egypt was ancient, when I don't feel it, I do feel African civilization when I talk about Timbuktu, Mali, the Zulus and stuff like that. That feels like Africa to me, Okay, let me find this video. Hold up. I think the guy's name was Tim Black. Hold up. Tim Black. Tim Black TV. That's it. Oh, here it is right here. He's going after the Hodge twins. Let's watch some of this video. Listen to some of this video.
You're very disrespectful when it comes to, getting what you need.
When you need to he said the culture is amazing, but they don't tip. And they're rude and obnoxious to you. I wouldn't say that culture is amazing. I would say
the Hodge twins put out a video where they're caping for this kid on TikTok. And it just came to my attention. I saw there was some conversation about it. So I'm going to do something I rarely do, but I think it'll be effective today. I'm going to comment on somebody else's comment because I'm crazy like that. I'm crazy. I'm out of control, baby.
So this dude did a TikTok video criticizing black people. And after that, his whole channel got banned. He must have been speaking a lot of truth in that video.
A lot of things that the Hodge twins say here are wrong. They didn't do any research. They didn't look up anything.
You realize that black people are the most annoyingly entitled people you'll ever serve. And I'm not speaking on everyone. Just my experience, I've never had a good one with black people. I worked at Waffle House for a full year, okay? I spent the first 6 months giving everybody a chance, treating everyone with the utmost respect. All right. And the only people who didn't reciprocate that respect, black people. The only people who were rude to me and didn't tip, black people. I have nothing against black people outside of my job, outside of serving. Yes, I love y'all. The culture is amazing. But when it comes to serving y'all and having to tend to your needs, you're very needy and you're very disrespectful when it comes to, getting what you need.
When you need to he said the culture is amazing, but they don't tip. And they're rude and obnoxious to you. I wouldn't say that culture is amazing. I would say a detriment to our society. That's what I would say. Yeah, well, when he's doing this video, he's like,
I noticed that when the Hodge twins are talking about black people, they talk about black people as they. Yeah, when the Hodge twins talk about black people, they talk about black people as they. Those people, when these black people, when black people do this. I thought Hodge twins was like over 50% black. I wonder what white people would think of white people that talked about white people if they were over 50% white. I think that some of the people that like the Hodge twins really like them because they talk negatively about those people. I never trust black people that use black people in the third person, like as they, them. They don't like using pronouns for trans people, but they like using them when they talk about people that, black people, even black. Like Jason Whitlock, when he talks about black people, he often say the black perspective, right? Whatever conservative perspective. When Candace Owens talks about black people, she's not talking about herself. She'll never say my people. She'll say black people over there. That thing fell again, didn't it?
I can't come in too hard on him. Yeah, I'm a bump him up and then I'm gonna break him down slow. Yeah, but no, you just need to break him down.
Refill. You yell at me. You know what I'm saying? You yell at me and rush me to hurry up and get your food to you. And it's just a fact. You come to Waffle House expecting a home-cooked meal. And I'm not kidding. Everything had to be cooked a specific way. And when I had to deal with a family of 10 people and y'all all want specific meals, yeah, it gets hard. Yeah, it gets annoying, especially when on top of the fact that y'all all want special y'all are also annoying. Y'all also want refills every 10 seconds. And you also leave me no tip. And I'm not kidding. I cried when I had to serve a family of black people. I did. And what, y'all think I'm gonna serve a whole family and not try to get a tip? Yeah, I tried. When it was a whole family, I tried to treat them the best as possible because I'm hoping, like, yes, I'll get a good tip maybe. But yeah, it just never happened. It never did. It never did. So yeah, I gave up. Yeah, I sure did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Like, hey, kid, when I go out and we go out to these restaurants, and when I come in, and then it's like I had my daughter and then her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is African, right? He's total black, right? He's pure blood, right? He's a pure blood. Now, I noticed, like, when we go out, like the waitresses, they look at us like, yeah, come over here, sit right here. I was like, why she treat me this way?
Yeah, because you don't get treated that way when you don't have the African with you, do you? Because you're not black, right? You're Mexicans.
And I always tip them good. And when I give them the tip, they be like, oh my God, thank you. Yeah, stereotypes are not given, they earned. Yeah.
Like,
they delete his TikTok. TikTok does. For that video. You know what's crazy? You could be black and be the vile, disgusting racist. Nothing will happen to you. Like on all these black people on TikTok talking about Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, just in general, you can embracing what he did, saying that he did the right thing. Yeah, you could be vile, disgusting, just the epitome of racism. Nothing will happen to you. Yeah. You say any little critique about black folks, your video comes down. Yeah. He responds after he gets banned on TikTok.
Okay, so a little bit later, I'm going to play a video of somebody exposing the reality about this person who put this video out. You know, I'm not so sure that the Hodge twins were fooled. I think the Hodge twins see somebody running a grift that they run themselves, you know, when they cherry pick and make content about a video about a black person and it gets some 2 million views. You know, basically this kid did the same thing. The waiter or waitress, the waiter, this guy. Yeah. We'll get to that. So don't leave. Don't, try to stick in there with us.
Don't feel bad. We got banned too. Like 30 times.
My TikTok account with 12,000 followers, 1 million views in one day. It just got banned. And it hurts. It hurts really bad, because I had a lot of money waiting for me in that account that I was depending on to pay for things that I need. But you know what? Instead of laying down and crying, because I really do want to cry, because it took me a long time to get 10,000 followers. It took me a long.
Now, we all know if it was a black person being theatrical like this, that the Hodge twins be making jokes. But I'm noticing they're not making any jokes. See, a lot of times when a racist, there's a lot of racist Mexicans. We just heard one Latino guy breaking down how his people are very racist.
A lot of people don't understand when I say that Mexicans are culturally racist. They think that I'm calling us openly racist. We are culturally racist, and this is how. Part of our culture is to frown upon dark-skinned people. It's been passed down to us by the Spaniards. by our colonizers, by the people that conquered us, taught us that dark skin is inferior, light skin is superior, and things of that nature. We were taught that. It was passed down to us, meaning it's part of our culture. We are culturally racist in this aspect. That doesn't mean I go out in the streets and want to hurt black people because they're black.
Right.
It means that our teachings, the way we're raised, is that we are raised to subconsciously believe that dark skin is inferior and light skin is superior.
And I'm saying the Hodgkins try to say that they're comedians, though they don't do any jokes. They just act silly. Any real jokes. They don't have really good time. No punchlines. They just, I don't know what they're doing. They used to take their shirts off and flex their muscles for views. And then they did some like Laurel Hardy, Three Stooges with only 2 of them. I don't know, it's weird. But the thing is, I always thought they died in a horrible coon accident, a couple of rakes on the stage, and they just walk into them, some shit like that. But it would be like a hole instead of a rake. But yeah, they hide behind it to say that they're comedians. But wouldn't comedians roast this guy for crying like this? Like blubbering, like basically, I'm sure he's got a GoFundMe set up at this point. Like these are just jokes. It's like you should be like, well, this is a GoFundMe video. I thought this is a rant. Oh, okay. So this is how you know that the Hodge twins, what they really are about.
And to ban me for some shit that y'all said wasn't against the guidelines. I made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines.
He said, I made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines. He made the same videos over and y'all swore it wasn't against the guidelines. Listen to what he said. I listened. He kept making the same video about black people. It's over and over. That's what got him banned. The Hodge twins don't listen well. It's like it got tortillas in their ears. Some maize is in their eardrums. They're not listening. He said that he kept doing the same. He didn't just put up a video that was critical and said they don't tip, man, and walk off. He kept doing the same. He kept poking the same bear in the ass like this because it gave him views. 1 million views in 24 hours. He did the same video like 10 times. That's what got him flagged, and that's what got him knocked out. It wasn't one video. Anybody with any sense knows you don't do one video and get your channel deleted. Let's keep going.
And you're gonna ban me for the same video. And it just doesn't make sense to me, bro.
You're gonna ban me for the same video. Look at the Hodge twins. Look at them. Nothing to say. Not stopping. Nothing to express. These are racist scumbags. And not very funny. And other than, worse than that, they're unethical. Yeah, man, there are a lot of people who don't like black people, but they're ethical. I don't think Bill Riley's a big fan of the blacks. Let's keep going, Josh. Why did I say Bill O'Reilly? I don't think Don Lemon likes black people all that much either. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris. I don't think these people like black people that much. Right?
It's like, now I have to make a whole nother account and do this again. Like,
that's what happened when you talk about black people. Yeah, we had a account. It was what? We had 2 million. Yeah, then we had a second one. It got over 1 million. Gone. Now what?
Because they did the same thing he did. See, shitting on black people will get you a lot of views because America, we're the most hated group in America. Not Jewish people. They just had the most power that when they're hated, the swiftest backlash comes with teeth. But if you shit on black people, you can be Charleston White. Damn, I didn't mean to say that because I don't want to give it away. But if you criticize black people, if you go in on black people enough, you will develop an audience. Very easy. Come on, guys. The black conservative perspective is not talented. Come on, man. He talks like this. First of all, I mean, come on. He don't even comb his hairline's jacked up. He don't even comb the back of his neck. These are not. There's no quality to his videos. Like these people, they're only big because they go after the lowest common, the group that's hated the most gets them the most views. It's either that or LGBTQ. But if you go after LGBTQ, you don't have to do 10 videos. You could do 3. Let's keep going, Josh. This is good. You're going to learn today. You're going to learn today.
We had 2 million followers. Gone. Yeah. Then we started another account. I think we got up to 600. Yeah. Gone. Yeah. I got one that is 260. They kept removing it, but I just gave up. Yeah. It's like, why even bother? They're going to delete it. I put comments down to get deleted on TikTok. I leave a comment. You are such a clown. It gets removed. Okay, you can't call people clowns. That's violence. Well, they call me clowns all the time, and nothing happens to them. Well, people on the left, well, we're clowns. You didn't know that? We're the clowns.
Now, you two literally are clowns. Literally.
And it's like I always say,
man, if you are comedians, you're supposed to be roasting this guy people with the waterworks. You don't really believe this, do you? No jokes at all? None? Nothing? No digs, no roasting, nothing? You like a reverse Current Top sitting up in this motherfucker crying. I don't care if he's 20 or 19. Yo, punk ass off the internet. Go home. Go cut some lawns. Pool boy. Go do something else. Go flip burgers. This life ain't for you. Roast his ass. Nothing. Not comedians. Can't even be comedians. Do that.
Minor setbacks, major comebacks. I'm gonna come back harder and stronger than ever. It just sucks, you know.
He said the N-word, so he's probably mixed. Yeah, he's definitely biracial. You ain't one of them. Yeah, you're not one of them.
He said you're not one of them. See, you said you're not one of them. That's what I'm only re-emphasizing because I'm tired of people saying the twins is black. They not. These are Mexicans. They're Blexicans. They're Blaxicans. They hate black people too.
You only about half. Yeah. You only about half Sub-Saharan. They'll never accept you. Yeah. Even when you said that word, it didn't even come off like it was you. You're trying to put on this facade like that you're black. You're a biracial black guy. Yeah. You're a biracial white guy. The only people that really think you're black is white supremacists. I can see them. Look at his hair. Yeah. Look how curly it is.
Even when they're trying to be funny, it's not about him. It's about something else. Okay? This is what they do when they protect their own.
Yeah, he's got that Sub-Saharan in him. Yeah, I bet his nuts is black. Hey, wait a minute. I was going to say something, man. You cut me off and said something stupid. Look at his hair. Look, black people, when they look at you, they don't see a black man. I'm telling you, I speak from experience. Yeah, and I'm 56 Sub-Saharan, and my hair is not as nice as yours.
And they're twins, so they're both 56 Sub-Saharan. And guess what? They hate themselves. I bet you in their family, they were considered N-words. It's the reason why they treat black people the way they do and make content. Other than the fact they're greedy bastards with no ethics. It is very lucrative to dog out black people on the internet. Yeah. I got a little curl going, but you got the curls for the girl. Got the light eyes, got the light skin. Man, I'm telling you, you can pull some white women. People don't see you as black. I don't see you as black. You just biracial. Stop trying to be black. Just be you. Yeah, I don't see you as black either. You're biracial. Yeah. I don't see you as funny either, but you know.
Took me years to get to 10,000, bro. Years. And it's banned. And one day, just like that, just banned. Like, what the is it like banned like permanently? It can't be banned for a week or something like permanently, and I have to start all the way over?
Yeah, that's right, Sparky. You got to start all the way over. What's that guy was on the Simpsons with the crazy hair? Forget his name, man. Yeah, you got to start all the way over. Cool Hand Luke. That's not his name. Start all the way over. Spaghetti head. Yep. Ratatouille, you got to start all the way over.
I really just want to lay down and just cuddle up in my room and just die. Like, I want to die. Because this was the only future I saw.
Whose car is that you're in? You're in a car. Whose car is that?
For myself.
He's like late teens. Yeah. He's young. He's young. He thinks the world's going to end. But it's not.
And they just threw my whole account away. I had so much money. What?
No, you didn't. You didn't. Go work for it. You didn't work for it. You just dumped on black people and got racists to follow you. That's it. It's not work. Anybody could do it. A monkey could do it.
Enough for me in that account.
Yeah, that's Sub-Saharan coming out of you now. You gotta see that Sub-Saharan. You see that black violence. Yeah, that lack of impulse control. You need to start a YouTube. You got a chance. TikTok, that is straight communism. You can't post anything critical of black folks. You can't criticize the LGBTQ, black folks, especially the LGBTQ. You get on there and criticize white people all you want. You probably get 1 million followers over there. If you was a black supremacist, you have 10 million followers right now.
Okay, so we understand everything that the Hodgkins had to say. They acted dumb, like they couldn't understand that maybe this guy is not telling the truth. But they believed him. Why they believe him? Because he wasn't black. Yeah, they believe you. The Hodge twins, no spotty senses when it comes to people that are light-skinned, the mixologists. No, fellow Mexican. I don't know. I really don't know what he is. But yeah, no situational awareness, no IQ, no EQ, no nothing. Because, well, he wasn't black enough. If that was a black person, they would have been up to the guard. Like, I wonder if this guy's telling the truth. Is he out on parole? What's happening? How many baby mamas does he have? He's probably got a couple of DUIs. Probably got some PPP loan fraud going on. Like, they would have come up with all types of stuff, but not with this guy. That's because he's racist, and so are the people that like them. But then I ran across this video from this young man, and he's going to do all the things and say all the things.
Actions was a person, Dre Phenom would be the living embodiment of this. So let me tell you about this person. This guy had over 12,000 followers, but he was getting his followers by rage baiting. He was saying all his black customers are ghetto. They are the worst people he serves. And he was doubling down on it because he was getting views and engagement from it. But the issue is when you're baiting for engagement, you may end up being banned. And this is exactly what happened to this person. And now you see he went from 12,000 followers to 88 followers. And ever since then, he's been making video after video, acting like, oh, this shit don't affect me. If I did it once, I'll do it again. But
see what I'm saying? Look how many, this is just like there's 5 videos that you can see of this kid who said he was a server, which we don't even know if it's true if he worked at Waffle House. Could have just made that up. He made 5 videos, the same thing, complaining about getting his page taken down. He did the same thing before. He did rage bait videos about black people, all 5 videos about black people in tipping, just like he just did with this. Over and over to feed the algorithm. Same topic. Dumping on one particular group the whole time. So, this guy, like, I'm glad. So, took me all of 5 minutes to find this video explaining everything in the guy's strategy that the Hodge twins don't have to look up, because why would you care? It's just black people.
And this is exactly what happened to this person. And now you see he went from 12,000 followers to 88 followers. And ever since then, he's been making video after video, acting like, oh, this shit don't affect me. If I did it once, I'll do it again. But then in the next video, he's crying like, and it's because of the consequences of your own action and the fact that you're a mixed person and you're out here making content trying to tear down black people or black customers. You deserve to lose your page, and seeing you cry about it and try and make content to get back to where you were. You showed who the you were, and people with it. Now you got to deal with the consequences of your actions.
Oh yeah, I just want to point out this is exactly what the Hodge twins do. Look at their video count when they talk about politics, which they know nothing about, and look at their video count when they talk about black people. And every once in a while, they go back talking to black people because that's what keeps the lights on. That's where the money comes from. That's the money shot right there. It's called rage bait. And that's why they got so many followers, because the followers can't stand black people. So as long as you just keep doing that, there's an audience. It's just like if you talked about the Los Angeles Lakers. You dogged out the Los Angeles Lakers. That's a very popular team to hate. A lot of people are fans of the Dallas Cowboys. Very popular team. There are people all over the country who hate those people. They're also liked, but they also hate it. If this kid would have been trashing, I don't know, Indian folks, nope, he would have got nothing. He wouldn't have got 1 million views. If the Hodge twins were dumping on, I don't know, Ukrainians, nothing would happen for them. It's all a strategy. What I found funny about it, man, made me want to do this video, is there are people that actually think the Hodge twins are talented. They're not. Anybody who does rage bait against black people will end up with a lot of followers. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. Perfect. You made it to the end of the video. I appreciate you. But I wanted to share this clip with you.
There you go. That's the good brother Tim Black, Tim Black TV. Subscribe to him on YouTube. He has a lot of good content and whatnot. He's a real down-to-earth brother, man. He's real smart. I'm gonna start reaching out to some of these YouTubers and whatnot. Maybe I'm gonna grow my channel and whatnot. Because like I said, there's a lot of people out here I listen to that I support. And Tim Black TV is one of them, you know. Speaking of which, whatever happened to that Mike's Hard Lemonade TV, Mike's TV, that mulatto guy that walks around talking about we ain't African and all this kind of stupid stuff like this? You know, these people don't friggin' last, you know, at all. You know, these people don't last at all. If you're like, what's the difference between the Hodge twins and Afro Dumbass, you know? Oh, they're hating on Black Americans, right? Like I told you last night, there's a lot of people who thinks Black Americans are an easy target. They can basically, you can come at us any kind of way and whatnot. And so I had to switch strategies. Although I am a Pan-Africanist, I get that. But the bottom line, I'm seeing a good percentage of the Black world who don't like Black America. And I have to, when it comes down to it, I have to choose a side, you know? And let me tell you something. If I have to choose between my people and you, I'm going to choose my people. You know, as simple as that. I'm going to ride with Black America. You know, I wasn't born this time. Black community is not together. It makes, Black America is not together. We're so fucking weak. Everybody just comes at us and whatnot, you know. And like, I think about my people like Mary Shy, sweet young woman, right? Why does she have to be fucking subjected to these evil, wicked people? You know, that's what I'm saying. Well, me, that's one thing. I'm a tough guy, you know. You can come at me all you want, you know. But when I see Black people who don't bother nobody, don't do nothing to nobody, just live their life, doing what they got to do in life, and they're hurt by these people that's online. These people don't even think that there's people like Mari Shai out here that's really a decent person. They don't care about that. They don't care about that. You know, this is what we're talking about tonight. And the bottom line is, okay, you got the Hodge twins or freaking rabid mulattoes and whatnot, you know? And so the thing is, you know, we got to stand up for our people, you know? I defend the people who can't defend themselves, you know? And so we don't need people, so it's for good Black people, you know? Are you with us, N1? Are you with us? Or are you on our side, man? Like I said, you can't play the fence. Like I said, when it comes down to everything like that, like I said last night, do you hate Black America, right? And then I proceeded to, no, nobody hates Black America. But then people like Ross Moyes and Principe, they start with these stupid stereotypes and all this about Black America. Oh, I don't hate Black America. Why are you saying people hate Black America? Then they proceed to say that all the things that leads me to believe that people hate Black America, you know? You know, I'm pro-Black, Pan-African. Okay, right? It's good. But like I said, I'm pro-Black, but I'm also Black America first, you know? So that's it. I'm a Pan-African too, but I'm pro-Black America first. Like, my people come first, you know? You know? So I said like this, the people need to be on our side though, Mari. You know, people need to be on our side, man. When you clearly got enemies, we clearly got enemies out there that want to destroy us, that want to defame us and everything like that. If people are friggin', if we can't have unity if people are sitting there carrying the same racist talking points towards us out of their mouth as these white supremacists do, you know? And I don't buy that stuff. Oh, I just want to see Black America do better. That's a bunch of bullshit, you know? Prefer a small community of Black instead of a large populated Black who are lost. I don't think Black people are lost. I just think basically there's no movement, you know? If basically we ever had a movement that people could just latch onto, but there is no movement, you know? You can't have a movement where people basically, the reality is, look, you know what you say, what's Black American religion? You know what your religion is? Paying that light bill, you know? Paying that light bill. Keeping a roof over your damn head, you know, showing up to work so you don't get fired, skating on ice with your job, you know, and toughening your Saturday, or you'll get the work with your baby daddy, and you save the drama or tell it to your baby mama, you know. So the bottom line is this: life is tough out here, you know. And the bottom line is, people say, well, what's the, look, the main thing is, the reality is, you better make sure you pay that child support, or you better take care of your baby mama, you know? You better pay that light bill, you know? You better pay that light bill, because the last thing you want to do is go home and whatnot, and your kids sitting in the dark, and you're sitting there saying, well, what you call, I tried to pay. All the kids gonna look at you like you're supposed to be a great provider and whatnot. And we're sitting here in the dark and whatnot, you know. So that's the religion in Black America, keeping that light bill on, you know, because you don't want your wife bagging up the kids somehow. We're going to stay with my parents and whatnot until you figure this shit the fuck out. You sitting in your house by yourself trying to get your family back. You know, that's the real religion of Black America. That's what the organization of Black America, keeping your family together, you know, trying like this, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So yeah, we all need to do better. I agree with that, you know, but it is what it is. So I'll put the link in the chat room. You want to call in, talk, join the discussion. Why do Black organizations fail? You know, every organization starts with the organization and your family. You know, if you can't build a family, you know, if you can't build a family with your siblings, your wife and your in-laws, stuff like that, how are you gonna build an organization? That's the first organization you gotta build, is a family. You know, that's the first organization, you know. All that other stuff comes second. If we had family structure in Black America, building organizations would come naturally, you know, because people would know protocol, there would know rank, there would know pecking orders, those natural things like pecking orders and who's in charge and who has the most insight, you know, the people, the cream rises to the top, you know? And so you can't build organizations basically based on lies. We're not, you know, we're not together in Black America, right? You know, I always say the first act of Black revolution is building your family. Yeah, building your Black family, you know, a Black family, building your Black family. That's the first thing. Building your family and basically building a legacy, passing on generational wealth. Like that. That's the first thing, you know. You know, we got to get back to Black men and Black women marrying, getting together, and raising families. All this other stuff means absolutely nothing. You can try to build all the organization you want. If you have no community, if the core of that community is not Black man, Black woman, Black child, it's not going to work, you know? And that's what it is. You got so many people. You got to go to these organizations, man. You got half the people, women in there, unmarried, whatnot. And also, another thing is, back in the days when people went to organization, whatnot, back in the 90s, I remember people say, someone's having a meeting, whatever like that. We're going to talk about business opportunity. Whatever. People come and make sure they come in among their own people. A man would come out there with their little shirt and tie, when that women put on a nice dress, whatever like that. You act presentable, you know, in public. Now people would show up at an organization meeting in fucking jeans and sweats and shorts and stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on? There's no etiquette, you know, anymore in Black America. You know, you could probably even show up to a meeting in your freaking bathrobe and your bonnet, and everybody think it's perfectly all right. Or you could show up with some revealing stuff and act looking like a hoochie. You know, that's the disrespect we have for each other. It used to be a time where we came before each other. We looked our best. You know, you're going out in public. You know, we look our best. What the hell happened to our community? You know, but people don't even think it's necessary to. The old pictures. Let me tell you something, folks. Go to Facebook and look at. There's several groups: Vintage African American, Vintage Black America. There's dozens of those groups, and they show all the old pictures from back in the days. Black America was so beautiful back in those days. We knew how to dress in public and everything like that. So, and what gets me is, although we were dressed like that and everything like that, Mari, we got young men like 12 and 13 will come out with a suit and a hat on in public, you know. Vintage Black page, Vintage Black America page. Yeah, I love those groups, you know. I love it. We let some stupid things. They let some white people in, and they start coming in with their stupidity one night. Like nobody cares about who somebody's voting for. This is us to talk about things. Yeah, white people coming. Well, you're in that group, and one white people come in there talking about we got to get Biden. It was like the time when Biden was running and whatnot. We gotta get out the vote. They're like, man, who the fuck cares about goddamn election? This is a page where we gotta get Biden in office. You know, who the hell cares? This is an organization, a page that we can come here and love ourselves and reminisce about the good times in Black America. You talking about some fucking politics, you know? Hey, we got, you know, so that vintage Black America, look it up on Facebook. It's beautiful. You want to see how Black America used to be back in the days, man? Oh my God, it was just incredible. You know, how we used to look when we were in public and stuff like that, how the kids looked and whatnot, you know, just a different freaking community back then. What the hell happened to our community, right? And then that was the basis of building organizations. That's how we had the UNIA and all these other organizations and whatnot, because look who was building UNIA. Now you go to a UNIA meeting, nobody dressed right. You know, everybody dressing in raggedy looking dashikis, hair unkept and whatnot. Everybody have dreadlocks in their hair, uncombed, unkept and whatnot. You know, I mean, it just freaking mess up. People smelling like weed and whatnot, you know. I'm like, it's just a freaking mess, man. I'm like, you know, so these are people want collar. You gotta join the UNIA. No, I look at people like, no. Look, this is how I am, man. When you come to me in any sort of thing, right? And we're supposed to be talking business, I'm looking at how you dress. If I sit down with you, meet you for the first time, when I say, yeah, meet me in New York, Collar, I expect you to show up and look a certain way. I'll tell you that right now. If somebody say they're going to meet me somewhere, you better look presentable. Well, I'll tell you, you know. And that's who I am. When you see me in public and whatnot, I'm going to meet somebody. Now, if I'm lounging around town or whatever like that, hey, I could go to the sports bar and just sit there, you know, whatever. I could wear some fucking sandals, flip-flops, you know. But when you talk about meeting somebody and whatnot, and the first time you meet in College Genesis, whatever, and we're going to sit here and talk about things concerning our community, you better have a tie on. You know, you better have some slacks on. You better have some polished shoes on, or some Dockers, something like that, you know. I want you looking presentable, you know. Ladies, I want you having a dress on, you know, over covering your ankles, covering your knees, you know. I want to see you dressed like a young lady, you know. That's just the way I am. I'm very old-fashioned like that, you know. I don't believe in this hoochie mama ratchet culture. I can't stand it, you know. So, like I said, you know, so when you talk about building organization, it's a thing about when we talk about let's build an organization. Look, I can't build an organization where people ain't ready. You know, when are you gonna build a BAO organization? I'm just like, man, Black people aren't ready. We don't want to pick ourselves up. We don't want to get out of this quagmire we're in. You know, it's cultural quagmire, foolishness that we're addicted to. But it is what it is, folks. But anyway, if you want to call in and comment about this, that video I just played, you want to call in and talk about anything, you know, come right ahead, step right up, you know. Yeah, talking about this guy yesterday, man. This guy Jay called in last night. Hey, guy tried to debate the call. He sounds like the Hodge twins, you know. Black people are lazy. Are you talking about yourself? Are you lazy? Black people blame white people. Who the fuck is sitting around blaming talking about white people all day, man? We're black people trying to pay their bills and keep the lights on. Anybody sitting around talking about the fucking white man? See, they just make up stuff. Look, the bottom line is this. I guess this guy Jay, who calls it, is basically an up-and-coming YouTuber or up-and-coming TikToker. And you can make a lot of money sitting there just throwing Black America under the bus. That's a new thing right now. You want to talk about get money, whether it's Africans, you know, getting online, talk about Black America. I think Black American, you ever see these fucking Nigerian women try to bleach their skin out, color off their face, wearing these terrible ass weaves. Black American, they always put these nasty weaves on, talking shit about Black America, you know? Like, goddamn, man, you know? Talk about Black. You want to talk about Black America, you want views and algorithm, just throw Black America under the bus, you know? That's some fat Mexican guy up there talking about yesterday. About everybody's trying to help. What's wrong with Black America? They're the problem with America. I'm like, dude, man, before somebody calls ICE on your ass, shut the fuck up, you know? About Black America. Yeah. Do you see what you guys are doing to the border? You know? You see what the Mexican community, you know, every time you look around, they're committing crimes and shit like that, coming across the border, doing all kinds of nefarious shit, you know, smuggling drugs and shit like that. Yeah, you want to sit here and talk about what's wrong with Black Americans destroying the country and whatnot, you know, okay. So, but that's what you have to do, man. Just basically get online Throw Black America. But look, if you want to be a race trader, make some money. Look, I'll tell you right now, you can make a lot of money being a fucking race trader. You know, people would love for me, somebody in my intelligence, to be a fucking black conservative throwing Black America under the bus, but I'm not going to do that. And they hate the fact that I actually come up here and I defend my community. I defend my people. That's why I said I want to make absolutely clearly in the Pan-African world, because I realize now it's not enough just to be a Pan-African. I have to let people know that I'm Black America. I am. So you come for Black America. Don't go hiding, throwing stones and hide your hands, talk about I'm a Pan-Africanist. But no. You come for Black America, man. I'm gonna let you have it. Simple as that. There's a lot of people out there hiding behind Pan-Africanism to spew a lot of freaking nonsense about Black people, Black America. We're a new thing now. Hating Black America is like the newest thing. When you want to throw Black America on the bus, you will be greatly rewarded. You'll get your views and clicks and likes up. You make some money, throwing Black America under the bus, man. So where you at, Colin? I'm under the damn bus. Where do you think I'm at, man? I just got thrown on the bus by all these fucking people, man. They're throwing us under the bus, So this is what it is, folks. So, but the links in the chat room, you want to call in, call in and speak to the College Genesis, We can continue this topic tonight. Or not topic tonight. I definitely want to hear your feedback, Why Black organizations keep failing. Why do we have the biggest organization failing is the Black family structure. That's the biggest failure we have in Black America. And like I was telling Hustle Smart today, do you know back in the days, I'll tell you a little bit of history. Black people in America from like the 1930s to like the 1960s have made tremendous strides in building communities all across America, right? We had nice communities, Black America. There's one guy said back in the days of St. Louis, they used to have nice Black communities, right? Now they're all crack infested, because it was like we not just because we were based like this, So we don't support each other. I think you mean we don't support each other, We used to have really nice Black communities, right? There's somebody came up with the idea, Martin Luther King, right, that there was something wrong with us if we didn't live right next to white people, So we got in our mind that we have to move out of our neighborhoods and move next to a white person, right? And so therefore we start basically divesting from our community when not moving in white communities when not, and our communities collapsed. We used to be able to finance each other, and something we supported Black businesses and whatnot. Whether the corner store or a little ice cream soda shop, burger stuff. We had our own little things like that, But we thought that going into Woolworths with the white folks that was stepping up. I want to be around white people where white people do things. When I want to rub elbow with white folks and whatnot, And now we look at it like, what the hell did we do? Because we were conned into thinking that what we had was not good enough. Our love for each other was not good enough. We had to force ourselves on the other people. And also, Black America sacrificed building Black America to basically integrate America for everybody. They said, yeah, all these people like, yeah, man, we see this America that's all white, segregated and everything like that. Chinese stood in their little Chinatown hovels and whatnot, didn't venture out. Japanese stayed in their little communities, didn't venture out. Mexicans stayed whatever. The only group of people that was Jews were staying in their little hovels and didn't go any place. But Black people, somebody told Black people, America needs to be integrated and colorblind, also like that, So everybody else said, nah, I think we'll come over there. But once everything, we did all the hard lifting for everybody to come here and benefit. So we neglected our communities. But other people didn't come in to dive into America head first, right? They kept their own communities intact before they integrated, We didn't do that. And your comment is a perfect example. It was absolutely a good idea. Separate from the they're discussing Caribbean who sold it. Nah, we can't tolerate that, tolerate that. We don't believe in that, bro. And primitive Caribbean Africa not like us, and we'll never be. We're not. We're They would not play. So they're not replacing them. Nobody's trying to replace you, bro. Borrowed time. Nobody's trying to replace you. We don't need that sort of hatred, man. That's hate. That's hate, And as far as is, we got to basically, I believe Black America should basically defend itself, but but that's a little going too far, bro. I don't condone that. Is this I hope so. All right, brother.
What's up, Colin?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know. Like, you ever feel like you're like super negative, bro?
Who, me? No, I'm not negative, man. I'm always saying I'm being frank. Frank is not being negative. I get what you're coming from. What's all that noise, man? I get what you're coming from, right? I sound like I'm negative, but do you think that I, as a leader in Black America, right? I'm a leader. I never want this. I never wanted any of this, whatever, like that, to be a leader. I know like that, but I'm seeing my people under attack. And should I do nothing about it? Just ignore it, be the better person? No, I can't do that. So I'm just basically telling people, look, when you start spewing talking points I'm hearing coming from white supremacists, under the guise of helping Black America, right? You're part of the problem. That's what I say, So what say you?
And I agree with that, but sometimes I hear the same talking points coming from you. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like what? Like what? Give me an example.
Like when you say things like, Africans didn't build stone structures, or
it's the truth though. But stone structure is not a measure of somebody's intelligence. You know that, right?
Well, I that's my position, really.
All right. So if that's the case, then why is it that the only thing Black people talk about is the place in Africa that has stone structures? Why is that?
Well, that's not even true in itself, because
it is true.
Because if you look at you can go back to John Henry Clark. He mostly talked about West Africa.
Well, yeah, I know. I study West African history, bro.
Right.
I know West Africa.
Even if you come forward now, people still talk about West Africa. There are a bunch of people that talk.
But look, I don't see anybody on 120th Street basically wearing a fucking West African garb. They're wearing that fucking Egyptian garb, whatever, like that.
That's not true. You can find guys out there that do wear the West African garb.
I never did. No, I never did, bro. I never did.
If you find,
look some pictures,
I can give you names, but
okay.
There's guys that do wear, and even if it's not out on 125th, there are African Americans, Caribbean people that will wear West African clothing. Most of the time,
most of the people wear West African clothing,
100%, but
actually from West Africa.
A lot of people go to Ghana to visit, or Nigeria, or Eastern Africa. But most of us when we go to Africa, we are visiting Western Africa.
I have never heard anybody say basically we're representing Benin. I never see nobody there, but I see a lot of Hotep.
Look at Dinas.
Huh? But Dinas is the exception. Me and Dinas on the same page with that shit. Why you talking about Egypt all the time when you got West? Dinas is like me. He's in the West Africa.
Yeah, but in reality, if you look at it, technically, Egypt's civilization would not probably be classified as a white civilization, but you have white Egyptologists and stuff like that. It's not
bottom line is this, it's like the only people talk about Egypt is the massive structures you see and stuff like that. So white people marvel at these temples and stuff like that. So what we want to do is say we see white people look. If white people start admiring Timbuktu and all stuff like that, people will basically start admiring things. That's why, in other words, you got to get white people to like shit like that for them.
No, I don't think that's the case, man, Carl. I don't think that. That's not.
So, like I said, you got
the case.
People like this. There's temples right here. These temples. I think we want to claim that. We want to claim it because it's something fascinating that you can't deny. That exists.
I'm not saying that's not a factor, but I don't think that's the main factor. I think that it's the fact that they had writing and that they you know, they left so much like documentation and things like that that people study it. But I feel like anybody can study. People study these cultures from all over the world, including West African culture, because you can learn things from these past civilizations.
Oh yeah, I know. But I just think the bottom line. What I said, the fact that I made a point. I said, look, when you look at people who are great now, they're great hundreds of thousands, even thousands of years ago, they were great. You know, when you look at people who are still primitive now, people are their ancestors. You're a reflection of your ancestors. You know,
that's not true. Even.
People don't go backwards, bro. You know, can we agree on that?
What do you mean people don't go backwards? They go backwards all the time.
No. So basically, you understand that the black man in the West, right here in the West, we're at the bottom of Western civilization, right? Can we agree on that?
You can make that argument, yeah, sure.
Okay, so how do we end up in the bottom of Western civilization?
Well, it's a duplicity. It's a number of factors that would.
No, I said the factors is your ancestors and my ancestors were kidnapped. Because let me tell you something before I let Marcus speak. When people in ancient times, I study all ancient civilizations, how did they never basically fall to slavery and whatnot? Usually when people had ancient writings, stuff like that, they studied people from far away, any faraway threat, any stuff like that went on all over the world, they kept in tune. So they were prepared, like the Greeks were prepared for the Persians for like 100 years before they even came. They were preparing that for 100 years. They knew the Persians were expanding, and so they were ready for them, you know?
Yeah, but
same thing with the Han people, with the Mongols. You know what they did? They built the friggin' Great Wall of China. But they're like this. Why wasn't Africa completely was ill-prepared for the transatlantic slave trade?
Because you gotta think there's multiple factors, man.
There's a lot of factors, bro. Cause I don't really agree. Cause Kyla, check this out, bro. I mean, civilizations fall and they come up. Like at one point, China, India were the top civilizations. You understand?
Exactly. And they still are.
Hold on. China at one time had 100 years of humiliation.
Yeah.
And they came back.
That was just 100 years.
India was a shithole. It was still a shit. Well, India's a shithole now.
No, actually, to tell you the truth, the Raj civilization, look, the Taj Mahal right there in Indian civilization, the West, even though they colonized India and whatnot, still there's nothing in the West that could rival the Taj Mahal. You know?
All right, so the Taj Mahal was built by the Mughal people.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that was still part of Indian civilization.
No, the Mughal people were our branch of the Mongolians.
Yeah, I know, but there's still it happened in India. It happened in India.
Just because they're in that's a totally different civilization.
Yeah, but I know, but hold up, but it still happened in India.
Just because it happened in, if that's the case, then we would be Aztec.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
That's crazy.
What were the two religions? What were the two religions?
In India, right now, in India?
No, back then.
Back in India was Hindu. And then the Islam came over.
Okay. Now, what religion most Indians practice?
The Hindu. Most of them are Hindu. And then, hold on, they got Sikhism too.
Case dismissed.
No, you're not. But that's not part of the Hindu civilization.
Okay, I know, but the bottom line is part of that civilization. They adapted, whatever, like that. But
they right now, bro. I got people. The Indians are sliding Muslims right now. But we're going off topic. What I'm saying is that civilizations come and fall, and it's always it's a circle. Shit's never a straight path. So with Africa right now is in its dark age right now, bro. At one point, it was they had a beautiful civilization from the Kushites to the Nilotic people. That the Nilotes that you see, they came from Egypt. They migrated from Egypt. They were slaughtered by the Muslims, Arabics, and they pushed them down to Egypt. The warlike people of Senegal were pushed all the way to West Africa. They were originally from Sudan, my brother. Like,
I know.
We can talk about Africa.
You're singing to the choir, bro.
How am I singing? How am I singing to the choir?
I know all this, bro. I know all this.
But you just saying. But a lot of West Africans, they originally, some of them came from East Africa. Like,
actually, to tell you the truth, African civilization actually started in West Africa. You know that, right? And spread east. People think that it started in no. Actually, you go to the Nook civilization and you look at the civilization on the upper where the beginnings of the Niger River right there.
You're talking about the Darth shit civilization.
You know, the civilization way before the Ghana Mali Empire.
I know the Darth shit. The Darth
civilization that existed at the time of the ancient Greeks and stuff.
I know the Darth shit civilization, which became Uganda, which became Mali, which became Songhai. That's in the Niger.
So these civilizations existed.
But the Nook civilization,
they had nothing. Look, the bottom of they were way before Egypt. You know,
no, they weren't. No, they were not. The shit civilization was 2500 BC. The Egyptian civilization was like 3000 BC. The Nubians were like 3000 BC too. Right. A lot of African tribes came from East Africa.
Hold on, but back to what you call the topic, right? I said why black organizations keep failing, right? Now Josh says I was being negative. I guess he's talking about last night's show, you know.
I don't know whatever last night.
Yeah, you were on.
Oh yeah, I was on.
Yeah. So you forget. No, the bottom line is this. What you have is in our culture, right?
Yeah.
Is like I said, at some point in time, right? I say everyone basically I played that video of a guy, the Hodge twins, talking shit about black people.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Why you?
And so the bottom line is this: what it is Black America is becoming everybody's favorite punching ball. You know,
I agree.
And I think it's in my right to punch back. You know, I mean, like that. But it sounds people say, "Oh, Carl, you sound negative." Why do we always try to take the moral high ground? You ever notice that?
Oh, well, okay. Now we get back. All right, so we lost. I mean, the Hodge. Remember the shit you were playing, the Hodge twins. Are they mulatto? What are they? They mixed, right?
Yeah. And the bottom line is these guys hate their black blood in them.
Well, you know? but we could talk about 20, 30 years ago. They would say they were black. Remember back in the day, light skinned motherfuckers used to say they were black.
Yeah, no, mixed race people.
Mixed. You know? But they saying that.
So, with the bottom line, hold on, they still say they're black because they always say they call each other nigga and like that. But the bottom line is they know they're acceptable in certain things, and what they do is they hate black. They understand that if you want to sit around, because a couple of years ago they weren't like that. You know, like 5 years ago they were not like that. They had actually good content. They were like more conservative and stuff like this. You know,
working out and shit.
Yeah, because the bottom line, there's an appetite for black hate in America, you know, and always starts out as just this is what I watch people, right?
Yeah,
I'm just giving critique of black people. I think the critique of black people should come from people like me, you know, and that's why I said I have to start checking people like Principe and Ross Moyes and all these other people. Because last night, man, I was talking, right? I said, why do people hate Black America, right? And then people like nobody hates Black America, but then they proceeded to talk all this you saw the chat.
That was there with the baby mamas and dumbass.
Yeah, all this stupid shit like that. They proceed to say all the fucking shit, and I'm saying to myself, okay, you're giving me all the fucking ammunition I need. You know, I knew that was gonna happen. You know, when I did the topic, I said, watch they come in here with all that stupid nonsense and whatnot and everything. You know, so have DK coming on. What's going on, DK? DK, what's going on, brother?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people who they just repeat white supremacist talking points.
Exactly.
And for some reason they think it doesn't apply to them, like they're acceptable. But
yeah, and the bottom line is, if you look, when you hear what they have to say about black people in Africa, they'll say something like, name me one civilization, black civilization, or one functioning all black country. Like right now, they're attacking the black South Africans, like, oh, they're uncivilized, they can't run a country, blah, blah, blah. So the bottom line is these stupid idiots think it doesn't apply to them. They think they're like, oh, they understand when you're black, they'll find some reason. They'll say, look at Haiti, look at every country. They'll say, look at Liberia, look at Haiti, look at Nigeria, look at all these countries and whatnot, you know? But the thing is, Black America is always a focus of everybody's thing because we have our large numbers, you know? And so people think that, you know, well, white people, when they go at us or whatnot, because we're like low-hanging fruit. Black America, because we're the most vulnerable group of black people, right? Because these people really, you know, other people have countries that they could relate to, you know? Like a lot of Jamaicans will say, well, I'm really Jamaican, technically, like Brother Ja right here. He can say, I'm technically Jamaican, so that doesn't apply to me, whatever, like that. The problems in Black America don't apply to me. I'm Jamaican. You got people basically say, oh, no, I'm Liberian, blah, blah, blah. I can talk about us Black people, but when it comes down to it, you know, the people like us, we got to live this Black American life, you know? We can't escape from what we are, you know? And so it is what it is. So that's why I said, John thinks I'm coming at people. No, I'm defending myself because I know sooner or later, right? And I don't want this to happen, right? If the Black immigrants keep talking this stuff, right? You know, sooner or later, it's going to lead to violence. You know, that's what's coming next, you know? And I tell people all the time, look, I told people years ago, stop, you're playing with fire. You saw these people go, oh, well, I come to America. I was told stay away from Black Americans because they're all ghetto, they're uneducated, they're criminals and whatnot. I said, what the fuck? First of all, if you even think like that, why would you get online and say that shit, you know?
And people respond like, who the fuck are you? Like, where you come from?
And so the bottom, even though most Black people in America don't really pay attention, they're not listening, right? When they do start listening, right, it's gonna be really ugly in this country, you know? You know, it's like, damn, we already got our this country is going through a right-wing revival right now in this country, right? And the bottom line, most of the people getting deported are actually Africans, Black people, you know? Yeah. They're the number one people getting deported right now, you know? And they wonder, where's Black America? Why is Black America is not getting involved? Because you got to ran your mouth so much online, you just turn Black people off. You turn this off, you know? And people are like, hey, look, you know? So you can't run to us when you're in trouble and whatnot and be like, oh, where's the African American community and whatnot, you know?
So, Paula,
it just comes down to a crabs in the bucket mentality.
Paula,
yeah,
I'm glad you're coming around to agreeing with what I'm saying. All right, I didn't listen to last night's show, so I don't know what last night's show was about. Right? When I come in here, I have no malice against any group, ethnic group, racial group, nothing like that. My point is that, because my starting point, I don't know where your starting point is. I don't know where anybody else's starting point on this panel is. My starting point is this. I'm going with what modern science says. I'm not going with the 1800 science, the race science, the size of your skull, and the current state of your civilization and all this type of science. I'm dealing with what modern science says. What modern science says is that we're all members of the same, we're all Homo sapiens sapien, we're all the same. So that means if we're all human beings, that means one human being, no matter where he's from, racial group, whatever, can do the same thing that another human being can do. Right? My argument is
culture has a lot to do with it.
Now,
I know we're all the same, but hold up, you know, culture has a whole lot to do with it.
Okay, I agree. Culture would have something to do with it. Yes, it does. Right? But culture is built by human beings. Right? Governments are built by human beings. No human being perfect. That means any system a human being built is going to have imperfections in it. Right? And so that's my starting point. Now, you saying that it's going to lead to violence, that's what I was saying the other night. It starts with the rhetoric.
Yeah, but hold on. But your point was, you were saying from the standpoint of Tariq Nasheed, which I think is absolutely wrong, right? I'm saying a lot of it has to do with, like I said, if you listen to the show last night, right? And I was just trying to get an honest thing last night about why do people dislike Black America. I wasn't even talking about Black immigrants, you know. I was actually talking about white people, to tell you the truth, right? But lo and behold, all the freaking Black immigrants, Ross Moisture, and all these other people in there start giving 1,000 reasons why that may be, you know.
Well, this is the thing, Carla.
They come in volunteer. Well, if Black people didn't do this, then Ross Moisture says, I got 3 Black FBA baby mamas. So I'm saying, well, you like people, you adding to the degeneracy, you know. So basically,
Carla, this is the thing. It's a stupid argument to begin with. That question in itself is stupid.
Yeah, but hold on. I watched like 5 TikTok videos yesterday, right? They got like hundreds of thousands of views, right? and you got this one white chick going around. She weighs $1 million. Look, this is what I'm telling you, Ja. Shiloh Hendricks, right? Raised $1 million for calling a little black kid a nigga. This ain't just some fluke thing. See, the thing is, I have Holy Fire. I hope you can come up and tell us about it. Look, the bottom line is this: I'm not gonna sit back and be like with my head in the cloud, whatnot, because I don't have another country to retreat to if something goes down. I have to be aware, I got no place to go if something goes down in this country. I have to confront these people. I'm not a visitor here. This is where we live in America for the most part. Right now, this is where our home. This is where we live, right? So if people are basically making these things, comments, right, against our people and whatnot, and they're getting basically praised and funded, they raised $1 million for this lady. $1 million, right? Just so fucking they could make a point how much they hate black people, That's so I'm saying to myself, the hatred of black America is so great that a lady friggin' called a 5-year-old the N-word, and then basically people in the comments saying that's right, them N-words and blah 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 and also like this, supporting her saying yes, what you ready to go and whatnot, my white supremacist sister, my white sister, And the bottom line, so I cannot sit here and ignore this, this level of hatred towards directly, even though the kid that she called her was a Somalian, but the message is clear, she don't know the difference, and so therefore I'm saying, like, because the kids in America, he gets called the N-word, and so I tell people all the time, these are things we have to talk about, it ain't all peach and green. You say we're all human beings. Well, what you need to do is talk to the people with white skin and ask them why they don't think that way. They really do think they are something special. They're a superior race. That's the reality, Ja.
Yeah, but Carla, to start off, right? That's lumping everybody in the same bag.
I'm sorry, I gotta do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's like a white person lumping every black person.
Hold up. They do it all the time anyway,
No.
Hold on. Why
do
I gotta take the moral high ground,
John, what's your premise? Are you trying to play that there's some good white people card? Is that what you're trying to say?
Bro, they're good people in every group.
We're not trying to hear that. We're past that.
And that's fine. If you're past that, that's fine.
We've been preaching that for decades. It hasn't worked. We're done with
that's
the reason, and one of the reasons why Black America is in a situation right now. But instead of building Black America, we were taught that we have to love the white man, integrate with him, and change America for everybody and whatnot. We neglected ourselves, like that. Now them days are over. Them days are over. We don't care.
Black people
we don't care about that.
Black people were supporting every other race except their
Bro, you cannot build anything on hate. You cannot.
We're not hate. It's not hate. It's self-preservation, bro. It's self-preservation.
Yes, but you can have self-preservation without demonization. That's what I'm trying to say. You can do all the things you're talking about. As a matter of fact, as a black person in America, you have more freedom now than you've ever had. In 1800s, they were hanging people from trees right up into the 50s. When's the last time you seen a black dude hanging from a tree with big crowds of people watching it?
Just not too long ago in Mississippi.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
There have been people that have been found hanging from trees, man. Pay attention.
Just 2 years ago in Florida.
Let me see the source. Let me see your sources.
They rule it as suicide, man.
Let me see your sources on that. Let me see your sources on that.
All right, hold up.
I'll
put it up.
You have cops.
I do a thing like this. Okay, I'll do it like this. You don't believe it? Okay, well,
you have cops in modern time. You have cops in modern time actually going to trial and getting convicted.
Yeah. There was John, I have a question for you, John.
There's no conviction for it.
John, I got a question for you, John. Do you have a white girlfriend?
No, I don't.
People like you typically date white people. People with that talking point. I noticed they date white people with that.
I do not. But this is what I'm saying. You see, and this is the thing I realized, that in every case, there's always a correct answer. And I just think that a lot of us have the wrong answer right now. That's all I think. I just think we got the wrong answer. And if you're not doing the right thing, or you're not making the correct, you don't have the correct solution to a problem, you're gonna keep making the same mistake. You're gonna keep butting your head. That's all I'm saying. And I feel like we got to be able to take a win. Like, you got to realize when you're winning and when you're losing. Now, Carla, the premise of the show is, black organizations always fail. My first question is, which black organization is saying failing? Which one?
Every last single one of them.
Which one? Name one.
Every one of them.
It can't be all of them.
NAACP, the Urban League, the newest ones, these hashtag organizations, Black Lives Matter, all these kind of stupid stuff, they all failed.
So your organization failed too. You have an organization, right?
If you listened to my show earlier, I basically said the reason why I don't build an organization is because look at black people ourselves. We're not.
Didn't you have the BAIO? What was the BAIO?
I know, but the thing is, the reason why I never made it in an organization is because of our culture and our mentality in Black America fall right apart. You know.
Yeah, but you said you were a leader. So you're a leader of what? What are you leading then?
Until we basically have a cultural context to build an organization with. That's why I said.
So you have a logo up right now. It says BAIO. You said you're a leader.
Yeah, that's an idea. That's an idea. It ain't an organization. It's an idea. You know.
So you're a leader. What are you a leader of then?
Okay, I'm a leader of a movement. I believe in black people, black African Americans. Right. Our end goal should be as far away from white people as possible. A nation state of our own in Africa, and building black communities in America, right? I want us to build our own communities here in America, and I want us to have territory in Africa. Simple as that. And infrastructure.
Right. And then earlier you mentioned that every community, every group has its own community. In America, black people got their own community.
Hold on. We don't have a community in America. We gave up our community. You know what a community is? Around banks, businesses, schools, and institutions that we control. We gave all that up to be part of America. We let our communities die to be part of America. We jumped into their community.
Last I looked, there are plenty of cities in the United States of America that are majority black. Plenty.
They don't mean anything. But but there's no institution. Gary, Indiana was a majority black. What happened to it?
Gary, Indiana is still majority black.
I know, but it's dead. The city's completely died. Same thing with Detroit. Dead. These are dead cities. There's no infrastructure. There's no financing. There's nothing.
Whatever you want. There's infrastructure there. Because if you go to all these places, you can.
Yeah, you don't get it. You know, the white people. Look, hold on. Did we tell the white man to bring all those factories and build them in Mexico and China instead of building our communities? You know, did we tell them to do that? No, they did. You think we had any control over what jobs in Detroit? What the white man controls all that stuff like that? You know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come up on the panel, Mari. Come up there. Mari's coming up. Before she comes up, you want to see a video about hangings in America, right? Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Everybody sit tight. We're gonna do this. Okay, look, black man found dead in Mississippi.
Here to simplify all of that for you.
Breaking news now, the Justice Department and FBI are investigating the case of a black man found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. A law enforcement official tells CNN that man is believed to be 54-year-old Otis Byrd. You see his picture there. Police found him earlier today, about a half a mile from his home. Byrd had been missing since March 2nd. A friend on that date dropped him off at a nearby casino. The sheriff of Claiborne County has just spoken about this moments ago, and here's what he said.
We got down there and we seen a man that had probably some bed sheets tied around his neck.
Was there a bag found over the head?
It was a cap that was put on his head.
Justice correspondent Evan Perez is out front. Evan obviously just heard the sheriff there of Claiborne County talking about how he was found with bed sheets in his head about half a mile from his home. What are your sources telling you at this time?
Well, Aaron, the authorities down there are not yet identifying the name of the victim there who was found in those deep woods behind his last residence. But we're told it's Otis Byrd, 54 years old, who was reported missing by his family earlier this month. And so that is something now that tests are being done to confirm that it is indeed him. The body, we're told, was somewhat decomposed. So it's not something that could have been done easily on site. This is obviously raising a lot of questions down there. This is southern Mississippi near the Louisiana border, an area with a history of violence going back some decades. So it is something that is raising questions, and the FBI, Civil Rights Division, Civil Rights investigators are on the scene, as well as the Civil Rights Division from the Justice Department and the U.S. attorneys down there in southern Mississippi are all investigating this for to make sure that to determine what exactly happened. Now, they haven't ruled out whether it is a suicide or whether it is a murder. So that is, again, part of the investigation.
Right, and they're trying to determine whether it was suicide or murder. And of course, when you hear about a murder in this way of a black man, you're talking about Mississippi, people think about whether this could be something horrific, like a lynching.
Exactly.
What more do you know at this time about Otis Byrd, who he was?
Well, we know that he had a criminal record. He was sentenced in 1980 for the murder of a woman in that area, and he served until 2006. He was released. He was still on probation. That is, again, part of the investigation here because, you know, it could be somebody who had a beef with him to settle because of perhaps that criminal past, and that is, again, part of the investigation here.
Welcome to Iron Green, there was like,
futures trading.
45 black men found lynched in Mississippi, and then almost all of them they ruled because the white people racists control the forensics. Right now, those are racist when they rule it as a damn suicide. That's
so wait, hold up. First and foremost, the sheriff is a black dude, so it's not just
what does that mean? You know.
The sheriff is a black dude. It's not just white people.
Yeah, I know, but it's the bottom line. Hold on, we'll talk about what's happening. All right, let's talk about. Let's talk about another one. You know, this has been going on a long time. You know,
and this doesn't say that he was murdered.
Now at 4:30, new information involving the hanging death of an African-American man, this time in Victorville. Sheriff's investigators say so far there is no evidence that Malcolm Harsh's death was murder.
But as NBC4's Tony Shin reports, the victim's family and friends say he would never take his own life.
This is the homeless encampment where 38-year-old Malcolm Harsh was found hanging from a small tree at around 7 a.m. on May 31st, just 100 yards from the Victorville City Library. San Bernardino County Sheriff's detectives say Malcolm's girlfriend called 911, saying he had hanged himself. She and others from the encampment had cut him down and tried to resuscitate him. Deputies and paramedics also attempted to revive him, but couldn't. 2 weeks later, the investigation continues with deputies still canvassing the area for more clues.
They were just asking if we have cameras. They asked if they were pointing in this direction, and so they were just wondering if we've seen anything, but we let them know that we didn't see anything that day.
Family members in his home state of Ohio told us that Malcolm would never commit suicide. They say investigators told them the 6'3" tattoo artist had blood on his shirt and was found with a USB cord wrapped around his neck. Family members question why it took the coroner 12 days to perform an autopsy. They also say the coroner recently told them that there wasn't any physical evidence suggesting foul play. But family members still believe Malcolm was murdered.
All he talked about every day was his kids, his kids, his kids.
Henry Bennett claims to be Malcolm's best friend of the past 2 years. He says Malcolm was homeless, and during the days leading up to his death, he was also sad because he was going to miss the graduation of one of his 8 kids. Still, Henry believes Malcolm wouldn't kill himself.
No, I know my boy, man. He's not gonna do nothing like that.
Malcolm's death has also caught the attention of longtime community activist Najee Ali, who is now calling for an independent investigation in what he calls a possible lynching. Sheriff John McMahon says the California Department of Justice is also involved in the investigation.
We do believe that foul play was involved. We do believe that white nationalism, white racism, white supremacy is on the rise because of the rise of Black Lives Matter.
When did this happen?
Say the autopsy showed no
That
signs
was
of
4
foul
years
play,
ago.
but they are still waiting for the toxicology results before
There's like so
they
many of
release
them. There's
a
like
cause
almost like
and
100
manner of
cases
death.
of these right now.
In Victorville, I'm Tony Shin, NBC4 News.
Okay, let's
All right, you've seen all of our ads and you still haven't moved forward.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Purpose-built for how you trade. Execute your strategies with tools designed to make trading more intuitive.
The bodies of Robert Fuller and Malcolm Harsh were discovered hanging from trees in two public venues, 10 days and 50 miles apart, though police say neither death appears to be connected or shows any indication of foul play. Tonight, their shocking deaths are leading to calls for the state attorney general to investigate.
We've been hearing one thing, then we hear another, and we just want to know the truth.
24-year-old Robert Fuller's body was discovered hanging from a tree in a park near Palmdale City Hall. The LA County Sheriff's Office first saying the scene appeared to be a suicide. Then today,
like bottom line, there's more. I ain't gonna play no more.
We're getting
there's
traumatized.
In Mississippi, there was so many of them hung. It back up until like what would do 2007. There was like 47 of them in like a span of like 10 years. I was investigating now, looking into it, and I wrote an article called Mississippi Still Burning, So the bottom line, this stuff happens all the time. Also, there was in South Jersey, there was a couple of African immigrants that were found hung, Are they all suicides? See, if you know the coroners, a lot of these people are white supremacists get into these coroners and forensics, When they rule something, it's over with, So therefore, like I said, I had this one lady that I knew told me, how easy it's going to be to merge. She told me, I could say she was a forensic. So you easily, because basically all the courts, everything go by what they put on that report. Simple as that. So it is what it is. So when you say stuff like, this stuff doesn't happen, dude, man, you're living in a fantasy. This stuff is still real. I'm not saying we're gonna sit here and be scary and whatnot. But this stuff is real. This stuff is real.
Well, first and foremost, caller, I never said it does not happen.
Yeah, so we're reacting in kind. So
what I said was, I'm not saying it happens, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that relative to the history in this country, things are different. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
No, they're not. No,
and what you played a second ago, in a lot of ways, proves what I'm saying. Because none of those cases seems to be any indication of foul play. But yet still, one of them, there's a black sheriff. He's investigating, right? The FBI, hate crimes unit, all that's investigating.
Yeah, what does that got to do with anything? You know how many times
the other guy is a homeless guy. The guy says he's been sad that he couldn't attend one of his kids' graduations. So
every homeless guy, they said they found a cord wrapped around his neck.
Yeah, but people, I had a neighbor hang himself. People hang themselves.
Dude, man.
Kill himself. You know that, right?
Look, in an area like Los Angeles, where there's white nationals running around, stuff like that, that's what they do. You remember the? I guess.
Yeah, but you're making an assumption, Carl.
Hold up.
A second ago, earlier today, we were talking about
43 years ago,
and
we had the Atlanta
and all this, but now you don't want to believe
black kids were killed, murdered, and disappeared. They try to pin it on Wayne Williams. They know he did. They found out, they uncovered that it was a Klan that did that. All those killings, those black kids are missing in the early 80s and whatnot. So this stuff goes on, So we have to be I am not going to do is lure my people to sleep. Let's see who we got up first. We got Mary Shire, we got Honeyflower. Go ahead, Honeyflower. You go first.
Okay, hi. I know I said that I wouldn't come back on this show because I got really upset. I can be
Oh man, don't worry about Kid Ola. I don't give a shit about him. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Kala, you shouldn't. This is the issue. You let them go on more and more and more. You don't.
No more.
You need to stop people from saying dumb stuff. Like he could say whatever he wants, but saying that I'm not black, I'm Yemenis, and all this stuff that is not even.
Yeah, you're
true.
right. I should have kicked them off for that. You're right. That's my fault. I should have kicked them off for that.
And then there were people in the chat saying, "She's not black. No, she's not black."
I didn't see that because I would have banned them.
I'm so confused about that. I thought I guess in the beginning I thought they were saying, "Okay, I'm not Bantu," or yeah, obviously I'm not Bantu, but. Yeah. I'm still black, so
like I said, don't let them get on yourself. So what's on your mind?
That's what pisses me off the most. I don't care about what they say except for that "you're not black" thing. That really just
but hold up. Kid Ola is a stupid, ignorant Nigerian married to a white woman. So that says a lot.
I know, but he had the comment section and women were in there Yeah, you're right. She's not black.
Oh, please. I said that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Like I said, I look at your picture and look at mine. You're blacker than I am. So what does that mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you said I was 7 shades darker. That is a lie. I'm not no 7 shades darker.
Not
I'm just a
7
little.
shades, but you're darker, So what I'm saying is this, but you're
Yeah, but you exaggerated my skin.
I know I'm exaggerating, but you're very, very beautiful, lovely,
You see, and this is my point too. You see it right here in this instance, right? This lady, she comes on, and because she has a disagreement with someone, they accuse her of something or try to pin something on them, not dealing directly with her
But
argument.
she didn't do nothing. But she didn't do anything wrong.
Right though.
No, I get your point, but this is what I'm saying. We do it all the time. We do it all the time. Some of the things I've been saying tonight, and guys are saying,
what happened
guys
to
like
her
he must have a white
really
girlfriend.
unfounded,
Just because I say something that doesn't
because
agree
if she
with what
wasn't black, if she wasn't black, why would she be on this platform?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is tonight a guy said I must have a white girlfriend because I disagree with the approach to how we should move forward.
No, hold on.
It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
DK is saying, right, is this. When people come out and say, maybe because you're from the islands, right? People who come from America, we have a different.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're from the islands, though, right?
No.
Yeah, you are. You're not.
You have an accent,
from the islands.
I got an accent, but that doesn't mean I'm from the islands. See, this
Well,
is what I'm
where
saying.
you from? Where you from?
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm dead serious. Oh, this is very important, because I know it's for a fact of the matter is if we basically say certain things and whatnot, we have to basically own up to it and whatnot. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with being from the islands. I just realized if you didn't grow up in the cultural association.
Can I say what I came up here to say?
Yeah, go ahead, honey flower.
Okay, so today I wasn't feeling too well. I was at home scrolling on the internet on YouTube. My favorite thing to do, you go on YouTube. And I saw a video. So I never seen this much racist videos. This is why I came up here. It started with I guess I was watching a TikTok video about not TikTok, those little compilation reaction videos, and I saw one about black fatigue. Then I went into this rabbit hole of black YouTube creators, whether they're in Africa, whether they're in the United States. I put one of the link in the back chat or whatever of an African woman. She put that video about the black pastor that says, "What's wrong with the black man?" You
must be talking about Pastor Manning.
Yeah. She was she has 666,000 views. And then there was another video of this guy, I think his name is like Aquarius Vibe or something, and he's making all these videos about black culture, black people. And it's like crazy how now it's like a whole bunch of black content creators bashing videos of black people, African people.
You want to bash black people? That's how you get views. The Hodge twins, everybody else.
Yeah, but now it's like crazy. It's like way, way more than ever before.
Because it's money.
Is it really money?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Look. The one guy. We watched the show earlier when I said they said that one guy had 1 million views. He had 1 million views, and he was crying because
they got hella views talking bad about Africans and black people. And then there's people in the comments saying the black race is cursed, they didn't evolve, all this type of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Sorry you have to listen to that because I listen to that all the time. So when I do these shows, it's because I'm going out there listening to what people like this, So
black people making the videos now. It used to be white supremacists, skinheads, and stuff like that. I was black people. I was shocked.
I'm saying my whole thing is if you got people out there that do all this stuff like that, they realize that there's a lot of money and basically pandering to racist white supremacists out there, and basically like this. If you say what they want to hear, or the FBA crowd or whatnot that want to hear bad stuff about Africans,
but sometimes they make points though. I'm in a conundrum because it's like they make good points about that pastor was talking about how South Africa, how white people built it up, and when
But they always say this is what they always do. They give you half truths, partial truths, and they put it together. It's like having a stack of cards, right? If you want to have a card, right? If you basically you take a stack of cards, make it look like a house, right? And it's really convincing if you look at a certain angle. But if you basically, like I said, my cousin Vinny, I was just saying, that's where I got that from. But if you look at it a certain way, you know, the argument is thin as anything. That's like this guy called in last night, and he started in about.
Oh, I watched it. He was saying black people
are lazy, and you saw how I took him apart. You saw how I took him apart.
Ultimately, they do that to just get a pat on the back from white society, like Thomas Sowell.
So therefore, when I drilled him and I pulled him in, he was just like, I don't know, because it's not well thought out. That they get away with that because they spew nonsense. That's what I said. I welcome any one of these idiots that come up here on my show or not, because I basically I'll debate them.
But Carla, it's like, okay, we have black people making these videos, we have white people making these videos. Like, they're getting tired. It's like people are just getting tired of the black race in general.
Yeah, that's what I said. Me personally, this is why I'm trying to tell Ja tonight. This is what I'm trying to tell Ja tonight, right? I said, look, you got to start. I take this stuff seriously. You know, this hatred that I see out there, whatnot. And I don't believe, we're all human beings or like that. Yeah. But some human beings think because they look a certain way, they're basically better than other human beings. You know, that's that. We didn't start that. They did. What you got to do is take your argument to them. They're the ones that basically gave a white supremacist lady $1 million for calling a black Somali kid the N-word and whatnot, you know? And so it's not us doing that stuff, you know, and they're the ones basically egging us on, basically talking. They're talking genocide talk, really. These people are talking genocide.
Who, the white people?
The white people, yeah, they're talking genocide.
Yeah, they're talking. Yeah, I was reading the comments. They're saying we're done being nice.
Yeah, they're talking genocide. We don't know what's gonna pop off. You know, they think that can't happen. You know. Well, let me get my shot.
Also, I just want to say one last thing. When we talk like this, some people say, "Oh, you guys are being hyperbolic," or the way things are going, like, I don't know, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, the bottom line, if social media is any indication of how the real world is, we're in serious trouble. Go ahead, Marisha.
Oh, hey, no, Colin, it's okay. You can pass it to someone else. I forgot what I was going to say.
Were they boring you? Okay, all right. Who's up? DK or John? Okay, Jonathan Miller, what's on your mind? Okay, Jonathan Miller going once, going twice. Okay, DK, carry it away.
Yeah, but like I said, a lot of them are just looking for appeasement from white people. It's like that's why I dislike Thomas Sowell. He might say some things that are good, but ultimately he's just trying to please white people and appease them.
Thomas Sowell's the worst. You know, he basically does not hold white people responsible for anything. Like I told the guy last night.
Do you have any videos of anything he said or anything?
Oh, Thomas Sowell?
People in the comments were saying, of that video I was watching, we're saying he's one of the most intelligent black men.
Of course, anytime somebody throws black people under the bus and don't hold white people responsible for anything, of course, that's the most intelligent black person you ever hear in your life. That's how it really goes, you know. Oh, Shelby Steele, so intelligent. Thomas Sowell's, I could look. Thomas Sowell's so easy to defeat because all you have to do when I debate somebody, I take their premise away from them. You right? I'll be like, okay, Mr. Sowell, did black people ask to come to this country? No. So let me. Were they at any time, right? Do you think of people when they be a part of the country? Were they invited at the table? Were there any black people at the Declaration of Independence? No. Were any black people at the Constitution signing? No. Were there any black people at the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment? Did any group of black people representing black people saying, we, the black nation, want to be part of this country, whatever, like that? We agreed to this and like this. Did they ask us, did we want to be a part of this country? You know? No. So
these people that make these videos, what do they think? Like, do they think that they'll get protected when shit hits the fan?
Hold up. White people really, a lot of times, a lot of black people, a lot of times they're just doing it for the grift, right? And a lot of times people believe that the world is just perfect. America's this perfect place, perfect civilization, everything like that, and the greatest country ever. That's true for white people, right? But the thing is, when even though let's say I believe that America's the greatest country ever lived, right? I still can't basically forget what happened to my ancestors. I still basically, when I see stuff like black men found I get a tree. I had an uncle, a great uncle, my grandmother's brother, that was lynched in Florida. He was hung to a tree and burned alive in 1954. Way before I was born. My mother was just a child. So this stuff is part of my family. So when I see stuff like this, or people being dismissive of, oh well, yeah, that happened in the past, we got moved for. No. The past is a present in the future. I'm not saying we're going to dwell on that and be negative, but the whole thing is we got to be vigilant. Don't let white people off the hook. What they want to do is basically they want to get you around table, have a beer with you on that. Slavery wasn't that bad.
But Carla, I've seen comments of African people saying, we need colonialism again. We need the British to come back and build.
Yeah, I see that. There was a march not too long ago where.
So I give up on this race. This is a useless race.
I heard those comments. There was a march about a month or two ago, where Africans were basically around the continent were asking Macron and Trump to come and take over power and remove all these Africans from power. That's real. That happened in like 10 different African countries. Please come in here and colonize us.
Because they're very corrupt and they take the money and they build houses. They all of this just floats in my mind with the pastor saying, and I'm trying to come up with a logical perspective, but at the same time, it's just like.
Yeah, what it is until the black man basically puts his foot down and say, damn it, we're going to build something. We're not, and stop having these imaginary civilizations that we supposedly had built and actually build something. It's always going to be like that. But let me get Mari Shy on a honey flower. Go ahead, Mari. Oh, Mari, sorry, you forgot. You remember what you were going to say?
No, I mean, I don't know. I just never mind. It's okay. Someone else can speak. That's fine.
Okay. Well, I'll speak. So my point I'm trying to make to Ja is this, right? Now I could play like a dozen of videos of people getting hung. Now at some point in time, you're going to be optimistic. Oh yeah, it's caused suicide. But when you start saying a pattern, right? For example, do you know a lot of the people that were hung in Mississippi were hung in jail cells? As everybody committed suicide, and they ruled it as suicide. And also, they found that about a good 2/3 of them were dating white women. And they were known to be like you go to parts of the rural South, right? You got blacks and whites mixing together and stuff like this. People still don't like that,
Because the black man loves the snow bunnies.
That's one thing, but I don't think people should die for it, And so, but anyway, these got all the pattern was in Mississippi, as I did my research about that, was every last single one of them was known in white communities to be out with white girls and doing stuff like that. And when they were in jail cell, they were found hung in their jail cell. You think that's a coincidence? No.
So a second ago, you mentioned your uncle getting killed in Florida. I just did a search. 1954, Isidore Banks, not your in Arkansas. This is right. Got lynched. The murder's never been solved. They said it wasn't even investigated. He was a World War I veteran, one of the richest guys, black persons.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Right.
This.
And so what I'm saying is, right. Look, if you want to know what I think, just ask me. Don't speculate. Don't insinuate that I'm saying something when I didn't say that. A lot of times
I'm not saying beings, it appears that you're defending.
Yeah, it's fine to appear. That's what I'm saying. You can't judge people like that. Because what if you came back in a period of time and you thought that John Brown was, not the way he was in terms of how
John Brown was
African American.
Man. He was a great man.
And he's not perfect. He's not a perfect man.
Perfect, but he was a perfect. You're getting a white man.
And so this is what I'm saying. You can't assume that because someone is white or because someone is black that they're this way or that way, or because someone is African or someone grew up in the Caribbean or whatever, or they're rich or they're poor.
No, I'm not saying because you grew up in the Caribbean. I'm just saying, do you look? I'm very sensitive when I hear stuff like lynching. I think a lot of people, I get it, man. When you come to this country, right, you're saying this country works for you. You're obviously making money and doing well financially, right, like that. So therefore, just not just you, a lot of African Americans, same way. They don't care about this stuff like that. But to me, I'm a very sensitive person, and when I see stuff like that, it concerns me. You know,
right? And Carla, I understand. I don't have a problem with that. I understand 100%. But I talk to people, not only black folks. I talk to white folks that have the same kind of idea. They're in America as white folks, got good jobs and everything, making money. And they'll be talking about an immigrant or some shit. You know what I mean? That has literally no power, no voting power, no nothing, right? And they, it's like people can't see the forest for the trees, man. And
that's all. Look, welcome to America, man. America is all about you getting yours and dumping on everybody else. That's what America is. Now, if you happen to be right now, Black America seems to be the most vulnerable group of people. Why? Because these people, the immigrants, illegal immigrants, at least at home countries to go back to, you got to deal with them in a certain way, you know, because you're dealing with people that come from homelands, their country can protest, stuff like that. Black America don't have anybody protect them. There's no military, there's no diplomatic like that. So we're completely at their mercy if it whatever they want to do to us. That's just the reality.
And even that, let me just say this, sister, even that historically is not 100% true, because one of the things the civil rights movement used to drum up support was to put people out there marching in the streets and show the brutality. And television was around that time, and it was broadcast all around the world. So, and then America was on this kind of righteousness kick against the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's looking at them like, yo, look how you treat these people over here. You know what I mean?
Oh, and yeah, so look, let me say this, Ja. That was good for America. You know, just like token integration and stuff like that, affirmative action, that was good for America.
No, but what I'm saying is because you see, again, like, I don't know what it is, man. I think it's a human thing, bro. We must all suffer from it, bro. Because during the civil rights movement, right? If this was so good for America, why did these Southern, particularly sheriffs and judges and all this, put so much effort into keeping black folks from the thing they desired? Why not when they say, hey, we want to do voting rights, we want equal rights, they didn't just give it to them right away if it was so good for them? Hey, you want to shop in your store or sit wherever you want to eat? Why did they just do that? Why didn't they just give it to them?
Because
they didn't do that. They fought it.
Culture. It was. Let me tell you something. It wasn't just all them, right? Black society had developed separate from white society. It was like it was agreed upon. There was a color line. Black folks was here, white folks was there, right? So, and you didn't cross the color line, right? Unfortunately, the white side of the color equation had all the power, so they had the best schools, the best water fountains, and stuff like that. And so the thing was, you could do two things. You could basically say, you know something, we're going to rebuild Black America, which would have taken a lot. White people said we could rebuild Black America to make it equal, separate, equal. Or basically, we could integrate Black people into white society and let what was a community of Black people crumble. That's what happened, you know. So that's what happened.
So Ja, do you know how Black veterans of World War I and World War II, when they returned home, many of them were lynched in their uniforms? So how can you even forgive that? The best amongst us, heroes of World War I and World War II.
The people, they bombed the most civilized Black community ever. Black Wall Streets in all these cities right here was Durham, Wilmington. Black people were civilized, orderly, read the Bible, worked hard, and everything like that. White people destroyed that Black America. That's why when people come up here now, like Ross Boyce, about the reason why white people hate y'all so much because y'all so ratchet. Black people were killed at our best, you know. When we was at our best, that's when they hated us the most. You know, something got to be answered for that. So when people come up here now and they try to white splain and be like, oh well, this white people rejected the best of us. You go on the vintage African American groups on Facebook and whatnot, you see Black society how it used to be back in the days. It was so beautiful, right? And white people didn't want nothing to do with it simply because you had a different color skin, And when people from the islands, whoever came here, the line was, what you look like, that's what he was associated with. There was no integrated America where whites and blacks talk to each other and whatnot, No, no matter what you did, you were part of the Black experience, whether you liked it or not back in the days. Now we live in an integrated society. People could come and join the mainstream of America, right? And so I look at Black Americans like, why y'all got all these problems? Before, when you came here, you were part of the problem, no matter what. If you were Black, no matter what you thought about it, you was part of the friggin' the conundrum called being Black in America, whether you liked it or not, whether you wanted it or not. You had no choice. Now people got a choice, choosing to join mainstream America and trying to look down on Black America. That's it. So that's it in a nutshell. So when people talk about we need to build Black organizations, based on what? Based on what? Most of the people don't know who the hell they are. Yeah, Black people. It's so painful being Black in America that everybody's trying to escape. They're Native Americans, they're this, they're that, and they're Hebrew and they're Moors, and you can't get people together based on we're from the tribe of Shabazz. I mean, everything is coming out of nowhere because nobody wants to fundamentally be Black. White people have scared us into
but even I get your point. But even that in itself is because what I'm saying is separate but equal. For instance, they were saying separate but equal, but it wasn't equal, right? If things were so good, this is the question we got to ask ourselves, man. If things were so good for MLK's generation and the people before him, why would they waste their time going out and marching and getting water hose, bro? Nobody would do that.
I would say like this.
If things were so good, think about it, guys.
I never said that.
They would have been fine. They would have let it roll like it is.
Look, I never said that. I never said that things were good. But I'm saying at the cost of what we were trapped in a bad situation. In other words, nobody wanted to see us. The fact that there was a separate Black society from Harlem, Detroit, and everything. We had large numbers of Black people was always a conundrum for them. What do you do with us, right? Some people thought about rounding us up, shipping us back to Africa, right? Some people basically even actually thought after the Civil War, we should round Black people and just kill them, They said, no, that was be a stain on our civilization, right? So they never knew what to do with us, right? But the bottom line is this. So therefore, there's this pressure over Black people to convince white people that we're Americans like they are. That's why we basically Black people try to be extra patriotic. When a war happens, we're the first ones to a list. We got to show my patriotism. So we did all this to show that we're worthy to be Americans and you accept us as Americans, because the bottom line is this. We knew for a fact that it mattered. Even though some Black people said, look, I'm satisfied with living in my own community, whatever like that. We know the future of America was not going to tolerate Black people developing inside their country. Like, look what they did to Black Wall Street. Black people had a thriving community that was burned to the ground. Same thing with Wilmington. We knew for a fact that it matters. White people were not going to let us live in peace in America, like that. Either we integrate with them, they thought, or we just die. There was no separatism was not going to work in America, So that's what that was about, So we're forced, and we were forced, and because we're the only group of people, out of minority groups, right, that put everything on the line to change America. The Chinese didn't do that. The Japanese didn't do that. The Mexicans didn't do that. They benefited from a multicultural society that we have right now, but it was Black people that bear the brunt of this, at the expense of keeping and maintaining our. These people basically, they integrated into society from a position of power. We basically gave everything up to be part of America. Other people
but the thing is, what did the Civil Rights Movement use? One of the things they used to prove, right, or to demand rights was the same Constitution. Because at the end of the day, regardless of what we want to say,
yeah, but hold on. If the Constitution was any good, we wouldn't need a civil rights.
Look. The Constitution was built by human beings too. It was built by people, so of course it's flawed. Automatic. Right?
It was more than flawed. It was never written for us in the first place. That
could well be the case. But at the end of the day,
argument.
At the end of the day,
what is the argument?
At the end of the day, that Constitution was one of the documents used to demand the rights of a citizen in this country.
How can you demand?
Because you have the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, and the 16th Amendment. Free citizens vote. 14 free, citizen 15th, you vote. 16, right? And so all this stuff is used. All men are created equal. These terms in that same Constitution.
Yeah, but hold on. If you believe that, right? All men are created equal, but these are people didn't believe black people were actually men.
Okay, you can make that argument.
Charles, they meant all white men.
They were talking about all white men.
Yeah, but think about it. Think about it, though, guys. Think about it. When that Constitution was written, in order to vote, you had to be a man with property and stuff like that, right? Now, fast forward to now, everybody over 18, regardless of wealth, race, gender, all that can vote. It has expanded. The rights have expanded. So whether or not it was written.
So basically, John, you're a gradualist.
I'm not really a gradualist.
You're
in the
a gradualist.
truest
But
sense. I'm not a gradualist in the truest sense. If gradualism means that we always progress towards better, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but hold on.
There can be fluctuations. You can go up, you can go down, you can go any which way.
You have people who are born white skin. Never you have to have this conversation, you know?
No, but if you're a white skin as a woman, you had to have that conversation. If you're a white skin as a poor person, you had to have that conversation.
White people are poor are still in a better position than people. Look, that's another thing people think about. They keep thinking that, women and all these other people have the same problems as black people. No. White women were the most privileged women that ever freaking lived. All the wealth you see in America was basically the conquer of the world. They conquered the world for the white woman. You know, she basically didn't have to do nothing. White men basically fought in every war, every corner of the earth to give white women what they have. They didn't have to lift a finger. You know, all they had to do was bear their children. You know,
you're right. That's not what I'm saying, though, Carla. That's not my argument. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they didn't get benefit from the system. Of course they got benefits from the system. But there were certain rights. There were certain rights that they still had to fight for too at the same time. And I'm not saying that we didn't have to fight for more rights than they did. I'm not saying that. Just like the Mexicans and the Hispanics. You had people like Hugo Cesar Chavez, right? You had in World War II, the Japanese were interned. Right now, I'm not in the victim Olympics saying that they had it worse than us. We had it worse than them. As a matter of fact, if you ask me, I would say we had it definitely worse. Black people definitely had it worse.
Obvious.
But that's not the argument. The argument is that
humanity.
Regardless of what you want to do in life, I don't care what it is. Even if you're working with black folks only, you're gonna fight. When I say fight, I don't mean you have to
know that.
fight.
We know that. Well, hold on. Our argument tonight is the fact that, I just think people, black people need to just, our people need to just buckle down. Those of us who believe like we do, buckle down, build among ourselves, love ourselves, and stuff like that. Because the bottom line is trying to change white people at this same time. I'm not interested.
Right. And I'm not trying. That's not my. I'm not trying to change.
What have y'all been arguing about for like the past 15 minutes?
What's the main topic again? What's the main argument?
Let Jonathan get it.
Let Jonathan listening. It was making me so sleepy.
I want to know what they're arguing about.
Hey, Carla, let me just say this. Let me get on this. And what's up, panel? And what's up, Honeyflower? But I'll say this. I've heard that before, that, the white woman is the most privileged women, but I don't think it comes from a place that's really factual, because the reality is, when you look at like Indo-European peoples, like that's how white people started out. They started out as these migratory Indo-European people that came
in America, man. What do you
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We gotta go back,
You were
because
so
the
off
thing is
topic,
they have
bro.
a
You were so
culture
off
where
topic.
they like. Here's the thing: what I see with white
White
people,
women
right?
are the most
They're
privileged
really
people.
good at colonizing, like lands, like new lands, and going into new lands, and pushing people off their land, and then imposing their own culture and stuff like that. But that's a very treacherous thing, though. It's like, if you look at the Boers in South Africa, right? They have to fight all those tribes. They have to fight the Zulus. They have to fight, and they brought their women with them. A lot of times, sometimes that women got killed and stuff, in those situations.
That was duly noted, man. Let's
And the thing is, we don't really look at that. We just look at it like, okay, they know how to go into environments and create wealth and stuff, and we resent them for it, instead of us just figuring out, okay, how can we replicate this amongst our own, like what the Chinese did. They saw the industrialization and what the West did, and they said, okay, how can we do this for ourselves?
Well,
Like that's what the conversation should be. It shouldn't be about who has all the privilege, and like that's useless.
What's your name?
The Chinese said one thing. They have China. We don't.
Well, what's his name that was talking?
Damas.
Me and Dama.
Dama, I see where you're coming from. I always say this. I just don't think black people have that conquering gene. I don't think we are conquerors, in my opinion.
No, you have no land. What are you gonna conquer yourself?
We just don't conquer shit.
We don't have that. You're in captivity, man.
I know. I'm just saying in general.
You're captive. Yo, look, you are in captivity. You can't conquer nothing, man.
I know.
You couldn't conquer your way out of.
He's making a good point, though.
I'm
He's
talking
making
about
a good point.
in general, not just Black Americans. I'm talking about Black people in general have not really conquered outside group of people. We conquer each other, we kill each other, but we don't conquer whites or Asians. We're not known for that. But
let me say this.
Have a superior civilization.
But after
let me say this.
Okay.
There's a place in to say that we don't conquer other races. There's a place in Haiti called Polish Town. Like, have you heard of that?
Yes, I know the Polish went to Haiti.
And basically what that is in the Napoleonic Wars, you have Polish soldiers that defected from Napoleon, and they joined the black people. They went and these soldiers, they married black Haitian women, and their descendants still live there to this day. So this idea that we can't absorb other cultures,
I know
we can't. It has happened.
But we don't.
I mean, it's not something that it's not completely unheard of, but it has happened.
Conquering, not just.
Okay, here's the thing. Let me say this. Let me say this about that. We have conquered. Okay. Go look up the Bantu migration. Okay, pretty much.
We conquered each
brother.
other.
Let me finish. You gotta hear me, brother. You gotta hear me out. Pretty much, the Bantu migration, Bantus conquered all of Africa in a very short period of time. They were excellent metallurgists. There's a reason
what
why
he said was other races. It's not talking about Africans conquering Africans.
Here's the thing: we did conquer.
You guys are
Bantu conquered.
Speak. Let Marcus speak. He didn't get to
Well, look.
Kala interrupted. You interrupted.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay. So what I say this is that Bantu conquered other groups that were indigenous to Africa for a very long period of time, and like, for instance, the Khoisan people in South Africa.
He said other
Here's the
races.
thing. The only
Why are you
reason,
naming a bunch of African people if he said other races? Give examples of other races.
The only reason that Europeans conquer so much is they had two things going. Well, they had three. They had a couple things. Number one, they had gunpowder. They didn't invent gunpowder, but they used it. And number two, they had they had basically leaders, or they had heads of state who were willing to invest money to go out into the other parts of the world and extract resources. Now the Chinese under with Xing He, remember Xing He had a fleet, and he actually reached America before the Europeans did. But because the Chinese dynasty, they were isolationists, they never colonized America. So that's really all that was about. It was all incidental. But go ahead.
You just took off again.
Nadama,
Go ahead.
you all over the place. All right, those other group of people, Mongolians conquered shit. Indians also spread the influence to Southeast Asia. The Chinese conquered Vietnam and other shit. The Han Dynasty conquered shit and pushed out the white inhabitants of Turkestan or some shit like that out and conquered them. Western China, you understand? Russia conquered Siberia. What I'm saying is, black people, we're not a conquering people like that. We never had a universal empire. If you read Carol Quigley, we never had that. We never had.
Let me say this. Okay, we've had those types of civilizations before.
Can I finish? You just had a whole way.
Carla, can someone else talk, please, man? I'm tired of listening to this guy.
Yo, man.
I just want to say one more thing. Let me say, black people as a whole never had a universal empire like the Spanish Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Caliphate, the Arabic Caliphate, the Han Dynasty, the Japanese Empire. We never had that per se. I mean, that's the truth's the truth. We're not a conquering
because they
people.
didn't have the weapons too. Like, how are you gonna? You can't use one of those arrows and those. I forgot those spears when
Mongolia did it though. Mongolia did it. The Romans did it.
Yeah, the Romans had those shields. They had
better.
They had legions.
So are black people just primitive?
Just brought up a great point.
But would y'all consider Haiti's taking over the Dominican Republic conquering?
Yeah, that was another instance.
That might be the closest thing, but they still didn't get the whole thing they lost. I'm talking about just when Haiti, they could have conquered the whole Caribbean. They didn't even do that.
All right, let me respond. All right, first off,
all right,
you have to look at it's like you have this obsession with what here's the thing is that the thing about those, like the Mongols, those other civilizations, you have to understand they were on trade routes, which is that played a big role of why they conquered so much. A lot of their economic activity was based on the fact that they were on these trade routes where they came into contact with Chinese and with with Indians and with Muslims and stuff like that. And that's really what that was about. China for most of its history, they were just they weren't really big conquerors, but they were a hegemon. They basically they were a large geographic area with cultures that were similar, and they were able to tax like the areas around them, in their periphery. That's really all that China only now is venturing outside of Asia, but most of their history they stayed in East Asia for the vast majority of their history.
That's not the case.
They never left.
That's not because
they didn't really leave.
The Han Dynasty traded with the Romans. Second of all,
yeah, they traded, but they did not hold territory in those places.
What I'm trying to tell you is, even if you look at China today, guess what the main ethnic group is? It's 96% Han. The Han Chinese people conquered the Manchu people and various other Chinese tribes, ethnic groups within China, and assimilated those people. China had Korea at one time. Yeah, China had Siberia at one time, and they lost it to the Russian Empire. What are you talking about?
That's what Shaka Zulu essentially was doing the same thing.
He was trying to do it
in South Africa.
It was too late.
Okay, bro, let me finish. Okay, he was conquering other. He was going to war with other tribes. He was conquering other tribes. He was assimilating those tribes into his society and into his army. Okay, they were doing the same thing. Okay, the Africans were doing the same thing. They had excellent metallurgy. Okay, you know, they had they had a lot of things going for them. So this concept it's been disproven. Like this concept that we don't have the capacity to conquer or go into other people's lands and
What
stuff.
have
And
Africans conquered?
we do. We've done it all through history.
Give me an example.
I just gave you an example. You're not listening to me. I just gave you
That's the
2-3 examples.
Other races.
I just gave you. I don't care about if it's other race. It don't have to be another race.
So
conquering is conquering. It don't matter just because you have this.
But his point was other races, not conquering each other, though.
It don't matter. Look, it don't matter. Conquering. Look, in military science, right?
It matters because his argument is other races.
No, it does matter.
Other
Here's the
races.
thing. There's no such
What's his
thing
argument?
All right, let me respond. There's no such thing as race in military science. Okay, in military science,
someone else speak, caller.
In military science, conquering is conquering. With you only want to see white people get conquered, and you don't care about anything else. And that's not how world history works.
I don't care. All right, let's the other dude.
That's not how world history.
All right, thank you.
All right, good. Mute him for a second. Yeah, somebody go ahead.
Somebody
keep going, Marcus.
Okay, whoever wants to respond, go ahead.
Yeah, this dude, I mean, the point I was saying that was a good point that he brought up was we don't realize how important it is to interact with other people in terms of developing your own technology, right? So Europe going to China and finding the gunpowder is because they traveled there. China growing in the modern society, in the modern age, was a factor because Mao tried to keep China isolated.
Facts.
Put like university professors and stuff back into the fields and stuff like that. And
Facts.
It caused major issues, right? Then you had Deng Xiaoping come in and he opened up to the world, and then you had Nixon going with him, and then that what blew up China in modern times. And then the lady, she made a good point in terms of technology. I mean, to me, it's a moot point to argue, well, we didn't conquer other people and all that. I mean, like I agree with the guy, war is war, regardless of who it is, but if you don't have the technology to go, that's the first thing. You got to have the technology to go up against someone. If they have better technology, then that's and then the other thing with war is allies, you know.
But what drives technology? Most of the time, what drives technology is war.
Like war drives technology, but if you're fighting a bunch of people that have similar technology to you, or you don't have allies that can provide you that technology, then you're kind of on the back foot.
But that proved my point, though. We conquering each other. How the fuck we gonna develop different technology? That's why we're still behind.
Yeah, but there's a factor on African continent because if you look at Egypt, for instance, right, or like Greece or Rome and all this, they're kind of in an area where they're kind of all kind of going at and dealing with each other in that general area. They can get to each other's land real easy. Western Africa and Southern Africa and stuff like that, it was kind of like separated by the Sahara Desert, different things like that, you know.
But how is that the case? So we couldn't develop boats? I mean, we had boats to go to.
Yeah, but remember, Europeans didn't just develop the boat just like willy-nilly, like boom, you know. It's like it was
had boats,
process over a long period of time that kind of developed that boat over time. You know,
bro, they've been had boats. They had like Madagascar, for example. The first inhabitants of Madagascar were Southeast Asian people. Then the Bantu went over there to Madagascar.
Right.
So
yeah, and then you got to look at the time period when Madagascar would have been inhabited to that bigger number and stuff like that. So it's a number of factors. It's not, but the bottom line is whatever it is not because of skin color. That creates
I'm
that
not
issue.
saying
It's something else.
What I'm saying is in general is that like every people they come, Europeans, Asians, they come from almost like a warlike society. Like wars in China, you had the Warring States period in which millions of people died, or they went to war. When they go to war, they go to war. Black people, we like I say, we might conquer each other, but we don't go to war like motherfucking the Dark Ages, Europeans, the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire. We not like that.
Even the Mali Empire. Mali Empire had trade networks with the rest of the world.
They traded, but why? All right, but check this out, my brother. The Mali Empire. Why didn't the Mali Empire expand all the way to Morocco?
That's my point. It was actually the Songhai Empire.
Quli Ali was a conqueror. He was a Songhai Empire, first Songhai Empire emperor. But the bottom line, he conquered like only people he couldn't conquer was the Mosi Kingdom, you know.
And it was actually the Moroccans who brought the war to Songhai.
Yeah, Moroccans they had a new weapon called the Abacus as the first gun.
You see, this is what I'm saying.
Destroyed the
So
It's
my
because they
question
didn't
is,
have the desire to do it.
But
That's
why?
why.
But that's our
That's why
bad,
they
though.
didn't do it.
exactly.
We never had the
Exactly.
desire.
It's
It's
not
just
in
That-
there.
why didn't Mansa
Nah.
Musa with all his wealth go and seek out technology
Thank you.
for guns?
Why don't
Why didn't he do it?
African
Why didn't we do that?
leaders in the modern time, with the wealth of the nations they have, do the same thing? It's a similar
See what I'm
kind of
saying?
argument.
Yeah. Why don't we do that?
But
Yeah,
they said
because-
Mansa Musa was the richest man in the world, but he had no freaking real weapons to conquer anybody. That's strange, you know.
That's weird. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because it's.
I don't
it's a-
think he wanted to conquer other people. I think that's really just
I
the
don't
issue.
think that's it.
But
It's definitely it because you point out the areas that he conquered. He could have just kept going and kept going and kept going.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, people that want to conquer
I don't
back
think
in
it
those
was-
days, they had specific enemies that they didn't like. They didn't hate everybody.
Well, what I was basically studying
That
Mali
makes
was it wasn't even so much as conquer, it's the fact that people became incorporated into a trading system and taxation system, you know, more than like physically conquering somebody. You know, sometimes they had skirmishes and whatnot, but a lot of times people just it was beneficial to join the Mali Empire because you got access to a huge trading network with protection and stuff like that. So people even as far down as Ashanti was part of the Mali Empire at one time.
Mm.
You know, because of trade, you know. It was trade, you know, it was the reason why Mali grew, you know.
It's
But
just
with all
not
that-
a black character. Like, you know how white people came out of nowhere to the point where people are just trying to figure out their origins. They came out of nowhere and just started colonizing and enslaving.
Yeah,
and
one thing
What
one
they
thing
been knew about white people though.
was they didn't know they were white until they came in contact with us, you know. And like I was saying earlier, to
Africans, they went all over the world. They did it to the Aboriginals in Australia. They did it to the people in India. Like, they just have this mentality taking over. And
also one thing other people
It's
had
not-
that we didn't have, right?
the black race.
They had foresight. For example, the only example I would see was in northern Nigeria. The caliphates up there had some sort of foresight.
The
They knew
Sokoto.
about the outside world, right? They were shocked that they knew what was going on in Europe. They knew what was going on in anything. And that was only evidence that people could show in West Africa. But anything, but the thing is, when the Greeks finally confronted the Persians, you know, they were planning that for like 100 years. They knew that they had Greeks that lived in Persia and stuff like that. Heard about the ambitions to conquer Greece and Europe, whatever like that. So that will get back to Greece, and the scholars and thinkers would say, you know something, we got to prepare for this one day. And the Spartans said, this is how we're going to prepare for it. The Athenians had their way, but they had like 100 years to prepare for the Persians, you know, and they beat them, you know. Same thing with the Mongols, right? When the Mongols were advancing, right, the Han Dynasty had about a good 50 years before they said, well, this people is growing, they're conquering and whatnot. Pretty soon they're going to be on our doorsteps, right? For example, you know that some of the during Marco Polo's time, some of the friggin' people that Marco put met in China said, look, we're going to give you foresight. The Mongols are coming. You pretty soon they're going to be in your door in Europe, you know? They're going to conquer Europe, and they're going to be in Venice, where you're from, you know? And so therefore, the people in Europe began preparing for eventual Mongol invasion. You know, later it became Russia's, but you know, but the bottom line is people who are really educated and whatnot, you know, they have foresight. They could see stuff happening. The Japanese knew that they looked at what was going on in the Philippines and look what was going on in Africa and whatnot. And they said, pretty soon these people are gonna come to our shores, and who knows, they might carry some of our people off in slavery, you know. So they were preparing for that for 250 years.
Yeah, the Meiji Restoration.
Yeah, no, before that, the Tokugawa period was they had 250 years, right? Plays, writing, everything said we're going to confront the West one day, right?
Right.
They had 250 years to develop that. Then when the Meiji came along, they were prepared. They became a republic, you know? But had they not had that 250 years of isolation to prepare mentally and culturally, Japan would have been conquered like the Philippines, you know?
Yeah, and just one more thing I'll add, Kala, is that first of all, the Japanese actually were enslaved. The
No, they weren't.
Portuguese,
They were not
the
enslaved by no
Portuguese,
Portuguese. No, they were
the
not.
Portuguese, yes,
No,
they
the
did. They were
Portuguese. No,
enslaved
they were
by the
not enslaved by no
Portuguese,
Portuguese.
and in
They
fact, the
killed the
Japanese
Portuguese. They killed the Jesuits.
they were complicit in it. Go look it up.
Man, you
There
a
were
pseudoscientist.
Japanese slaves that were shipped out of
There were
Japan.
not
There
no
were no
Japanese
slaves out of
slaves.
Japan. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
they
They
were.
killed the
It did
Jesuits. The
happen.
Japanese killed the Portuguese.
Back in the 14th century and the
This
15th
motherfucker
century,
There were no
lying.
slaves.
there were Japanese that were sold as slaves.
No,
It did happen. Yeah, it happened.
Hell, it wasn't. You know,
Just go look it up. Just go look it up.
Oh, that we did. I studied.
Just go look it up. Just go look
Bro,
it
they
up.
killed
But
the Portuguese. They killed the.
anybody
They killed the Jesuits. What you talking about?
no, what happened is that they had to make a law in Japan to stop selling Japanese slaves to the
You
Portuguese.
lying. No, they banned Christianity. You
Remember,
lying.
the Portuguese, they were enslaving everybody. They didn't care.
They didn't enslave everybody.
Maybe that's from the
they would go. See, you
history
guys are not looking it up. Just go look it up. Don't argue
Bro, I
with me
know
about it.
Bro, I know about Japan. I know about. I was
No
about
slavery
the
in
Portuguese.
Japan.
Well, you don't know that part about Japan.
Bro, they
Go
killed the
look it up.
Jesuit priests. They were trying to spread Christianity, Catholicism into Portugal, into Japan, and they killed the Jesuits.
And
They
in
didn't enslave
1600,
them.
And what happened was there were Japanese that were enslaved.
We're not no Japanese. Was
You
where they go?
lying at your ass.
Where they go to?
Why do you? I told you the Portuguese. Why do you guys think that the Japanese are above being slaves? Like you
Because I
guys think like
studied
the
this.
Japanese are like this sacred group, and they can't
They
be.
were.
Were
Compared
they
to.
put on
And they
boats,
can't
or
be enslaved by other
how
groups,
were
but
they
they were.
enslaved? Were
So
they
so
put
the
on boats?
Japanese
Yeah,
were
let
enslaved.
let me look it up.
The Japanese were enslaved, and you're the only one that knows this. Are you kidding me?
Hold on.
Hey, Dama, you can't just make up your own history, bro. Come on. You know, can't do that, bro.
Maybe he's reading from the copper-colored
He
library.
needed from Boo Boo the Fools.
Oh, he's a
and
copper
The
color
the
Indian.
copper-colored library book
It's
of
copper color Indian.
Adama's hidden history.
false history.
No. So, like I said,
All right,
man,
now hold on. This is Wikipedia. I'm gonna read this out to you guys. All right.
Wikipedia, come on.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm
I'm
listening.
gonna read it out to you guys because I can't share this. I'm on my mobile. I can't share the screen right now. Okay. So this is you can type. Okay. Slavery in Japan. Okay. Japan had an official slave system from the Yamato period,
Did the
3rd century
Portuguese? No,
AD,
you said you changed the
until Toyotomi Hideyoshi abolished it in 1590. So remember, they had to abolish it. They had to make a law to stop selling slaves. And I told you guys that. Now, let me continue. Afterwards, the Japanese government facilitated the use of comfort women as sex slaves from 1932 to 1945. Prisoners of war captured by Japanese imperial forces were also used as slaves during the same period. So yes,
bro, you said the Portuguese, bro, enslaved them.
You said the Portuguese, yeah.
You be lying too much.
All right, now let me continue. It says, okay.
We done. That's the mic.
I had to drop a Dama down, man. I
Oh
can't.
my god, he's Delulu. He's living in delusional land, making stuff up.
I can't, man. Nah.
You trying to hook me up with him?
Yeah, better not. You know, better not. I'll find someone else better for you. Honeyflower. I'll give you it. You know. And Dama, I thought he could be. Well, he's a nut, man. No, I wouldn't. Can't see what. You know. He blew it, man. Come up here acting all goofy and shit, man. Come on, man. Well, we're gonna be pulling the history out the ass or whatnot. You know, I be hearing some weird, crazy shit, man. I'm like, damn, no one ever heard this shit. Japan had slavery. They took slaves.
But what type of slavery is he talking about? Like they were put on boats?
Yeah, put on boats and shit. Though I mean, dude, that is a further. Everybody would know about that. Everybody, that would be. You know what I'm saying, slavery in Japan. You know. The very thought of being colonized by Japan terrified Japan. Japan's never really been conquered except for World War II. At the end of World War II, that was the only time Kublai Khan tried to send an army across the. You guys heard about that? And guess what saved them? A kamikaze went. That destroyed it. Yeah.
But we have to be honest. Like the only reason why Africa or no African people colonized and stuff. It's just not in us. Like different
Thank you.
races have different mentalities and personalities, whatever. I
Mhm.
don't know if God made us all different to be
Mhm.
that way, but it's just not in the black
Fact.
race to
No,
colonize
because
and
we
take
what it
over.
is this other race of most of the people who colonize people, ensslave people, are people who have paler skin, and they fear, like look at India, and they fear the race mixture, you know, and basically you never see darker skinned people enslaving lighter skinned people for some strange reason, you know. It's always light skinned people.
Yeah, black people
But
were just
Kyler,
comfortable in Africa,
yeah,
you know, living their lives. Like they weren't thinking
Yeah.
about
So
colonizing. They
can
had
I
everything that they
can I
needed and wanted.
can I come? Yeah, can I come to this? Like, can I say one other thing?
go
It
ahead.
might be genetics too, because our people, our ancestors were the ones that stayed in Africa during the when humans left. You know what I'm saying? To go to different lands. So it might be genetic, like we just stayed in Africa while the
Then,
other
hold on. That's what I try to tell people when they try to make black people out to be white people. We explored. We didn't need to explore the damn world. We had everything we needed in Africa.
Yeah,
You know, it's not in our nature to explore and conquer people. You know,
yeah.
that's why I said the
I,
Negro Africans and these revisionist
That's
history.
what I was saying.
You know,
We were comfortable. Like there
yeah,
was
we're comfortable. Black people had no reason to leave Africa. You know,
I
and
mean,
so
but
but we didn't have no reason to
black
explore
people
America.
did
What the
leave
hell we
Africa.
come to America
I mean,
for?
that
Well,
is history.
the ones that left Africa became white and Asian. So
Yeah, exactly. They became other races.
that's what
Yeah.
I just said. So the black people that stayed remained African black. We just comfortable. It's genetics. Like,
We just migrated around Africa. But
yeah,
I would
that's
say
it.
the only thing is like the darker skin, like Muslim Berbers, they did conquer Europe and enslave them, but they're not like our relatives. You
Yeah,
know?
that's what I'm saying. The Hamites. You know.
Yeah.
The Hamites. Yeah, that's why people. I'm Moor. No. Moors there's two types of Moors: the Bilitins and the Haritans. The Haritans were
Yeah.
They slaves.
black
They're
slaves. You know.
slaves. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we
But
say
you can even
They're
look
still
at
slaves. They're
you
still
can.
slaves in Mauritania, but no one says anything. Everyone's quiet
oh, yeah,
about it. Say, oh, it's Legally.
That's sad.
it's supposed to end in 2007, but you know it still goes
Yeah.
on. You know,
It's sad.
2007 is supposed to the last slavery was outlawed, but it still goes on.
And
You know,
what's sad about it? Mauritania is 40% black. So you tell me
it don't
40%
matter.
black people.
The black people sit there and they put them on
Black
chains. And
people
people
are the
say,
majority.
it's
Yeah.
like all they know is how to be a slave. You know, that
Yeah.
is the thing.
That's
All they know
sad.
how to be as a slave, and it's basically
It's
watch
so-
the Arabs. They have the same culture, but those who have white skin just put chains on people with black skin and become their slave. You just accept the fact that you're black. That means you're a curse. You're a slave. You know, that's sad. You know. Yeah, Mauritania is like notorious for slavery. You know, it's like
And
you
that's
know.
supposed to be where the Ghana Empire started.
Yeah, well, actually, Ghana Empire started, but people don't understand something. The Almoravids, that was a Moors, Almoravids, right?
Yeah.
They were the
Almoravids,
look. The Ghana Empire was founded by the Almoravids, right, and indigenous Africans. It was a combination of both.
I thought it was the Soninke. It was just the Soninke people.
Yeah, I think it was
Soninke,
just the
Soninke,
It was the
indigenous
Soninke.
Africans. You know, the Soninke, the Susus, and all these other people came together and formed the Ghana. All these vassal states formed the Ghana Empire. You know.
Yeah. But it's funny how what's his name? Aphrodama said, I'm the Soninke warrior. Well, now
Yeah, but
you're a
Soninkes
fucking
were
slave
slaves.
in Mauritania.
They were
Now
slaves,
you're
you know?
yeah, like now you're a slave in Mauritania.
They're
So
slave.
much
He
for
was
being
Soninkes
a
were slaves,
warrior.
the slave class, you
But
know.
the Soninke made were the leaders of Mali too.
No, they weren't. The
That's what they
Malinkas and
Mandinka.
the different clans and whatnot, you know, the Susus and all these other people, you know, the Mali Empire developed by reorganizing the vassal states of the Ghana Empire. You know, Mali was a small, tiny state. And then basically, after the crumble of the Ghana Empire, Mali emerged after the killing of Suminguru. You know, he was a Soninke, you know, and basically the Malinka became the most powerful tribe in the empire, you know, and a larger tribe and stuff like that. So I studied his history well. I'm working on my next novel. It's about the Mali Empire, you know, my next book, you know. But hopefully I'll have that published one day when I get the time to finish it, you know. So, But yeah, it's a fascinating history. West African history has always fascinated me. As like I said, I was more fascinated with West Africa than I was ever about Egypt. I never was fascinated with Egypt. I was fascinated with West Africa. You know,
I was more East Africa.
Senike didn't build the Ghana Empire. Senike was slaves, man. You know, they were slaves of the friggin' the Amavarids. You know, Senike was slaves.
Senike all slaves in Mauritania.
Yeah, Seekers are still slaves in Mauritania to this day.
They are slaves in Mauritania.
Slaves, you know.
They were. I do agree with Wild Morris with the Senike create the Ghana Empire, but they were pushed out by the Berbers and became slaves.
Yeah.
Like I said,
the Berbers, Almoravids, they took over the.
They founded. They built the cities and everything like that. Just
like they took over Spain.
The black Africans become the majority and it becomes. Black. Well, it didn't start off like that because there was a lot of Turks that lived in ancient Ghana. They had Turkish baths like that. People don't know that. Hold on. I correct this. Ghana, ancient Ghana, did have stone cities. They did have stone cities.
Yeah.
And whether they were created by black Africans or not, but they were there. A lot. It was there. So we could take credit. We maintained the civilization. When we started or not, that's one thing. But yes, Ghana did have stone cities.
Kanem Banu had stone cities too. Kanem Banu, they also had stone cities.
But we can't take credit for all that, man.
Why you said that's Nigeria? That's northern Nigeria.
Kanem Bornu goes back to biblical times, man. That's go back to biblical. Those people that were in the Bible, man. Kanem Bornu, those are biblical kingdoms,
Kanem Bornu.
Kanem Bornu, yeah. Bornu is one place, Kanem's another place, bro.
Yeah.
But they combined Kanem Bornu. One was black, one was like Tuareg, Berber, whatever.
But I will say the first Turk people were black though.
That's
the first Turk. I would say they were very, very dark skinned. Most likely.
They were Amazigh. I met some Amazigh people. They don't like being called Berber, but they like being called Amazigh, but the first ones were black, the Tuareg and shit. But it was the outside migration that came from Europe, like the Vandals and shit.
Rome.
The Rome. You already know. So they mixed in with that population. But the first Turks were black people. Like talking about, and the lighter skinned people live on the coast of the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Type shit.
Yeah, the closer you were, the deeper you went, the darker the people got.
That's what I'm saying. But you understand, desert too is desert environment. Like. Even in Yemen,
not so much environment. It's just like like I said, when you go to the edge of the Sahara, the people turn black. When you go into the Sahara towards the Mediterranean, people start getting lighter.
I was agreeing. Yeah, like on the coast they were lighter because the band.
On the coast, that's a miscegenation zone where all the populations mixed in.
Yes, sir. Yes,
even
sir.
like
you got people out there talking about they be looking at those. North Africa, damn, these are African. No, man, those are Mediterraneans. They got
those are Mediterranean. Those are not.
Nobody want to play because those Chad women got that long hair. But there was a brother not too long ago. I think it was in Chad. I think something happened to him. I forgot what happened to him. I was like African American guy. I said, "What the hell are you doing in Chad?" I think it was in Chad.
What he was doing? You don't know.
What he's there for. He was a passport. He's in Chad.
Looking for women.
Chad's real desert country.
Of course. He was there looking for those damn women. Chad, they got that good hair.
That's the wrong place to go.
Check us out. When you got a Negro from America, man, you got that good hair.
And the woman got to have a big butt too, big booty.
Chad women, Chad women got that real long hair down to their ankles. That Berber mixture.
This shows too that environment is a factor in color and human development, all kinds of stuff. Even the Japan story shows that geography plays a role because Japan is an island. So to get to them, to conquer them is a lot tougher, right? Same thing with Britain. Even though Britain started out kind of behind in the race for the New World and stuff like that, eventually they became the top.
Well, they're not connected to the mainland. They settled in the miserable 13 colonies, which places nobody really wanted. It was cold, it was nasty, it was violent one night. Whatever they saw in this area right here, they decided to make a go of it.
Right, and eventually they became the essentially the biggest power over there.
The 13 colonies, man. And so, like I was saying last night during debate me, I said, look, when they created the 13 colonies and they had the manifest destiny that they had the sole right to basically create this civilization, sea to sea, coast to coast, sea to shining sea, were black people included in that plan? The answer is no.
I mean, they use us.
They use us. They don't matter nothing. Like I did the analogy last night. Get this. This is how I trapped them, right? I said, look, let's say you had a storm in your backyard, right? And your back patio was destroyed, right? Let's say the sheriff's office said, we're going to loan you some prisoners for day labor to help fix your backyard, stuff like that. Cities, no cost because we're using prison labor, right? Now, after this done, could a prisoner that gets out of jail, can he come and lounge in your back porch because he helped build it? No. That's a different thing. I said, no, it's the same thing. Although you helped rebuild that porch, right? It's not yours. You built it for somebody else or whatever, however, even if you get paid for it, right? It's not yours. Like you build somebody's house, right? Put a roof on somebody's house, right? Does that mean that every time you drive by a house, I can go up there and chill out on this roof?
That analogy doesn't work though, Carla. I'll disagree with you on that one.
It does work. It does work. Look, just because
tell you why I disagree with you on that.
Yeah, I want to hear.
Look, the black African American slaves built the White House, right? Does that mean black people are entitled to go to the White House anytime they want to and just say, "Yo, we built this shit"? Does that
no
work?
American is allowed to go to the White House at any time.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, but the black people have some special privilege and basically go to the White House and be like, yo, I'm gonna set up. We're gonna camp out here tonight because
but they have the rights of all other Americans to go.
Yeah, you just got the right. But I'm just saying, there's nothing special about black people Americans. Somebody from China could go to the White House.
Well, if you say there ain't nothing special, then I would agree with that. I mean,
there's nothing special. No, but I'm saying, but you got a lot of people walking around talking about, we built this shit, man. Yeah, okay, we were there when the railways were built under the whip. They whipped our ass to clear their forests and cut their wood to make their railways, stuff like that. Oh yeah, no one's going to deny that. But that don't mean that you're going to partake in the fruits of the harvest. Yeah, you could. We always towed the field, but we never benefited from the harvest.
But why do you think they did that in the first place? Why did they take African people and bring them to the United States?
Because the whole thing is you had a foolproof, idiot-proof system they created. An idiot-proof system. It was called European mercantilism, right? In other words, basically, the way America was set up, right, and the West was set up, like the Dutch mastered this, right? They would basically have raise money in England, whatever like that, banks, wherever, and they would sell stocks in the new world, right? Okay, this stock company will own vast amounts of land. All they needed was somebody to operate the land and make a profit,
But the thing is, they must have never thought that, African Americans would ever get freedom. They must have
they never planned for. They would never the people that were involved in the slave trade. Even the founding fathers would never have a thought that black people, like all us being here in America, is a complete accident. That's why I said we African.
Yeah, it's a complete accident. They didn't plan
they come
for
over
it
here and make it seem like America is this fucking paradise. I'm trying to pull my brother John. This paradise. This was completely by accident, by circumstance that we even here.
But check this out, honey flower.
So we can't go by the Constitution. The Constitution was not. They didn't have us in mind when they wrote the Constitution, bro.
The Constitution doesn't apply to black people.
Check this out though, honey flower. They also brought us here too because America was kind of inhospitable to white people, like that yellow fever. That they even had malaria down south, like in the deep south. They even had malaria. Understand? So they needed us to work that land. But the thing is,
black people could work us to death and
true. The climate
throw us away.
Yeah,
throw us away when they need us.
And the goal.
By the way,
hold on. One more thing. The goal was to either ship us back to Africa or to kill us all. They were about to exterminate.
Yeah, they had two choices: ship us to Africa.
Yeah, they never planned to keep African Americans.
But the reason is they tried to set up on their own. They tried in Roanoke, but they failed.
Yeah.
So they knew they needed
They
a
needed slave
worker.
labor. Every time the only prospered when they start bringing the Africans over here. That's when America started growing. You know,
Yeah.
they kept dying. They had settlements that kept dying. First, the indentured and the Creole, the blacks who spoke different languages. They exported here were prisoners and black people they went in Europe, and then the Irish and people like that. Then in 1619. A boatload of Africans from northern Angola settled in Fort Monroe, Virginia. Every time I drive past, think about that. And that was the beginning of the African slave trade to America. 1619.
And it had already started already in the Caribbean and Brazil and all that.
Yeah, it was already in the Caribbean and stuff like that. But to North America, they said they couldn't. And also, after the slave trade, the European population grew because it was the basis of an economy. So it attracted people to come over here to invest. You can invest with little pennies you got, right? And you were going to get a return, Okay. You know how many people...
they saw him as just like another farm animal at the time.
Well, yeah. So basically,
They
black
didn't
people
even see
just
them as
basically
humans.
labor. And
They bred us. They bred us.
Not only that, people don't understand something, right? The insurance that we have right now, life insurance, was built around slavery. They would insure the cargo. Let's say you invest in a cargo load of slaves, right, from Africa, right? You put insurance on each one of them, right? When them die, you collect the policy. Simple as that, And then when the slave landed here, you got a mortgage on them, right? You could sell them right now. The slave is guaranteed to work for 10 years. That's what a mortgage is, right? But the thing is, what they did with black people, they said they just kept extending it. So you're a slave for life. Your mortgage is for life, And so it was just a cruel system. And if you die, they kill you, you collect a policy. So it was a win-win situation for them, They have free labor. If labor dies or we kill them or you got indemnity. Oh, my slave got his hand lost, because, okay, you know how house insurance works, right? You lose a finger, you get a payout, Oh, if I got to cut his foot off, you know what I'm saying? Okay, whatever like that, He's injured, he can't work no more. Let's collect a huge, I got insurance on him and I'll take the money. Yeah. All these banks and whatnot, the insurance companies like Aetna that still exists. I work with Aetna. They were basically on the slave trade. So the whole system was built around the transatlantic slave trade.
Aetna?
Yeah, Aetna, yeah. Aetna's that old, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Aetna is one of the largest insurance companies. United Healthcare is the largest. United Healthcare is the largest, and then Aetna,
And so this is the thing. When people say that black people built this country, I agree with that statement. Now, what I don't agree with is when they say it. No, what I'm saying is I don't agree with the fact when they make it sound as if they're the only people that kind of did it.
I wouldn't even say that, right? We were used in the building of this country, not that we consciously. Why would you build something that you don't have no benefit from? That's the stupidest thing I've heard in my life.
Nah, but the thing is, this is where I disagree with you because I would say that you do have benefit. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. What benefit do we have? What power? Do we control any of the banks, Ja?
Okay, so even back then, right? You had less benefit, right? Financial benefit and all kinds of different benefits, right? But you were still, or we were still essential in performing a task, right? That helped.
Yeah, but hold on. But the thing is, we did that against our will.
And that could well be the case.
No, it is the case. It is
that
the case.
Is the case. Okay.
Bottom line, what discredits that your argument is the fact that we never asked for any of this.
Right. That is the case. But like you said earlier, way early in the morning, is that this is your country at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you say.
Only because we have no choice.
Right. But at the end of the day,
you
your country.
Fair? You think fair? You think it's fair that basically okay, this country exists, right? Let me give you an example, brother. When people look at like things like the battle, remember the Alamo, right? And I'm saying to myself, if I had lived back then, who do you think we should have sided with, Mexico or the United States?
I would say probably Mexico, because Mexico had freedom already, right?
Yeah. Well,
y'all crazy motherfucker for saying Mexico.
I'm talking to Joe Ja. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of implication of what you're saying. If we're basically saying, okay, we're here in America, right? If I'm an African American slave, right? Why the hell would I be rooting for the United States?
Time out. But I will say this. Hold on, my brother. You say you side with Mexico.
Yeah.
Nah. You see how black
Mexico has freedom. Hold on.
You been to Mexico?
Hold up.
People running to Mexico back then, bro.
Do you know how they live? Do you know how
if you study the history of Texas, right?
I live in Texas. I know the history of Texas.
Hold on. Let me say this. Marcus, let me say this, right? When the Anglo-Saxons started coming, they were first welcome in Texas. You know the one thing
I know.
They forbade the slave trade. You know why? Texas went because they wanted to preserve slavery. So if I was in Texas, I was a slave in Texas. Why the hell would I be rooting for the United States?
I understand. Okay, so you talking about you a slave? All right, I understand where you coming.
Yeah, so I look at it from a standpoint of my ancestors. You know,
all right. I'm looking at it right now.
Look right now. I basically identify with my ancestors. Right. A lot of people throw their ancestors under the bus just to get some crumbs off America's table. I can't do that. You know?
But Kyle, I will. But check this out though. Out of all the black people in the diaspora, like in the Western Hemisphere that were slaves, we live in the best.
I don't give a damn. Every
we live
black
better than
person
the Mexican, the black Mexican.
Look, I don't give a damn how like that. You know, it's the principle of the thing. You know, that's the problem. That's the difference between me and everybody else, right? I don't give a damn how much better. I know we do have been better like that. The fact of the matter is, our ancestors were taken as slaves, right, against their will to this country or whatnot. A crime has been committed. You know, it doesn't matter. It's like somebody basically, you go out there and rob a bank and whatnot, and you kill people and whatnot, and then you basically open up a charity saying, "Look how much money Marcus is giving away to the community and whatnot." After you rob the community, terrorize those like that. So that's why I see the white man in America, right? That's slavery is unforgivable. You know, no matter what they do, no matter what they give us or whatnot, it could never make up for what the lives and everything lost. That's the way I feel about it. That's just my opinion.
I know. I see where you're coming from, but the point is, you as a black man in America, you living way better than the black.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. You know, it doesn't matter. It's about principle. You know, I don't give a damn about how much better I live than anybody else. That don't mean shit to me. You know.
You want
look, I noticed because when I go to Liberia, one thing I noticed that when you're there and you look at the people, they don't have much of one thing they have that I don't have is they're free. They really are. I can't even tell them about America, blah, blah, blah. They don't know what it's like to be oppressed or marginalized or second guessed like that. We're living in a racist country, you know?
So, Kala, if that's your position and you're really going to hold true to it.
Yeah.
When I listen to this show, I don't think you should be saying, "Oh, Africa this and Africa bad." And
well, no. I said Liberia. I didn't say all of Africa. I didn't say all of Africa. I said Liberia. I didn't say all of Africa.
No, I'm saying earlier, even listening to the show earlier, you're saying, "How come there ain't no African country that's this way or that way or blah blah blah?"
They're not developed. They may not be developed, but I'll give this right. I give one thing I give Africa right is that despite them not being developed, whatever like that, at least they got something that we don't have in America. They could basically look up and see their flag. They could look up and see the people that run the country, the highest people in their land look like them or are them, whatever like that. We don't know what that's like, you know? So there's a lot to it. See, like I said, we look, Black America benefits from living in America, right? And the reason why we don't get respect is, like people say in the chat room last night, y'all ain't got what y'all got because of white America, right? And so therefore people naturally don't have friggin' respect for us because we basically are not living on our own civilization, you know? We're living in the white man's civilization. Let's just be honest with ourselves, you know? So I even though, okay, I deal with it and everything like that, but please, I tell people all the time, don't mean I gotta fucking love it. You know, I don't have to love it, and I have to be like, "Hey, look, yeah, it is what it is." No, because the bottom line, I am not gonna let the white man win. You know, that's what he wants us to do: be defeated and be like this. You know.
But Kyle, why can't we use the resources in America to build some other shit then?
Well, the bottom line is this: look, People are saying that for years, but the bottom line is, hey, look, nobody wants to take that first step, and we're doing it right now. Like I said, I don't know what it's going to take when that, but I expect. Look, I don't expect women to do this, right? I would always think that men. I said I did that show last week called "Appeal to Our Manhood," right? Where's the fucking manhood, right? You mean to tell me out of 500 years we've been getting our ass kicked, we're enslaved, all that? You don't want to change nothing? You're so comfortable in America talking about what you got and everything like that, that another race of people rules over you and whatnot, and over you and everything like that. And but you know what I hate is every time I hear black people talk about racism, God, and something goes through me because it's so fucking unnecessary. If you like the Jews, they would complain about anti-Semitism. You know what they did? They founded the state of Israel. Now they got a place in this world psychologically, even though most Jews don't live there. Psychologically, they can escape to. We have no escape in America. This is our reality. That's why people know what are you going to do about it? Where are you going to go? Now, if they knew, I'm going to tell you right now how white people, I've been dealing with them for my life, right? If they know that you got someplace to go, whatever, like definitely got someplace to go where we got roots and ties and building and whatnot, they're going to treat you with more respect. The reason why they treat Africans, Caribbeans, everyone respect, because psychologically they know they don't have them in captivity like they do.
They could leave.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what college is all about. You got to have that psychological strength behind you, like we got other options, and then they'll start acting like you got other options. Right now, they're treating you like you ain't got no place to go. What are you gonna do about it?
We stuck with them.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about.
And I see you rather rule in hell than be a bitch in heaven.
Exactly.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I'd rather be poor and free, than fucking be rich and a slave. I'd rather be poor and free than a fucking rich slave.
Let me tell you this. I agree with your stance, but you think majority of people? Yeah.
Well, the majority of people don't because they have there's nobody basically this. Look at the so-called leader. That's why black organizations fail because they don't have an end game. The end game is not saying that we'll be free at the end of the rainbow. We're going to be free. We'll have this. It's the same thing. Keep fighting for racism, blah, blah, blah. Argue about racism.
And there's going to be another shooting, another police shooting.
Like, what's the point? If white people are going to rule us and they're going to always win and everything like that, what's the hell the point of doing anything? That's why people don't join organizations no more,
And the funny thing is, white people still have a hand up. They still play a part in our control. Like they control us and shit.
Yeah, they control the black leaders. They control our music.
They teach the kids.
Look, first time I really felt it when I go to Liberia, and I'm saying to myself, when you listen to the radio and stuff like that over there, the television, there ain't nobody telling you all this stupid shit about LGBTQ. There's nobody preaching gangster shit.
No gangster.
You hear people talk about young people talking about normal conversation that has nothing to do with murder, killing, drugs, whatever like that. I said these people are free. I said they're free. They can listen to what these even Liberians feel comfortable sitting there listening to country and Western music. I was like, they're like, this is our country. We can listen to what the hell we want to. I said that's free. Listen to Kenny Rogers and whatnot. I'm like, what the hell? How you Kenny Rogers in Africa, So I'm saying, but that's what you have when you're free. You can do whatever you want to do, Black people, we're in bondage. Black America's in bondage. That's the truth,
But we don't know.
Let me get Adama back on. Maybe he could please, I don't want to hear about no Japanese. Hi, Adama.
All right, what's up, Adama? You talk about country music in Liberia. Go look up Shabuzi. Okay, I mean he's taking country music by storm.
I don't care about country music. I'm just making a point that in America, right, black people are bound to. We gotta listen to the most ratchet stuff.
The stereotypes.
And in their country, they can listen to Afro beats. They can listen to old school hip hop. They can listen to what they want to listen to.
I mean, we can do that here too, Kyla. Like who's gonna stop us?
Oh no, you can't do it in America because
yes, you can.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Black people are too scared to even listen to anything other than what the.
Wait, Honeyflower, what kind of music you listen to? What do you like?
You trying?
You should have my black ass there.
Matching.
What you
All right,
think I
bro.
listen?
What kind of music you like? Like you listen to?
Funk, Zydeco, I like hip hop, different type of shit.
You
Jazz.
like country?
Zydeco is like it's almost like Creole country. So I mean, I'm from the
Yeah,
South, so everybody damn near listen to country or Zydeco, like.
No, my point I'm trying to make about that was the fact that in your own country you could do what the hell you want to do it, and no one even thinks a second
I
about
see
it.
where you're coming from, Kyle. I see where
You
you're
know?
coming from.
So, but in America, right? If you ain't friggin' like people ask me, like when Pop Smoke got killed, when that people, you don't know who's Pop Smoke is? And was he somebody important? You know,
I don't New York nigga.
Young Dolph or whatnot.
I fuck with
You
Young
don't know
Dolph
who
though.
Young Dolph was?
Well,
No, I don't know who Young Dolph the fuck was. I don't give a shit, you know?
But the thing is, we make our entertainers like our leaders. That's the main thing. I see where you're coming from.
You know, by her in Liberia, and when I'm in Liberia, it's not like that, you know?
Yeah.
You know? So they're free. They're not, entertainers have no say-so over politics or whatever like that, you know? They don't exist, you know? They put these people in our culture, and they know white people have been doing this for a long time. Selecting, they understand. I don't understand how is it people call themselves intelligent like Black America. The Black America is ruled by a certain amount of, like Malcolm X said, only in the Black community is an entertainer considered a Black leader. Lena Horne, Dick Gregory, he was making fun of the motherfuckers that were basically called leaders and they were entertainers, you know. You go to Africa that is not the case, you know. So, like I said, you know, we're in bondage, right? Because white people select who gets it. A leader in Black America is who you see on TV the most. That's all it is, you know. Whoever you see on MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, that's a leader. That's what you see as a leader. Oh, he's supposed to be a leader because he's out there with that. Or whoever has the most likes and views online, whatever like that, you know. And he's a leader, you know. So, but you don't see that in Africa, you know, like that, you know, because they control over their media. For right now, they control the media. There's no white man there boosting certain people. There's no white man paying somebody like Al Sharpton a damn a big salary to be on MSNBC, Comcast, whatever like that. You know, so Al Sharpton's a leader because he's on MSNBC. You know, and so we don't have Don Lemon. He's on CNN. I guess he got fired. Where I don't know what the hell it is with. So,
I see where you're coming from. Already, with Shannon Sharp,
unalive. No, there's no entertain unalive. That's another thing. You don't have. When I'm in Liberia, you don't have to worry about such and such rap Afrobeat guy getting shot by somebody, whatever like that. You know, the whole culture. You know.
But
wait, do people actually consider Shannon Sharp or Don Lemon to be leaders?
Not leader, but what I'm saying is that they control our
if you see them on
Johnny.
TV all the time, like somebody tonight mentioned Shannon Sharp. Last night I'm on the show arguing with freaking who was that? Kwame and freaking this idiot Steve in the chat room talking about eating bushmeat, right? And they'll say something about Shannon Sharp does it, Colin. You know, see what I'm talking about? They'll try to justify bushmeat eating because they said Shannon Sharp does it. I said Shannon Sharp may be a country bumpkin. I don't fucking that mean I gotta do it, you know. But then people do listen to what when somebody has a big podcast or whatever like that, people listen. Stephen A. Smith, he's a fucking leader because he's all over the place, you know.
The thing is, we don't control our narrative. That's the main thing.
We don't control our narrative. That's what I'm trying to tell Ja. Black America don't have control over its narrative. And they will never let us have that happen because we control our narrative and we control our community.
No, I disagree with that. I think we do control our narrative.
That's the thing. We don't freaking control our narrative, man. What the hell is that? What do you think?
Here's the problem that I have with you, Kyle, is you push this narrative that Black Americans don't have agency, and Black Americans do have agency. They do. The reason it seems like we don't is because we push stuff like this drill rap and like gangster rap. A lot of stuff that seems disruptive to the culture.
Look. You think Sexy Red gives a damn what you think? No,
she don't. She
don't give a damn what you think. You
We
know,
don't control our
you can
narrative,
stop.
bro.
You can
Why do
make
I
any.
care about Sexy Red? I
But the
care
bottom
less
line is
about
this: that's
Sexy
a
Red.
Because
representation
she
of
has
black
more power
women
than you
to the
in your
world.
own community.
You know, the only power she has is the power over her own life. Look,
No, she has
these
power over.
artists,
Look,
including
She has more
Beyonce,
power
that's
than
a
you
lot.
in
these
your
That's
own
a bunch of
community.
artists
nonsense.
only
Yeah,
make
no, she
like
has a
10,
lot of
15
influence on.
cents on the
But
dollar of their music. So how they have power if
well,
they
so
only make
hold on. Yeah, but if
15
that's the
cents on
culture,
the dollar of their music?
her, Glorilla, and all these other people, if that's the culture of black femalehood, that's dangerous. You
It's
know.
real fucked up.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Lizzo as well.
Well, who cares about that? I don't
All
know
right.
who music cares about that. So the bottom line is this: if these women are the ones that put out in the culture and everything like that, guess what? That's what the world sees as black women.
Yeah.
You know. So
And my thing is, the last time we controlled our narrative was with like Bill Cosby and
yeah,
you
Bill
know,
Cosby tried, and black people like that. He wanted to create a narrative of black people institutions and black education and image, whatever. Yeah, he was a flawed man, but look what he tried to do. He tried to give us a positive image of black life in America. You know. And we
like people
turned
that
on him.
betrayed him,
You
people
know?
that betrayed his ass like a motherfucker. That shit crazy.
Yeah, so it
He
is
used to
what
give
it
his
is.
money to HBCUs and shit.
Yo, he gave he gave over $100 million of his own money to HBCUs. $100 million.
He betrayed him. That shit sad.
Black people betrayed him. You know, we threw him under the bus. You know, made jokes about him.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
There's
Black
another example.
people. Let me just say this. All right, black people didn't know. Yeah, it's like, and I love Bill Cosby, but he should have spent more time, you know, interacting, you know, with black people on a deeper
So he
level
did interact with black people.
but see, here's the
Nah,
thing.
You know?
If you
and
wanna
black people got a
advocate for
history
your
of being
people, right?
traitors.
What you
You
about to say,
can't do
Jonathan?
it in a
What you said,
way
Jonathan?
where your people feel
Black
like
people got a history of being traitors.
hold on, Jonathan. You can't do it in a way where your people feel like you're you know you're castigating them or you're
Well,
condemning them.
the bottom line, at
You know what
certain
I mean?
point,
You can't do that.
hold up.
That was his problem.
That's bullshit. The problem is black community, the degenerate side of us, and I admit I was that way too. We don't like correction. So if Bill Cosby says, "Don't do this, don't do that, pull your pants up," and blah blah blah, we get mad about it. If Dolores Tucker says, "Hey, don't put out this dumb gangster rap music," we get mad about it. Tupac is an example of that. That's not the majority of us.
We don't take accountability.
Yeah. We don't want
Exactly. So don't try to be like, what does Bill Cosby, Dolores Tucker, Louis Farrakhan, they got to talk to us like we're babies? Coddle us and shit?
But
yeah,
No, they did the right thing.
And we like
Bill
listening to white
Cosby didn't do anything wrong, bro. He didn't do nothing wrong. At certain point in time, certain people, he earned the right to be like the father of Black America. He's like a father figure, you know, father that a lot of us crave for, that father figure, you know, like Donald Trump, the father figure in white America. He was a father figure in Black America, you know. Instead of saying, okay, we got a family, Black family, he's like a father figure, you know, Mr. Cosby don't like that, whatever like that. We basically turned on him because white people fell out with him. He fell out, and white people had to turn, and again, they used people like Michael Eric Dyson and these hip hoppers to go against Bill Cosby and whatnot. Like, look how community culture is right now. You know
who else we turned on? Will Smith. Will Smith.
Yeah, the way we did Will Smith, man, I don't think he deserved that. The dude always gave us positive, images and movies and whatnot, and we were just making fun of him the way he. I would just
sad
how Black people were mocking him online with these memes and everything.
Yeah.
You know,
Like
that's why when I get up there, like I told John, when I get up here, the last thing I'm thinking about is Black people's feelings. You know,
you gotta be hard on niggas. You gotta keep your foot in their neck. I ain't lying.
I mean, I don't give a damn. You know, I don't give a. I love Black people. I love Black people enough. I'm gonna tell you how it is. You know, I ain't gonna friggin' say, I'm not gonna friggin' candy coat shit. You know, I tell it like it is. You know, for all it's worth. If people listen to me, they listen to me. They don't. You don't have to respect what I say, but I'm gonna say it. You know.
Welcome. Yeah.
She'll ask me. I don't care about P. Diddy. You know. He was
guilty,
he was guilty of being P. Diddy, being an asshole, you know.
We turned all the positive people.
Yeah.
Threw them under the bus, and we took over the degenerate nigga shit. You understand?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what we wanted, because you know why? Because white people let's be honest with ourselves, right? Every time you see Snoop Dogg for Shizzle, my nigga, on a
I can't stand that
commercial,
motherfucker.
the nigga is like, he look like he's dying, man. You know? Does he eat? He look like he's dying. He's
Well, he been
always on
skinny.
some award show, whatever like
Yeah.
that. You know, what is this? Some ritual that he got to be everywhere? He must be on like 10 different shows. You go on like if you got Sling TV and be watching like all those channels they give you, every time you look around, Snoop is on something, man. You know, you can't. He's on like 5 different sports channels. You know, I'm like, goddamn, give it a rest. He's always in an award show. He's everywhere. You know, white people love him. Why?
Yeah, white people like same for 50 Cent. They love 50 Cent too.
Oh, they love all the friggin' degenerate shit. You know, then they blame us for our culture. They support this degenerate shit. They elevate these degenerates in our culture. They say, look at Black America. Like, white people are full of shit. That's why I said, I don't sit here and listen. Nothing they can say. That's why when I sit here and listen last night, I playing the show back, and I'm listening to all these friggin' people like Ross Moisture repeating white supremacy talk. Black people need to do this. Blah, blah, blah. But white people are the biggest consumers of black degeneracy, you know?
Yeah. And while Morris does degenerate nigga shit too.
Yeah, he got 3 baby mamas, you know.
Baby mamas. That's some nigga
he ain't
shit.
taken care of, you know. So, but people always talk that shit, but people could be hypocrites, and they basically talk shit about black people in America, you know, like with nothing and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, you push back, you're like, oh man, why you get upset? Last night I just gave it to him, man. You know, I know a lot of people still mad about me, you know. African guys, you're out there listening, I love you, you know, nothing personal. I didn't mean to offend you about Nigeria, whatever like that. I didn't mean it personally, but I was kind of pissed
She from
off.
Nigeria? Where's she from?
African guys.
She Nigerian?
Yeah. I know I said some mean things last night, but you know,
And guess what? I'm with my 3 baby mamas. But you didn't marry. All right, I ain't got time for this dumb man.
Bottom, this guy's a clown, you know.
Got time.
Yeah, so he's a fucking degenerate. Ross Moisture's a degenerate. He says, "Long live the white man." He says stuff like "Long live the white man."
He said that.
Yeah. Say it again, Ross Moisture. Long live the white man.
Long live the white man. This mother. All right.
So he's a Hausa. He's a Haitian, but he's a Hausa. He's a Frenchman. Has 3 African American baby mamas.
He confused.
And long live. Yeah, I said these people are crazy. You know.
Yeah, you're confused, motherfucker.
Yeah, so it is what it is. You know, we got freaking morons running around black. That's why I said that dude. Listen to Mike's TV. That's a good brother. That's that Mike's hard TV, whatever fucking that light skin dude. You know, that I'm talking about this Mike's TV. Tim. No, that's not Mike. Tim Black. Sorry, Mike. I remember that's Mike. No, not Mike's TV. That's that fucking mulatto. Tim Black's TV. Listen to his channel, man. He's freaking good. You know, he basically destroyed the Hodge brothers today, man. You know, and I said, man, glad I'm not the only one. These 2 fucking mulatto dudes that fucking the mother was probably a fucking whore. Excuse my language, honey flower. But they're mad because they got that black blood in them or not. So they fucking hate black people, you know? All they do is sit around all day talking about black people to white racist audience. You know, they weren't like that 5 years ago. They were actually all right. They had conservative. I said these are 2 like conservative guys, whatever. And now it's just basically bashing black America all day and like we're the worst people. It's all that Brandon Tatum clown, you know. You know, all these people do is sit around all day bashing black America, you know. Candace Owens, Anton Daniels, you know.
I can't stand Anton Daniel, bitch ass.
He's a clown, you know, and
I can't stand that bitch.
You know. Look at this. Look at Ross Boys. I love the Hodge twins. They're the truth. Anybody that blasts black America, you know, at some point
will look down on this Haitian ass.
At some point in time, man, we got to get rid of Ross. Should I just ban this motherfucker one of these days?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he serve any purpose, man? I'm gonna take a poll, man.
Yeah.
Should we get rid of Ross Moisture, you know?
Get his ass out.
No, I don't watch no damn Afro dumbass show. What the hell am I watch Afro dumbass for? Where's he over there? The blacks. We're not the blacks. Afro dumbass was shoved for I call ice on his ass, you know? Well, I had the number for ice. I gave out the number for ice last night on the show, you know? Report all illegal activity and whatnot, you know? Call ICE. Let's see.
The blacks. That's what he said. The blacks.
Let me look the number for you guys again. ICE, you know. Ice. Let's see.
Was
Ice.
I need call? Yeah, I'm call Ice on dude.
Ice.
I need that number.
Let's see. Ice. Gov. Okay, ice form. You know, you call 1-866-DHS, the number 2 ICE.
Yes, indeed.
Report these Negroes and friggin' people. Report Ross Moisture. You know, if you know where Ross Moisture is, tell us right now so we can report him to ICE. You know,
He need to be bad. He be talking too much shit.
You know,
Reading some of
ignorant shit.
Yeah, we're gonna have Truco deported, Ross Moisture, Afro Dumbass, Zongo, Elvis. Deport them all.
You deport.
Deport them all.
But I don't put them here because we're not the same. These motherfuckers.
No, well, that's you got
Deep self-hatred.
what self-hatred. I'm not hating myself, you know.
You getting deported too.
Okay, you're getting reported, man. That's it, man. I'm filling out the form now. Yeah.
Well, boy, never said he never said a link. And I'm going. You ain't never on the link. No, I said Rob Moore's never on the link. I'm looking at the chat.
Okay, yeah, Nashville, Tennessee. I think I'm gonna do that. You know, I'm glad he said that. He's probably not even in Nashville. He's probably throw us off. They probably come arrest me and whatnot. You said he was in fucking Nashville. He's probably somewhere in Wisconsin or something. You know. All right, Ja, what's on your mind? Welcome back. Ja.
Yeah, I said I agree. I think we have agency, 100%. Not 100%, of course. Yeah, we do have agency. Do other groups control some of the narrative in our culture?
I mean,
Yes,
if you
but we
can believe you have
definitely have
agency,
agency.
if you basically as an individual, I have agency as an individual, but we don't control the narrative of the story of Black America. That's why we have the so-called Image Awards. And Hustle Smart was telling me today, last year's Image Awards, at the Image Awards in the backstage, they're all fucking back there twerking, you know? So there's a constant, look, Black people have been battling for 200 years to show the world the best side of it. You look at the Black, the reason why when photography was created, Black people used it as a medium. The thing, back in, let me tell you a story about the African American, right? Back in the days, right, when you turn like 10 or 11 years old, right, every person did this, right? You would put on your Sunday best and you go to the Photoshop, right, and take a portrait of yourself, and then you take one again when I think we turned 19, right? Basically, every Black person did that. You would put on your Sunday best and take a portrait. You remember your grandparents did this, and so like that. You put on your Sunday best, and that was the image that we were putting out to the world, at our best and everything, That's when we have some sort of agency over ourselves, right? But look at the image of Black America right now. You gonna tell me, Brother John, that's fucking agency? No.
But Carla, in America at least, it's always been some level of negativity.
No, hold on. When we had our own communities, right? We didn't care about that. We were together.
Carla, I honestly think that's like a fantasy, bro. To be honest with you, man, that's not real. Whatever you're thinking.
So in other words, basically,
if you go back far enough, it was the image of the slave, right? Of slavery.
Yeah, but I know, but we countered with that with the image of positivity that we put out.
You go back to prior to Harlem areas of Chicago stuff when people started moving on, the image of the ghetto and stuff, right? All those imageries always exist simultaneously with images.
Yeah, I know that, but the whole thing is we was able to put our best face forward. We all know that, there's stuff like this, but we was able to put our own best face forward to the world. So if they came at us for that, this is what you were coming after, And the bottom line is this: they tried to destroy the best we were at one time.
That happens today. That's the thing, man.
Oh no, it's not to have this. Hold on, Black America is at its lowest point.
No,
Even though we have more money, look, culturally we're at our lowest point. What are you talking about?
That's what I never can understand. I can't understand in a period of time when African Americans, Black people have the most freedom they've ever had in this country.
I don't know about that, but the bottom line, we were basically on our own. We lived in our own communities. We got along with each other. We were trying to build love and a future together in America, you know. But somebody told us that no, that wasn't good enough. That we have to freaking go across town. Send our kids with white kids and whatnot, get dogs sick on us, hoes sick on us, and told us that was the way forward. That was progress, you know.
Bro, why would someone put themselves on the line like that if they did not?
Because we were fools. That's why we didn't know any better.
It was worse.
Hold on, we didn't know. Our ancestors didn't. Our ancestors didn't know. They thought they were doing the right thing.
No,
now we look at it. Hold on. Let me say this, brother. Now we look at it, right? It's like, damn, we lost so many years that we could have been building our community up. You know,
cannot build if someone's going to burn it down in 1921.
No, they're not going to burn it down now. They're not going to burn it
down. You cannot build without the backing of the state. You cannot build.
Oh, please, man, that's terrible.
Look at what happens. Okay, let me give you an example. Look at what happens in Mexico. You think people can build in the areas that the Sinaloa cartel controls, where the freaking government of Mexico cannot protect them from the Sinaloa cartel? You can't build in that situation. They're killing mayors. They're killing journalists. You can't build in that situation. You need the protection of the state, and that's what they were.
Yeah, we know that, but the bottom line is this: we always had our own communities with that. You know, we didn't need.
You can have.
Look, hold up. Look, if America said we're citizens, what would be the problem?
Yes, they can be.
Okay, hold on. Either we're citizens or not. So it doesn't matter whether we lived in their neighborhoods or not. If we had our own communities, right? America was still obligated to freaking give us services, but us being tax-paying citizens. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but that's true. But remember, at the end of the day, you're still dealing with people, and people have jealousy.
Hold on.
And so you still have to fight and push for them to live up to what they said they're going to live up to.
Right.
You said if you don't push them to live up to it, they ain't going to do it.
What do you think about that?
What do you
think about that? I said
I see where you come from. We need that. It's so Black America. We in a tricky spot. Like we can't build in this motherfucker because you understand they're gonna burn that bitch down. They're gonna.
Well, hold on. Okay. That was a hold
on. They're not going to burn it down. You got to stop living those 20 days.
Now it won't happen. Now
hold on.
It's not going to happen now.
Don't tell me we got guns to shoot each other, but we ain't going to shoot.
Hold on.
Yeah, they want to burn our shit down.
But not burn it. Hold on. What I'm saying is, like right now, what's going on right now? They gentrifying our community. They always
hold on. You know what gentrifying is? Gentrifying comes
people
move out of the community and whatnot, and the property value or the crime
exactly,
and they have no friggin' they have no value, so people go move out. And then what happens is when white people start moving in, that's just like magic, right? The property values and everything go up, and then as Black people go less Black, like Atlanta, property values go through the roof because more communities, more white and mixed, as opposed to Black, the property values is marketable. I've seen it happen in Norfolk. I see whole neighborhoods that were once Black went white, not because they're just saying we're gentrified, just if Black people couldn't keep up. Let me, for example, talk about. I had in Norfolk, there's a neighborhood called Popular Hall, right? That's in Norfolk. Everybody from Norfolk knows Popular Hall. That's a historic Black neighborhood, right? Nice house. It was built back in the 1970s. All the houses. Now, Popular Hall looks just like the communities in Virginia Beach, right? Same type of houses, right? But when you go to Popular Hall, what you notice is one thing. All the houses look like they're not kept up. Old windows, old doors. You go in the house, man, and it's like the house hasn't been remodeled since the 1970s, right? You go into the same house in Virginia Beach, Black or white, you see new driveway, you see new doors, new this, new kitchen, modernized kitchen, new bathroom, new stove, everything's new because when you live in a predominantly black neighborhood, it's hard to get loans, to fix up upkeep your property, But the more black people, more white people move in, also banks start flooding into that neighborhood to give equity loans and stuff like that. Black neighborhoods actually go into the negative because black people don't want to live in these neighborhoods. They're always trying to get out, So that's why you have gentrification. White people come in and either the neighborhood's going to go down completely or white people come in and save it. The city's only looking for a tax base. That's all they're looking for. They don't give a damn who's in the house. They don't care what the neighborhood is, black or white, and that's even with a black administration. The black administrators that run Norfolk, the mayor, city council, whatnot. All that know is we got to get people in these houses. So because we're gonna have a budget shortfall, we need to have taxes. If the black community can't do that, we're not, because we're not marrying, we're not building families, stuff like that. You can't blame that on gentrification. That's just reality, But black people always say, "Oh, we're getting gentrified." No, our community is not friggin' building like we look. Usually, you see white people, they're usually starting their family like by the time they're 28, 29, they got family and whatnot. They're buying their first house. Black people, whatnot, they're still 28, 29 in their 30s, whatnot, still clubbing, partying, running around. They're not building no family, they're not building no generational wealth. So what happened was this: all those neighborhoods, whatnot, white people move in and say, "Okay, I seen it in Virginia Beach too." Neighborhoods like when I first moved here, Arthur Avenue in Virginia Beach, that neighborhood was kind of rough. It was always the hood in Virginia Beach. Now you go there, almost all white, and they all remodeled townhouses and whatnot. And it looks freaking spectacular. White people even got their own little gardens in the front and everything like that. And they basically, and you got some black people there too, middle class black people there. But the neighborhood right there used to be the hood. That was the only hood we had in Virginia Beach, right? And people getting shot out there, and some everything, gangs, drug dealing, everything like that. Now, basically, I talked to this one guy back in like 2000. He said, "Man, I bought this house, man. We're gonna take our neighborhood back." And sure enough, they did. They got all the riffraff out of there and whatnot, bought up the houses that was causing a problem and whatnot, remodeled them, renovated them, got federal loans, so we rented them, stole them to young couples and whatnot, and they now they built a functioning community, So it ain't gentrification, it's negrification, That's a problem, I got a PhD in Negroology. I know the Negro, Let's see, white people at least concerned. Why do people say "do for self" and stop crying racism? What? Yeah. I just got through saying the fucking gentrification is not the phrase. He's got to sit there telling me, what do people choose to hear? What they want to hear? I don't get how they get them out. It's simple. They bought them out. A lot of times people will live in these houses. They weren't the tenants. They will usually be a lady that has like a house, right? Section 8, whatever like that. And she has multiple boyfriends, or brothers or cousins that be hanging out there. It's never the people that actually rent. It's always people that they bring around, That's what really drives the problems in the communities, They always bring people around. It's never the people that actually rent, So that's what happened. They got rid of all those people in Section 8, and along with them, the problems disappeared, So it is what it is, But I watch this stuff when it's not gentrification. It's back that we're not building communities like we used to, There would never be no gentrification a couple of generations ago because we were building families, we were building families. We tried to make it work. We're not doing that no more. So we don't build families and build these houses and whatnot. Somebody else is gonna move in, not just black people, right? Now you got all black neighborhoods back in the days. Now you see people, Ukrainians, Russians, and all these other people moving in there. That was once black neighborhoods, They remodel the homes and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, And they get these federal loans to remodel the house and whatnot. Now you got whole communities coming from all over. You got a Ukrainian neighbor, you got a Mexican neighbor, you got all like that. All these people, "Hey, how you doing?" Out there, kids playing together. I'm like saying to myself, "Damn, 20 years ago, these were all Negroes here." Now you don't see no black people.
So where are the black people going in that?
Well, you know what they're doing? They're moving out to freaking Virginia Beach where they can't afford.
Mm.
They didn't appreciate their neighborhoods. Everybody black wants to live in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake. You know, they don't want to live in.
Why is that the case? They just
That's okay. And white people will move in the same black neighborhood that once black, remodel the house, repaint it, everything like that, and they're living cool. And they got a few people on the same block. They're cool. The neighborhood's completely changed. Black people, I gotta get out of the hood. It's only a hood because you make it a hood. You know. I seen it all the time. The black people always moving out to places they can't afford, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. Marcus, more people keep saying sexing each other, and have other babies. Yeah, Mari knows what it's talking about. They keep basically having babies and not building families and whatnot. What do you expect to happen? They ain't building nothing. A world can't survive on single motherhoods in next Section 8. You need homeowners eventually. You need families building families and building homes. Mom, dad, working, whatever, raising families. You got young white couples that are doing it all over the place. Mexican couples, you see them doing it all over the place. The only people you don't see, you see a lot of black couples out here in Virginia Beach, and Virginia Beach, but the inner city, it's not there. It's all single mothers and whatever like that, But the black people who got money and build families, they move out in Virginia Beach. That's just what it is, These other communities, Norfolk and whatnot, yeah, they're going to be white. Norfolk used to be majority black, but just like Atlanta, black people in Norfolk are disappearing,
Damn, they give me all the blues on the East Coast. That shit crazy.
Well, no, it's not that. It's still the best place in the world to live, because the bottom line, the black people who are doing well, we tend to stick together and stuff like that. So
that's good.
We do good over here. We love
That's
it. It's
good.
the best place in the world to live. East Coast.
I have to visit Virginia.
The East Coast of Virginia is a beautiful place to live. But to me, it's like the best place. This whole region between Virginia, North Carolina, and Maryland, right here on the coast. Yeah, that's beautiful.
There's a lot of money. Yeah, there's a lot of money over there.
The bottom are just nice. You got a lot of nice. You still got a lot of new black subdivisions. A lot of black people like buying these new homes, right? Like in Portsmouth, you got land that was like farmland, and Virginia Beach too. Now they got brand new nice houses out there. Brand new nice houses in neighborhoods that were once farms or whatnot. A lot of the land was owned by black people, but now developers come in, build whole new neighborhoods and whatnot. We're freaking nice. You got black kids out there, little basketball court in the driveway and whatnot. You see, it's beautiful, But the old neighborhoods, whatnot, the black people always buy. I would say black people always buy these expensive homes and whatnot. Well, white people
can't afford it.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're struggling. You got like this. But the white people will go to that same black neighborhood, buy a house for almost nothing, right? And then basically wait until a couple of years until more white people move in and the value goes up and they fix it up. They appraise it again, take like a $50,000 equity out of it, And while the black people are struggling trying to pay their mortgage out in Virginia Beach in expensive houses and whatnot, It is what it is.
And that's why I always encourage people that when they see an area that's depressed, and I think we talked about this on your show.
Yeah, but the bottom line, that sounds good if you're white, job, But you move into the area depressed, and you have more Negroes that are depressed, you're going to be depressed too,
No, I get your point, and I mean, it's not for everybody, right? And I remember Dapper Dan even said this, He remember when the Brownstones were selling for $10,000, And so the thing is, it's just a matter of time, generally speaking. It's not going to happen everywhere, but if it's a big city, it's close to water, got an international airport close by, something like that, it's just a matter of time before it gets so cheap that developers, it starts to look really desirable for investors. And once that happens, it's going to change. And so I always say, hey, well, if you got opportunity, man, buy property in those areas, man. Don't sleep on it, man. It's just a matter of time. You see them crying down the area saying, oh, it's high crime,
I said,
blah, blah,
about
blah.
the topic tonight, John, the bottom line is this. The reason why there's no black organization, because black people like this. We don't get, like, one thing I would say like this. How come nobody created an organization to investigate why black areas like Popular Hall don't have the upkeep? Are there federal funds available for they do that? Sometimes the federal government will give out loans for people to, even grants for people to change their windows on their house, whatever like that. Energy tax credits and stuff like that. How come nobody's organizing so black people could take advantage of these programs in the federal government? So that's why I said people don't organize because these black organizations don't do shit for the people. That's just the truth.
I don't agree with that, man. But
Let me ask you a question. Tell me what black organization actually do something to help the community.
I mean, you would have to. Well, you have things like United Negro College Fund. You got.
What is it? Hold on. You know what the United Negro College Funds do? Nothing.
Yeah, but Carla, that's the thing. I listen to your show a lot, and a lot of times, like anything that anybody else is doing, you cry down. You know what I mean? In a sense.
No, I'm just telling you, years of basically watching this stuff because when I was going to college, right? I said, man, my white friends is joke. Well, at least you got the United Negro College Funds, right? You don't have to get loans. So I thought, man, went down there talking to the brother, the United Negro College Funds. Yeah, I need some money to go to college. They look at me like, no, son, that's not quite how this works, The United Negro College Fund is basically we collect the money and we finance, pay institutions like, to keep costs down, like equipment, blah, blah, blah. I said, I thought I can just go there as a black person and just get my college paid for. No, that's not how we do. We don't give out scholarships or whatever. So bottom line is this. So I said, okay, whatever the United Negro College Fund, the mine's a terrible thing. They said the mine's a terrible thing,
But this is the thing, Carla. You see, the thing is in America, man, and you know this already because you say it all the time. Really and truly, what's happening is the money follows white folks, right? And that's not the fault. That's not the fault of black folks, bro.
Well, I know it's not the fault. So I feel like this. Why are we listening to the fucking black folks? I might as well just go ahead and listen to the white man, get the money.
And this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm not saying don't listen to black folks. Black folks got plenty of ideas, great ideas, right? White folks got plenty of
black
ideas.
Black folks got ideas with no damn money.
But at the end, that's the thing. At the end of the day, generally speaking, the money follows the white folks. And so once you know that, then hey, it ain't the black person's fault. So black organizations, generally speaking, are not going to be comparable. They're going to do a lot of good work. They do a lot of good work, but they're just not going to be on the same level.
The only people that I see doing good work is churches who got nonprofits and do outreach in the community. They actually do work because they basically help out their people. I'm not talking about. I didn't talk about that. I know church organizations, senior services organizations do good and whatnot, but they're not race specific. But when you talk about a black organization, a black organization like this for black people, first of all, we're too vast. Now, a specialized organization such as senior services or food pantries and stuff like that, or feed the hungers or homeless people, run homeless shelters or whatever like that. Those tend to work, because they're specifically geared to a specific task. Those tend to work. But this general organization, black people join, and that's going to solve all our problems and have it all figured out. Just join, sign on the bottom line. Like this stupid thing with this ADDI with Dr. Arikana, the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. People actually sign up for that shit.
But that's the thing, because in reality, for one, all the problems will never be solved. There's always something you got to work on. But at the same time, too, because the money follows, generally speaking, the white folks, because white folks in America got, for starters, the most political power because they're the largest number of voters. And even in these cities, like, for instance, if you look at Tennessee, right, it's a Republican-ran state, right? And so a lot of times money comes down from the federal government. It goes to the governor. The governor got to disperse it out to the cities, right? And so you might have underinvestment in certain areas, right? Whereas another area might get more investment, right? You might have better educational opportunities and all kinds of stuff. And so then you realize that some of this stuff is not a factor. Of course, if you can get to people in terms of their mentality and how they think in terms of anger management and different things like that, then that could pay dividends long term in terms of the safety and stuff in the area. But then there's some things that are going to be outside of your control, and so you got to fight for what you deserve, being a citizen of this country. But at the same time, it's just generally been history of America that the dollars follow the white folks. And even if you look at unemployment rates, as far as I've ever known, generally speaking, no matter what the unemployment rate is double for black people. You see what I'm saying? And earning potential is better for white people, generally speaking. And so because of all that, those different factors, they're going to have more money when it comes to, like, generally speaking, to developing an area and revitalization and all this type of stuff. And it kind of just, I'm not saying it's going to stay that way forever. And I definitely think things are better than they were in the past, but it's just is what it is at this current time. You got to keep fighting for what you deserve, It's never going to end, But hopefully it keeps getting better like it has been,
Well, all I know is, like I said, individual black people are doing fine. But what problem is, people don't judge us individually. They judge black people feel pressured. This was the sad part about all this is black people always feel pressured to do something as a collective. Why? Because people don't look as an individual; they look as a collective. They'll say, "You black people gotta get your shit together." Like, well, what the hell are you talking about? I got my stuff together, but your people. So therefore, it forces black people to say, "You know something? We gotta organize. We gotta create organizations." We saw why? Because the white people pressure us into feeling that we gotta come together to solve these problems that they created in the first place. I hope we can agree on that.
We agree on that. Then that's why I say that I do not take responsibility for anything that any other person does.
I don't either. It's like this. But the whole thing is, all I could do is say, look, I understand you may have these misgivings about black people, right? But let me tell you this, right? I don't fit no, and I hate apologizing, whatever like that. But I have to set the record straight. I know too many black people. Like yesterday, I was at the was it yesterday today? Oh, that was today. I was at the park. I seen a young black guy. He was out there with his daughter, and they were both had the remote control cars out there playing. She had a little pink one. He had his. I thought that was just so beautiful, man. On a Saturday afternoon, just with his daughter, and she was so beautiful. She was like 8, 9 years old, and she was basically with her remote control. He had his, and they were just racing and whatnot. I said, this is a black man out here, but the image of black people is, oh yeah, he just running around being a thug. You don't care like that. I said, that's not the black culture people I know and I see every day, So therefore, all I'm doing is fighting to protect the image of black people that I know,
Right, but this is the thing, and I agree with
you. So the bottom line, if I gotta do a little pushback against people, I have to do what I do, because people basically all they want to do is come in here and make it seem like all our brothers are a bunch of Pookies and Ray-Rays and blah blah blah, whatnot. Repeating white supremacy talking points, about Black America. And when people start doing propaganda, let me tell you something. I don't take propaganda lightly, right? Propaganda is somebody making war on you. That's the first stage they do, is when somebody's trying to make war on you. It's propaganda. So I'm like this. All right, if people want to make war on us, man, okay, we at least got to be prepared, right? And then when I'm actually prepared for it, and I say, okay, you guys want war? No, Kala, you're being divided. People in my comment section for me last night, Kala, you're being so divided. You're pulling people together. Look, the time to pull people together is over. When people start talking stereotypes and stuff like that, and they're so adamant that we're just basically just trying to destroy their life, or we're doing something to them just by existing, that's war talk. That's war talk. That's dangerous. That could lead to genocide. Just like I tell people, I check black people FBA, but they talk stuff about Caribbeans. Yeah, you keep talking that stuff, about tethers, whatnot. Eventually you're going to act on it. It's going to be violence, and so I agree with. They're going to act on it. So the temperature needs to come down on both sides. I think people need to stop attacking Black America.
100%.
I didn't, Ross Boy. I didn't start anything. I don't start it, but I finish it.
But this is the thing. that's why I think that the number because I hear the same white supremacy talking points on plenty of these black panels. I'll be listening to it and I'll be like, man, they be talking about Pookie and Ray Ray and all that. How come? And I think that we got to start just opening up our eyes and looking at other communities and what they do and how they treat their issues that you might be considered detrimental to them, right? Look at the narrative around fentanyl addiction, right? It's kind of envisioned essentially as a white thing. Even though you have black people,
and it's treated basically as, oh, they're victims. You gotta
and
understand.
that's how we need to treat our drug
They even
addicts in
got
our
us being
community.
like that. But when black people are addicted to crack, oh, you crackheads, blah blah blah. Black people are no good. They're on drugs. But
And
when
so-
it's fentanyl, they're victims, and
so
it's the Chinese who brought it here. It's the Mexicans who brought it here and whatnot. You know.
And so what I say, we need to model that in our own selves. Not
Yeah,
just
hold on.
on,
Hold on. I
not
get
just
that,
on,
right?
not
But
just
hold
on
on.
that issue.
Look, if the mainstream media and popular culture, right?
I get your point, but what I'm saying, Carla, what I'm saying, when we speak about it on our panel,
I do all the time. I do
because I listen to plenty of black panels where they be sounding like the same white supremacists, bro.
Wait, hold on. You guys stop listening to people like Anton Daniels, the Hodge twins.
I don't even listen to those guys.
Hold on, you guys stop listening to Jason Shitlock.
I don't listen to those guys either. I might see clips of Jason Whitlock. I'm talking Dinus.
Dinus says
I'm talking these type of channels mostly.
Well, but like I said,
but then you hear people talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, and the thing is, right now, for instance, look at tattoos in America. For instance, as an example, so many people got tattoos, bro. It's like you go to a nurse and stuff in the hospital nowadays, and everybody got a tattoo. And now, in the past, that would have been looked at.
That's unfortunate. I got tattoos, but not like that.
But I'm saying, in the past, that would have been looked at one way, but now it's really acceptable. Even if you look at the thing of family formation, marriage, all that stuff is down. But it's not just down amongst black people. But when you listen to the narrative, we be talking on our panels like black people the only one ain't starting families. It's that. Look, South Korea got one of the lowest fertility rates in the world. Japan, same thing. Marriage rates are down in all these places, right? But they're model societies, generally speaking, relative to a lot of the places where it's safe, low crime, blah blah blah, right? And so it's a fact. It's something that's happening on a bigger level, but we just focus on black.
Well, I know. Look, bottom line is this: the world. Hold up. The world is a victim of success, right? Remember something. People got married back in the days as a means. So when you're 18, 19, you got married because one, you got hormones raging. You're gonna make children. You know, you're gonna have sex a lot. You're gonna make children. The woman's gonna cook, clean. The man's gonna go out there and work. It's very simple. You know, very simple life. You know. Most women back in the days, up until like the 80s, I remember, right? You know how many girls I knew in high school, white girls, whatever like that, they were like, yo, as soon as they're going to get married 2 days after their graduation. As soon as I graduate, I'm getting married or whatnot. So some people were engaged right there on our, in our senior class, you know? That was a time period. You had girls basically getting married that basically right after high school, you know, you don't see that no more, you know, and basically, and to this, I look on Facebook, people still married after 30 something years, you know, and so what I'm saying is, we don't have that nowadays in our culture, you know. Now women are waiting. Oh, I got my career, and they're 30 years old. Well, okay. In that meantime, people still having sex. There's people, men are still having kids. And what happens is the result of women seeking careers and opportunities, you got more people being born out of wedlock and dysfunctional. That's less chances for people to build a family and own a home and pass generational wealth because you got a broken family already. What can you do? Or you think people are going to go back to getting married at 18 years old? No. So what can we do? You know? And this is all over the damn world, you know?
Right. But remember, too, that simultaneously we're talking about all this, the world went from a population in 1900 of estimated 1 billion people. we just blew past 8 billion about a year or two ago. Projections to 2050 to be at 9 billion. With our consumption rates too that we have, you said you might have more people living now than ever
Hold on.
on the planet.
Let me answer this question. Enigma.
That's because of poor people, though. It's the poor people that's
And
having
that's
all
a
their
factor.
children.
Yeah, the poorer you are, generally, the more kids you have, unless you're Elon Musk, you know.
Let me look. Enigma says, Colin, why would you want to push marriage among young people? Why can't they live that? Oh yeah, live your life. Have abortions every week. You know.
What does that mean?
You know.
Remember, they have contraceptions too now. More so
Yeah.
No.
So
Yeah,
people don't even have to get
At
pregnant.
what point do you start living your life when you're young? At what point do you stop?
So my whole thing is, I'm not trying to push marriage on nobody, but when you look at the problems that we have in our community, wouldn't that solve a lot of problems, right? If you don't want to do that, then that's what we got to deal with the dysfunction in our community. So,
And at the same time,
I do know single women, right, who managed to graduate college and have a 6-figure income. So that's a little different. That's rare. And what thing, you know? Now the thing is, though, raising a boy, that's another story.
And
now the father has to be in the boy's life, you know, and stuff like that. That's studies show the more a father's in a boy's life, the more likely he's going to be like this. But then again, some women are like, why should I be tied down with a marriage or whatnot? You know, it's a changing value system. You know,
and at the same time,
I have no idea. But
is there a reason why the Pan-African community, for the most part, everybody's damn near unmarried?
I think you know what it is.
It's always something weird.
I would say the reason is a lot of Pan-Africanists are idealists, right? They're basically people who reject society, right? The norm. Remember something, marriage is something that society says, okay, a lot of Pan-Africans believe that they live in an imperfect world and they imagine this perfect world where the black power, whatever. If they don't have that perfect world where Queen Hafshika is serving you up fruit and berries and whatnot, and you're doing the whole incense thing and y'all having bomb sex or whatnot, and then okay, we bring some children in, but y'all do yoga, y'all jog or that. If you can't give them that life, they don't want nothing to do with it, you know. And the reality is, a lot of women that in the Pan-African movement, right? They also got jobs, they got careers, you know. They don't want they're Pan-Africanists, but when it comes down to the family part and settle down, that's the part they say, man, I don't want to hear all that stuff. I got my career. They want to. This females still want to go out there. Look at the girls that go to Ghana. You know, you think those women are over there just basically talking about like, no, they're out there in the club. They're out there chasing long stroke Kwame, you know, stuff like that. You know, so yeah, it is. It's a mess. You know, it's a mess. And then you got a lot of guys in the Pan-African movement. They go to the continent, man. They got like 4 or 5 women and whatnot. You know, they ain't trying to settle down, just having too much fun, you know. And but yet they always give lip service about the so-called black family. You know, that's what I see. You know, they say like that. So that's what I see. Pan-African is good until you have responsibility. You know, living your life equals gaining enough experience. Yeah. So in other words, basically, you gain this. In other words, basically, and they were saying you should basically have sex with 100 guys, get all the experience and whatnot, then be all dried up and wrinkled. And now after you 50 years old, you want to settle down and get all the experience. Spend the next 25 years, you know, of your life, you know, sleeping around and everything like that, you know, and then you can settle down when you're 45 years old, you know, you're almost near menopause. Now it's time to settle down, you know. That's the way a lot of women think. You know, I want to have all my damn fun. You know, I had a girl tell me one time she told my girl, you know, she was like, I was like 35, my girl was like 31. And they're like, well, she's too young to get married, settle down. She got to have her fun. What the fuck is that? We're in our 30s, you know. You're too serious. You know, she wants to have fun and whatnot, you know. Fucking 30.
But Carla, at the same time, you see, this is the thing, man. At the same time, we're all hypocrites, bro. I'm a fucking hypocrite. sorry for cursing, you're a hypocrite. Everybody on this panel is a hypocrite. At the end
Everybody,
of the day,
everybody has a
because
level of hypocrisy. I get that.
because if I look at your life, you probably did the same thing these women did.
Yeah, but look, the whole thing. But I knew one thing, right? When I was in my 30s, like, cause when I spent my 20s dating older women, I had no intention of getting. I spent my 20s dating older women, much older. That wasn't about no freaking relationship. I just wanted to have sex and women paying for my dinners. That's all that was about, you know. When I turned friggin' 30, right? I was like, damn, you know. I started getting serious about women. I found out that most women at my age, like for the most part, already had like 2 kids. When I was like, damn, man, I got to start off as a fucking dad already and shit. Stepdad, somebody, you know what I'm saying? So when I did find somebody that didn't have a kid and whatnot, I tried my best to make that work. And it didn't work because she was not really ready for marriage, you know? That's just what it was, you know? But
and I got plenty of people in my family that are maybe 90 years old right now. Some never married, never had kids, but they're old people way back from the 19 whatever.
That's sad. That's sad.
I have some people.
There was this a video on TikTok going viral about this fucking Nigerian who got deported back to Nigeria from Canada. He spent 48 years in Canada, right? And he was back in Nigeria. They say he came back penniless, no wife, no kids, no nothing. After being in Canada all those years, but he was sending money back and everything like that. But all he did was work his ass off in Canada when and then he was just like, people looked at him with such shame and whatnot. He's back 48. He spent 48 years in Canada when I came back penniless with no wife, no kids, no nothing. So that's what it is. People work so hard and whatnot. You know, it's work hard and don't get married. And, you know,
and that happens, and you got to expect that to happen, and it's always happened from the beginning of time, bro. Ever since they've been human beings, this stuff happens. So not everybody's gonna have kids. Not everybody's gonna get married.
This W talk about was my Yemi sick? You're getting muted, bro. One more time, you're getting blocked.
Who's that?
Nobody, hold up. Nobody messes with Honey Flower. Do not do it. You know, she's not Yemeni. She's Ethiopian, Sudanese. She's a black woman. You know, so.
You know, so the thing is, not everybody's gonna get married. Not everybody's gonna have kids. But at the end of the day.
Yeah, but there's a pressure on society to basically like black women. They're always bashing black. Why so many black women single? Why? So what do? The society demonizes people, Black America, for our low marriage rate and stuff like that. So what do we do? You know.
But you see, all that's a factor of the society and all kinds of different factors. That's the thing. I feel like we don't realize, including myself, how much we're influenced by the society and all kinds of factors outside of our own selves, essentially, right? And so I was telling someone that I feel like, for instance, let me give you an example, and tell me if you think this is true. If a black man goes and bees with a white woman, right? I feel like a black man gets more flack for being a white woman than if a black woman dates a white man.
Right? Why? Because of the power dynamic. That's why.
Okay. Now, what's the power dynamic in that you would say?
The power dynamic is this. This is how the white man does. Like I noticed in Virginia here, right? You got stone cold fucking Jeep, rebel flag driving Jeep where rednecks, right? You go to their house or whatnot, you see some black woman, hot looking black woman, right? Coming out of the back, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. You know, saying, I'm like, wait a minute, she going into that house with that guy, you know? And that is, they basically be like looking at you like, what are you gonna do about it? You know? But at the same time, a black guy, it's so dangerous for a black guy to even be seen with a white woman in public, you know? You know, black women basically can get with white men, no problem, because of power. White guys, it's accepted in the white community, right? You say, oh, he just having a little black thing, black woman. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But a black man with a white woman, now, only time it's acceptable with white people if the girl's overweight. She's big and overweight, and she's older, over 45. They don't really care about that. But if you see a black man with any sort of good-looking white woman and whatnot, there's hell to pay, you know? There's hell to pay. Black man, the situation of the black man has no power, you know. Yeah, no one gives a damn about what the black man thinks because black women don't belong to us. You know, that's
so this is the thing. Like, we talked about interracial marriage earlier, by the way. The court case that dealt with that issue, and
let's say that I know that was one thing, but let me put it to you like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what the law says, right? It's the custom of society. It's still not acceptable for a black man to be with a white woman, right? But at the same time, white men, they have their free choice with the Asian women, the Latino women, and all these other women. They could do whatever they want. But when it comes to black men, we don't have that same power. It's a power dynamic.
I get what you're saying. But the thing is, when I asked that question, I wasn't even dealing with the fact of how other racial groups look at it, right? I was looking at it.
I would say like this: I was
looking at it. 1 second. I was looking at it within the black community, right?
Yeah,
not even how
it's
other
a
people
little
might view
different
it.
with other people. But the thing is, right now, it's all about a power dynamic, right? A lot of Asian guys, you know, half of all Asian women are married to white men, you know.
Okay.
A lot of Asian men are incel. They can't find wives because white women don't find them attractive, and then all women, half the women don't find them attractive. So you got a lot of Asian men who are angry because we live in a society where the desired male is the white male, you know, and so therefore there's a lot. Like I said, when we talk about an integrated society, right? One of the things you got to understand, John, when we talk about integration in America. Like I said today, I looked at the park today. I'm sitting in the park looking around, you know, and I've seen so many interracial couples. When you put people together, it's going to happen, you know. That's another thing we lost in our culture. You know, it used to be a time where black people only married each other because we were only around each other, you know. Now, basically, the integrated society means there's a large number of black men that are going to be. I think I'm a victim of that, you know, because there were women that I knew that I could have got with and married, but I had to compete with white guys, you know. I had to compete with white guys for these women, you know. And basically, I was like this. So basically, my pickings were slim, you know, for the most part.
Yeah, but the thing about it, Carl, at the end of the day, too, even with all that, I think black men marry 86% black women. Right?
Yeah, no, but the rate is so low, it doesn't even matter.
Women,
the rate is only like the total rate is like only like 25%, you know.
And
so
black women on top of that marry out or marry black men at higher rates than
but even now the numbers of total marriage is very, very low, you know.
Right, I get what you're saying, but essentially black men have kids with black women.
Right, we understand that, but what I'm saying is this, though,
have kids with black men.
We talk about the majority of the community, right? There's still not enough black marriages, you know, because we're just not
right. If you look at marriage rates and all that, yes, that's true, but still, it's really we're still dealing with ourselves mainly. Still,
yeah. So the main thing is, like I said, I want to say like this: the main problem is in black culture is that black men and black women feel like they got options outside of the black man and black women. You know, that's the main. I think that's the main thing. You got people basically. Why black women ain't married? There's a lot of.
Why do they feel they got those options when they don't?
Because they're told by people like Oprah and people like that
I think
they got options and whatnot. You know, they really think that
white guys got no damn options.
They really do think that the white they're going to compete with white women for the white man's affection. They really do believe that. A lot of black women are delusional like that. They think they're going to get I want a rich white man. You see that video I played yesterday? Even in South Africa, now you got African women thinking that. You know, you want me to play the video?
No, but this is the thing, Carla. What I'm getting at, the reason I asked that question to start with is that I say that we're influenced a lot by our environment, all kinds of other factors that we don't take into account.
Have a lot of
and
white
so what
people
I'm
in
saying is, why I asked that question is I feel that, I mean, I feel like you got to, hopefully you have a positive view of yourself, but sometimes we can have a negative view of ourselves too. You know what I mean?
I got a very
and that's why I feel like
I got a very positive view of myself. Well,
I'm just saying, generally speaking, I'm not saying me and you.
in our culture, right? In our culture, you got black women out there. Some of them really believe that there's other options out there besides a black man for them. You know?
Yeah, but I'm not
Yeah,
even
it's
dealing
happening.
with that. What I'm
It's
dealing with
happening in
is
South Africa too. Look,
White man. My dream is to become a psychologist, honey, and I want to marry a white man and live in Constantia. I want to live with my husband and my 2 daughters. My dream.
there you go, right there. That's South Africa. You know,
right. But what I'm saying, Carla, right? That's always going to be a factor. But
no, it's a fact. No,
but here's
it's
what
a
I'm saying. Here's
major
what I'm saying. One
factor,
second.
bro. It's a you don't get it.
No.
You
I
know,
get
the
it.
bottom
I
line.
get it. But I
Hold
just want
up.
to say something.
Before integration, we did not. Before we was basically involved with white people on a day-to-day basis in the workplace and random pubs and stuff like that, living in the same neighborhoods. It did not freaking happen.
Nah, it was always like that, Carla.
No. You don't know America.
You want me to give you an example?
Check this out. Black men did not look. One thing, my uncle, when I was in 3rd grade, right, there was this little girl in my class. You know, she had long black hair like Isis, right, and I liked her. Right, in 3rd grade, my family fucking found out about it, and they had intervention. I was in 3rd grade. My uncle, my elder uncle Al, came to me and said, I heard you like a white girl. I said, well, he goes, we don't do that. Black and white people don't belong together. That stuck with me my whole life. He goes, no, it's wrong for black and white people to be together, you know? And then basically I understood why he said that. He was basically telling me to protect myself. See, that's why I asked you, were you African American? Because most black men.
No, but Carla, you're missing something.
No. I'm trying to tell you.
You're missing something. I'm going to tell you when you're done.
Tell their son, stay away from white women because it's too dangerous. You know, that's what we're taught in our culture.
I'm going to tell you where we're missing it, though. Because I read a book about Martin King's life, and the same thing happened with Martin King.
My family was absolutely 100% right.
Right.
Because the bottom line, I never dated white girls and whatnot, and I had a friend of mine. His little brother was killed for dating a white girl. I was coming out, murdered.
Okay. The same thing happened with Martin King, though.
Look, what you want to do is look up Sean Edwards right now, New York.
Yeah.
Look up Sean Edwards.
If I look it up, I can't talk to you at the same time.
Okay. Well, look it up on that. Sean Edwards, right?
The same thing happened.
He was stabbed 33 times and whatnot. He was set up, right? And basically they murdered him in back of the school and whatnot, you know, but he was dating a white girl.
The same thing happened with Martin King. They said Martin King was, but anyway.
Well, I don't know about Martin
King. What I'm saying though,
this was an innocent 16-year-old boy.
Yeah,
you know?
but what I'm saying,
my whole thing is, my pop trying to say is this, and then I knew another kid that was killed. His head was cut off in Brooklyn, but dating a white girl.
But at the same time, where it was happening though is the white dudes with the black women.
Well, look,
that's why I'm saying
white guys. Look, I have never seen a white guy get beat up, killed, or anything have a dating.
No, I get your point.
You know,
but I'm saying
it's unequal.
But I get your point. But I'm saying that interracial mixing has always happened because even Strom Thurmond,
you know, it's always happened with white guys sleeping with black women.
Because Strom Thurmond,
it's a power. Yeah, Strom Thurmond took advantage of his housekeeper.
A black woman.
It's his 15-year-old housekeeper and whatnot, and had a baby with her. You know.
Right.
So the bottom line is this. White men have always had black women in their homes, always had access to the black woman's body. You know. So it's not the same thing, you know. So like I said, this culture, American culture, white women basically are guarded and protected, you know.
But what I'm saying though, at the end of the day, is that in that South African video that you played, is that if you, and that's why I like.
All I know is that it's spreading. This whole thing about the white man, this God, and they think the white man's gonna answer all their damn problems. And it's like this. But I don't think it's really going to be a factor that much in Africa. It's just growing, but not as much as Black America.
I think it's getting less and less, and that's why I
don't think so. I think it's getting more and more.
And
have you been to Africa before? Have you been to Africa before?
No.
Okay, when you go to Africa, you'll see a lot of African women with white guys as a date.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when I say it's getting less and less, I'm saying within our society over here.
Well, I'm seeing record numbers of black women our white guys, you know.
No, that's true. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get at, Kala, is how we're influenced by various factors. And so you play the thing from South Africa, right? You got to think. You grew up in apartheid, for instance, right? Or you're coming out of that, right? Where white people have the power, right? And so sometimes we like to attribute power to, maybe it's
Actually,
because of the religion
I've been
they
to
got.
Africa 5 times, Lord
Huh?
G. You know, so I've been
No,
to Africa.
no, but what
I've
I'm
been there
saying is,
5
what I'm
times.
saying is,
When's the
what I'm
last time
saying
you've
is,
been to Africa, Audrey? Never. You know, you're from
so
Nigeria and you don't even go there. You know, you can't even afford to go there.
no,
That's how
what
people are pathetic. You know,
what I'm
you know,
saying is, what I'm saying
people,
is,
they can't even go to their own damn country.
no,
Or
but
not,
what I'm saying is,
you know,
what I'm saying is, people sometimes read a situation wrong in the sense that they
no,
might
you weren't
assume,
there last year. Stop your lying.
huh?
Stop your lying.
They might assume that the success of the individual came from their white skin, or came from their religion, or whatever, right? And so because you're living in a power dynamic in this apartheid South Africa where white people have the power, sometimes people want to get close to the power, and so people
I
might
don't know. I don't know
desire.
what it is. All I know is, some people want to get that. If that's what they want to do, fine. Anyway, Ja, it's been a long time. 5 hours in, man. I'm tired. I'm trying to go to bed. I'm tired.
All
Y'all
right, cool,
take care.
man.
Thanks for coming in tonight. Thanks for everything. Thanks for you
Yeah,
guys'
yeah.
support. Yep.
Thank you,
Y'all,
man. I appreciate it, man. Have
y'all
a good
take
night.
care. Y'all take care. Good night.
Okay.